time flies when watching TRMZ.
Minimal meetings, Abon. Very cool. Hello, everyone. Hope you're good. Thank you for coming in. Perfect Exceeder, Acepo, and Pewston. Thank you for the resubs. 80 months, 45 months, and 89 months, respectively. There's some long ones there. Thank you, all of you. Cheers, guys. Thank you. What did you think about Gravenberch against Milan?
Over the past 13 months that I've watched make the sub more than worth it. Thanks, fella.
I've been thinking the same all season. I said it from the first game. As a number 6, it feels lucky that we didn't sign old matey that we were trying to sign to me. He looks like the number 6 we should be keeping and not replacing, you know, he looks brilliant. I didn't see all of yesterday's game because I was still streaming, but the bit I saw, McAllister looked really good as well. I only watched the last 40 minutes or so. I saw the goal, the last goal. I didn't see the other 2 goals, both from corners, but McAllister looked so good again. He's like a Rolls Royce to me. I think he looks really good too. Adam, thank you very much for the 13 months. Cheers for the support, dude. Well, thank you. Cheers for subscribing. Cheers for checking them out as well. Watching them all, it certainly doesn't hurt. Right. Let's just see if I can get in. I might get a PBO issue, but we shall see. But yeah, Liverpool looked really in control of the game to me. Like I finished the stream. I hadn't eaten, so I kind of had to sort something out for food, and I watched a little bit of the game. Didn't quite. I missed the first 10 minutes of the second half. But from what I saw, they looked well in control. McAllister was your man of the match. He looked really good in the bit I saw. Right? A few other players did as well, but McAllister looked really good.
It's time to continue running.
Right. Right. Did get a PBO issue, what a guess. And then I should be able to get in. Goldmancy, thank you for the 2 months.
Hello,
Adam, thank you again.
TRMZ love,
Adriano,
TRMZ
thank
love.
you very much too. An epic team up in a legendary run, Niles, you reckon? Maybe. Hopefully, I think it's going to be night time when we join the server, I believe. But hopefully we get in. I'm not too worried. I kind of don't mind going solo. I'd quite like to try and do a little bit of the quest that you can do on this server, but let's not worry about it too much now. We'll just see how we end up later. Getting geared would probably be a start. That's new. This is Berezino. It's nice to be on the right side of a 7-0 game, yeah. It might not hurt United. Like some people say I'm really biased, right? But a win at the weekend and a cosy win today with yesterday with Rashford scoring. You know, like Rashford scored a couple. It might not hurt. It could really help morale, because morale, I would imagine, before the international break was really bad. So that international break could have come at exactly the right moment, couldn't it? It might turn out to be good. I suspect in the long run it might not be great for the manager, but it might help the team right now. Diaz or Gakpo? Yeah, Gakpo did look good yesterday. Again, I didn't see all of it. I think Diaz is the starter. Gakpo is a very good player. He
Hello, me old
had
chum.
opportunities last season, and he has not proved to be as reliable as Diaz in my book. However, what a nice problem to have, you know. There's Diaz and Gakpo for one side, Salah and Chiesa on the other. That seems like a good idea given the amount of games they're going to play. You know, they're all going to get chances. Hi, Gunnar, you're right, dude. So I need to be the right character. This is Electro.
I always look forward to seeing your content.
Yeah, I'm not sure the squad is as strong. I think there is improvements for sure, though. It doesn't really matter, though. We'll see. I think... I don't know. But yeah, I think the result yesterday and at the weekend is certainly positive. When you end up playing somebody like Arsenal or Man City or something, it might be a different story. But yeah, I feel like Nunes maybe could... I don't think Jota's ever going to be as prolific as... like if Jota does score goals, he's a much better poacher. But I'm not saying he's going to be as prolific as Nunes, but I don't think either Jota or Nunes scream 20 to 25 goals a season in the Premier League, just Premier League goals, right? Neither of them scream it, but I feel like Nunes is more likely to do it, personally. And that's kind of naive in a way, but I just don't know. Jota's an all-round brilliant player, and he is a slightly better poacher. No doubt he's a better finisher. But I don't know. I feel like it'd be worth trying Nunes. It's a nice problem to have. Neither of them feel like they are completely the right article as a starting striker, but... Gravenberch has been amazing, Esteban. I saw the first 3 league games. I didn't see the last one, obviously, and I didn't watch the highlights because they lost, but... I didn't force the missus to watch Match of the Day for me to just get annoyed at a 1-0 loss, right? It seemed not worth it. But Gravenberch in the games I've seen has been really good as a 6. And he looked really, really composed yesterday in the bit I saw. Please can we have one stream where you ain't creaming over Liverpool players? Well, you've had many streams of that, Jason. If you don't like the streams, you could always not watch, dude. It's fine by me. But they played last night, dude. People are bringing it up to me, right? It's the way it goes. I'll respond to the chat. If you want to talk about something different, try and bring up a different subject. But try not to be a douche, though. Hi, Punchy. Thanks for coming in. Hope all is good. Do we loot a bit of this? Or do we crack on? I think we just crack on. Quite active around here yesterday.
TRMZ heart.
Let's talk about B-days. I haven't used a B-day since I was about 5.
Half a century feels like it deserves some clever comments, so...
Paulie, thank you very much for the support. Really appreciate it. I ain't trying to be a douche. I'm here for DayZ, not Liverpool. Well, you are a douche then. Sorry. I'm not being funny, but I've been playing the game for 9 years. If you're here for DayZ, go and play DayZ. You know, like I've been here 9 years streaming. I'm not just going to talk about DayZ. I might talk a bit of Liverpool. I might talk a bit of other random sports balls. There'll probably be a little bit of American football. If Redline comes in later, we might talk about his arse. Who knows what the topics are going to be, but it's not just going to be DayZ, because if I spent 40 hours a week talking about nothing but DayZ, I wouldn't be here anymore. You know, it's quite straightforward. Paulie Paul, thank you very much. Murray, thank you. Frido, thank you very much as well. Right, let's just try and get across this way. I think we'll head towards Chernarus. I don't know, Brian. I don't know. It's a fairly limited pool, that. Clint Dempsey was really decent. I'm really struggling to think of anyone that really sort of strikes. I feel like Clint Dempsey might not have been a better player, but he probably did more in his career than he has so far. What do I think of UFC, Leon? I barely watch it. I would like to get into it. I like boxing, and I definitely would like UFC. But
yes,
it's so late.
Let's talk about poor Redline and his poor abused buttocks.
It's so late. Even the last one that was in Manchester, the main fight was at 4 to 5 a.m. for us. So the timing is just no good, you know. Every time they have UFC all the time. Obviously, at least I think it's once a month, aren't they? I think the big kind of evenings are once a month, and the big fight is like often 5 or 6 a.m. on a Saturday night into Sunday morning. I can just not do it. I'm out to jug the next 2 litres. Oh, have fun with that. But yeah, I think I've seen some of it, like back in the days of Chuck Liddell and whatnot. I've seen some of it back then, but I've hardly watched any of it since. You know, through any particular fight. Like, I just can't. For a start, it's not pay-per-view here. It's behind a paywall on TNT Sports, and I don't have TNT Sports. I don't want to buy TNT Sports, but beyond that, even if I could, if I was able to watch it, I might get it. You know, they have a lot of football on there as well. You know, so I could be convinced, but even if I did, I couldn't watch it. It's just so late. That would mean missing a stream every 4 weeks just for that. Serif, Paulie Paul, thank you very much for coming in. Appreciate it. Why is my big toe itchy? Well, where have you been sticking it? Seasoned. I don't know if I'm allowed to ask that. The dude on YouTube might get upset. Neil Ruddock. What LFC player would you most like to play DayZ with? I honestly don't know, actually. Neil Ruddock, why not? Gow, it could be. No, I've only just got going, Jack. I've started as a new spawn. I've spawned in Electro. I probably have moved a little bit the wrong way, really. I should be focusing on food. I did have a drink at a well, but I should really be putting a bit of focus on food, and I haven't done, but we'll see. If I get lucky, I might get a rock or something. Sorry, Nunes, he doesn't play much lately. What's one of my favourite movies? My favourite movie of all time is No Country for Old Men. Other favourite films, there's loads, but off the top of my head, some that people maybe a bit more recent that people have seen and not liked or whatever. I really liked Joker. A lot of people didn't. I really liked Green Book. That's an amazing film. These are not necessarily all-time favourites, but they're kind of recentish last 10 years films that have been good. They were both great. Yeah, I'm struggling to really think of anything notable. Have I tried Donna Pot Noodle? They got gluten in them, so I don't normally bother. There's some obvious ones. People ream off all the films they like now, like Green Mile and Shawshank and so on.
Hello, Mr. Man.
There's some really great films.
Are you planning on being a good man today? He'll be watching and waiting. MWA, ha 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 ha.
Grappy, thank you very much for the support. Karma Close, Moo is me. Thank you very much for the new sub. Cheers, guys. Thank you.
Did you see Alien Romulus Paul?
I did. I quite liked it. Alien Romulus was decent. Yeah, it's. I'd say it's about on the level of Alien 3, which at the time felt not great, but if you watch it back now, is decent. You know, I think it's not that original. It's telling a story that doesn't need to be told, but it's an Alien film of a more traditional style, and it does it quite well. You know, I quite liked it. I thought it was decent. My favourite thing that I'm watching right now, I've just watched the last episode this morning. Slow Horses, everybody knows it, but Slow Horses is about my favourite TV show of... Certainly it's my favourite TV show of this year. I think it's my favourite TV show for a long time. I really love it. Didn't Brian know? That question gets asked a lot, actually. I've read Blood Meridian, so I got into... I really like that film. Obviously, I've seen The Road as well. And it inspired me to try and go and read a little bit of Cormac McCarthy. I don't read a lot of books, so I read Blood Meridian because it... Like, I'm sure it's an amazing book. I'm sure No Country for Old Men is an amazing book. But it's my favourite film of all time. Even if the book is better, I'm kind of happy enough. Do you know what I mean? It is my favourite film of all time. So and likewise, I didn't go and read The Road because I'd seen the book. I felt like I should go and read a different story that I didn't know. So I've only ever read Blood Meridian. Cormac McCarthy, he died last year, I think, didn't he? R.I.P. Very, very amazing author of dialogue. The way he has characters talking and the way characters are and the dialogue between them. Even in Blood Meridian, there's some lines that are like really, really lovely, and you can see that coming through even in the film, like Anton Chigurh's lines and stuff, right? There's some other things about his writing that I don't feel were... His descriptions, and they seemed quite repetitive. His descriptions of the buildings and what they were made of and whatnot. It felt quite repetitive, and they'd be going on this 3-day journey, and it would be like a really, really cool conversation, and then nothing about the journey. I don't know. I'm sure it was. Not trying to criticise. I've never done anything in my life as good as he did with everything, you know. But there's elements of his writing style that I like, and there's elements that I don't, if that makes sense. I think I need to go and try and find a bit of food. I was going to carry on, but we need food. Don't we turn the camera on? I can't see shit. It's already on.
15 glorious months. Keep up the great streams. TRMZ worth it.
Favourite pizza topping? I like veggie pizza toppings. I either go one of two ways. I go veggie, and I like things like peppers and even sweet corn. I don't care that you don't like it. It's fine. It's all good. I like a veggie pizza. If it's an American style one, veggie is kind of good, and I quite like that kind of juiciness that you get from certain types of veg. It's really good. I like it. However, if I'm going out and I'm going somewhere that's nice and I'm going to get a decent pizza, I'll often go for a spicy one, like something that's like got a base of pepperoni and then some kind of spice on it. Maybe like chilies, or maybe some sort of spicy sausage or whatever, you know. So it's either spicy or veggie, pretty much. Just pineapple and nothing else. No, not quite that bad. Yeah, jalapeno's pretty decent.
Happy to say, keep on running.
I need some fucking food. I'd like to run up to the summer camp, but I'm not convinced that's a particularly good idea at the moment. I guess at the summer camp I would get a knife. It's pronounced jalapeno, yeah, I know. I don't pronounce things like I'm Spanish or Mexican or whatever because it seems dumb. So I don't. I might have said jalapeno. I might have done. I can't even remember what I said, but I do tend to actually say jalapeno, to be fair. But yeah, jalapeno's fine by me too. It's an American joke. I don't normally go in for the I think most of us in the UK now say jalapeno, don't we? I think we've progressed on that. It's become like a UKism, but I don't normally go in for the Spanish-sounding names, like, which I think is what your joke is based on, right? Like, so, for example, if I was going to Barcelona, I'd never say Barcelona. because it makes me cringe that I'm trying to sound like a... Like if I learnt French, I'd speak French in an English accent. I wouldn't be going, je suis allé, petit déjeuner, you know. I wouldn't try to really French it up because it would just feel like I'm being dishonest with myself, you know. Jalapeno. Like, yeah. Fucking love a petit déjeuner. No, who doesn't? Nom nom. I'm pretty hungry today. I woke up a little bit later than ideal, so I went for my blood test. I just had to gulp a load of water because if you're a bit dehydrated, your veins can have a bit more trouble appearing for the thing. So I gulped a load of water, had a shower, went and had the blood test, which was obviously fine, no problem whatsoever. Then I came back, and then I took the plaster off straight away, and then the dog jumped up on my lap and started licking the sore bit where the dog's been licking an open wound, which is great. I just didn't think about it. I'd took the plaster off in the car on the way back, and then he jumped up on my lap and started licking it, and I didn't even. And then about 5 seconds later, I was, oh fuck, that's great. I'm gonna get some kind of dog-related serious illness now. Oh, and it's only a little speck. I would hope it would be okay, right? Softer, it's kind of late autumn, early winter Chernarus. Dogs and cats lick wounds to heal them. Yeah, they can. You can get stuff from dogs and cats, but it's unlikely. Like, you can get stuff from anything, right? But there are tales of people getting seriously ill and even losing limbs and stuff because of similar things to what I just described. But there are tales of people getting seriously ill from all sorts, whether it be eating oysters or walking down the street, you know. Rambo, thank you very much for the 32 months. Mataf, Lasco, cheers for the support. JTW, thank you as well. Elmin, Gran Turismo, The Bout, and Scrappy, thanks for the resubs, guys. Dog-related superpowers, yeah. I think if I get Toby's dog-related superpowers, it would be basically this. The inability to be the laziest, basically like a normal dog, like lazy and just mooch about, completely happy, until about 7 PM when I go absolutely mental for 2 hours, and then revert back to previous dog for another 22 hours. That seems to be his MO. Flying to London, very cool, Brian. It's possible to go up the Sky Garden for free, which is one of the taller buildings in London. London doesn't have really, really tall skyscrapers, but it's got a couple of medium ones. You can get on the North Bank and go up the Sky Garden for free. There's a nice bar up there and a decent bistro as well. But you can actually book a slot to go up for nothing. So if you want to get a sky view of London for no money, Sky Garden is worth a go. What's my plan on food situation? To not really sweat it too much, basically. I'm going to carry on and loot the way I normally would loot. I'm going to come up here, I'm going to loot the sheds, try and find a knife. I'm going to hope to find a hunting bag, maybe a scope or two. Check the medical. If I get really lucky, I might get a blaze. And then I'm going to hopefully get 2 pears from the pear tree on the far side of the medical. Check the feed shack and then go that way. And if I haven't got food by then, it's fine.
TRMZ love.
Volta. Yeah, we did the Shard a couple of years back. I quite liked it. I am afraid of heights, but if I'm standing in a building, I'm kind of alright, you know. Sounds like food is your biggest problem right now. It's not really. You can die of starvation for an hour. Where it would be more of an issue is if that light blue went to dark blue. If I started freezing to death as well, it would massively accelerate my urgency at finding food. But if I don't eat for 10 or 15 minutes, I'm not particularly worried. So I'm just going to carry on and loot what I need to loot. Which is here. I drank a load at the well. So I know I'm not in absolute dire straits. Likewise, if I was to start dying of thirst as well as dying of hunger, again I would be worried. But I'm not going to, because I drank at the well. So I ain't too shit in it at the moment. It's fine. Should have already done this really, but might as well chamber it, mightn't we? No zombies, which is kind of weird. No one's been here since the restart. What was that? Universal rail mount. Wow. It's a new one on me. See, well, we've got a few scopes. We've got a hat as well. We're now in Boonie hat camo heaven. Damaged. They're also damaged. Well, let's have the green ones then. You die twice as quick, brother. Well, in fact, more than twice as quick. So, if you're full health and you're dying of thirst, it takes an hour to die. If you're full health and you're dying of thirst and hunger, or whichever alternative of those. So, if you're dying of one, it takes an hour. If you're dying of both, it takes 10 minutes. So, it massively, massively accelerates how serious things are. I've lost a segment of health, so I'm not really wanting to fuck about too much. That's enough water. But this place here is usually worth a visit, as you've seen. Like, we've got some reasonably good stuff. And once in a blue moon, you find a blaze even in here, even though it's a medical. And if there is one, it won't be. Sometimes a hunting scope as well, but usually in this room behind me. Not there today, but around here. In this room and in this building you can sometimes get hunting stuff, which is kind of cool too. And there's one tree here that can spawn fruit. It looks a bit different. Not sure if I've passed the tree or not. Because it's not regular Chernarus, it looks a bit different. There's no fruit at the tree, I don't think. Oh well. Yeah, I've just not been anywhere where there's been any zombies, Alpha. I killed one or two, but I'm not... I've looted where I needed to loot. If there were zombies, I'd have killed them. There wasn't. It's fine, though. Just down there at Dubkey, there'll be food. There always is. It's fine. There's a little bus depot. It might not be the best food, but we'll get tuna, or we'll get piker, or we'll get crisps, or something like that. It's fine. I don't think we need the kumpai, but I'll take it anyway. Well, I don't need it for Chernarus, but I don't need it. I could do with a map and a GPS, but I don't need that. From what I saw, Cal, pretty decent. They were really in control. They looked very, very good. Can you explain your thumbnail, please? It's just a random DayZ thumbnail, dude. I am not in a position to be able to make a new thumbnail every day, so the thumbnail is from a previous video, right? So I stream 5 times a week. If that's every 4 weeks, that's 20 streams. Sometimes I might miss one, but let's say it's 19-ish streams a month. I haven't got the time to make 19 new thumbnails a month. I haven't. So I've been doing YouTube for 10 years. I just pick an old YouTube thumbnail and use that. I try to make it at least this. If I'm playing Chernarus at the start of the stream, I pick a Chernarus thumbnail. If I'm playing the mouse, I pick a mouse thumbnail, and so on, you know. But that's as good as it gets. Who did I pick for Monday Night Football? I got it wrong. I picked the Eagles. Apparently, the Ravens came back and won it in the late. It's something I could do better with. So if you look at the Freshborns, for example, they are really hot at it, right? If they're doing a stream, they'll be playing on a stream and they'll be, let's say they're playing Star Wars servers, for example. Their title will be something that's really clickbaity. This is not criticism, by the way, this is a compliment. It'll be something like, this Star Wars server is amazing, or this new Star Wars server is crazy, or whatever. The title will be like a YouTube video title, and the thumbnail will be specific to that day. and they're very good at that. But there's 2 of them. There's 2 of them, and there's 1 of me, you know, so I ain't got time for that kind of thing. Like this morning, for example, I've watched a video that Finn made that's going to come out on Saturday. The video was 52 minutes long. It took me about an hour and a half to watch it because I have to like type up feedback about a few changes I want to make and whatnot. So I've done that. I've also recorded 2 different things for narration for the same video. So this morning I've been on the PC for 2 hours, but I wasn't going to be on the PC for 3 hours to make another thumbnail. Fuck that. Goldfish, thank you very much. I'm not too fussed. I would probably be wise to try and do a similar thing with the titles of the streams and make them sound more like YouTube thumbnails. Sorry, make the YouTube thumbnails bespoke and make the titles sound a bit more like videos. But I don't stream similar to them, you know. And again, what they do is brilliant, but they tend to stream for about 4 hours, and they tend to stream on one server, and they have a theme in mind for every stream, you know. They have a theme, and they do. Like the dude that was just moaning about me not focusing on DayZ should definitely watch the Fresh Spawns, because they're really funny dudes, they're very witty, but they'll focus around an element of the game for that stream. They'll theme it around that, and then they'll make it look... That stream will feel, if you watched it back, like a video. You know, that's really smart. But I stream me. I don't stream the theme of the server. I stream me. I'm a different way. And neither is wrong. They're both completely right. But when I stream for much longer, I'm not trying to theme it around a particular thing. I'm not trying to showcase a particular server or a particular mechanic. I'm streaming me. And they're just 2 different ways to go about doing similar kind of things, you know. Neither one is right or wrong. But my way is my way, and that's all good. It's to Flow, thank you for the 26 months. Rambo, thank you very much too. Right, so I wasn't expecting food there. I am expecting food around this corner. I'll be somewhat disappointed if we don't find it. Well, that's not a great start. It's not a great start at all. Well, there's the tuna I said we'd get, so that's okay. So I was kind of happy enough to not worry. Go to the summer camp. It's... in the modern game, if you're hungry, if you really know the map, you don't need to stress. I just predicted what type of food we'd find, you know. That doesn't make me a genius. I've looted that green shelf often enough, you know. It doesn't make me some, like, sage of DayZ. I just play the game a lot. And if you know the game a lot, you don't stress. You just go where you want to go and then go and get the food after. Hood of car. Which car you mean? Possibly one of the previous cars. We're going that way. Yeah, crisps are quite common there, they are. You probably mean the cars back at the car park, but I'm going up that way, so I'll have a look on the way. A YouTuber cracked 1 million live viewers. Holy shit, 1 million as a live streamer? That is insane. What the fuck are they streaming? Should have ran to Zeleno be geared by now. Mumbles, well, if you want to stream and run your loot route, you do it. I will disagree with you on that. Occasionally I do that, but occasionally I'll run different ways. I don't go to Zelenogorsk because of new spawn ever though, so that's not for me.
Dishes who? Dishes a very bad joke. TRMZLUV.
I'm not particularly keen on running to really, really dangerous areas with no loot, getting shot and then running back. I don't like it. I did it yesterday. We ran to Moschino Tents. After I died at Moschino Tents, I ran back to Moschino Tents and immediately got killed. You know, I don't like... I'd rather go a slightly slower loot route that's going to guarantee me arriving at Moschino Tents with a shotgun and a plate carrier. No, sorry, shotgun and a stab vest, or getting to Zelenogorsk with a stab vest and an SKS, or whatever it might be, but I'm not running straight to somewhere. That's the way you played in 2016 or something. Yeah, he's always had numbers like that, Pixels, to be fair. Or higher, but yeah, he's always been around that. What makes the server the next big thing? I think it's good servers, Dean. It's good servers or a good idea. Like, Deadfall is a really novel idea, right? And getting through to the other side is really cool. It's a really novel thing. And so it's usually something that's unique, you know. If it's unique or it's a new map and it has something unique on it, that's normally what it is. Something that no one else has seen before, so everyone goes to go and experience it, you know. Like, the Star Wars mod is really unique. It really has a good feel to it. Lots of people are Star Wars fans, or at least were. So it's something you can do in DayZ that's unique, so it's going to get lots of attention. But like most things, if it's unique, once you've experienced that uniqueness, you'll go and experience something different elsewhere. It's absolutely a reasonable idea. I think from Electro, by the way, I spawned in Electro mumbles, so I don't think going straight from Electro to Zelenogorsk is at all a good loot route in the slightest, but you've seen me around Cherno, you know, so you can run from Cherno to Zeleno pretty easily, but I ain't really trying to do that. I'm trying to get some loot. There's a lot of backseat gamers in every stream, Diggy. It's not a new thing. I think I understand it as well. It's part of getting involved with the stream. You know, I remember watching streamers back in the day in in 2014. I'd be watching Smack and they'd be like, "Oh, I think I need a new whatever," and I'd say into the chat, "Well, just such and such is nearby." But he knew, you know, he knew, and I knew he knew, but I still used to do it, and everyone does, you know. Like, we can all like it's part of sharing that you enjoy the game too. Where it becomes a slight, not even a ball ache, but it can become a touch frustrating. Like if you kill someone, and there's like 70 different steps that you need to go through, and maybe you're prioritising immediately getting a good gun and mags. Meanwhile, someone in the chat 17 times is going, he's got a battery in his headset, he's got a battery in his head torch, he's got a battery in his head torch, right? But you're worrying about the guns and the grenade and the plate carrier and the food because you're starving or whatever else. But someone will not let it lie. And again, first world problems. It's no big deal, but yeah, when you're in the middle of looting, you'll probably get there at some point. Omis, I always put it in the title of the stream. This is Chernarus. What kind of specs do I get with the specs? Sorry, what kind of FPS do I get with the specs that I have? I cap my specs at 120. I cap my frames at 120 because of a slight quirk with my second monitor in it and the way it works on stream. So I get pretty much 120. If I'm playing Chernarus, I get 120 all the time. Before I capped it, I was seeing at times on Chernarus up into the 200s, 230, 40, but I can't really do that. It just my system doesn't like it. This is quite risky. Nice. We ain't got any worries for food right now, have we? Might as well take the camo bag. It's in worse condition, but it's camoed, right? Making sure the light is off. I really do like this mod. I think it's cool. The way, even just little things like the way the tent looks, it's nice. It changes the feel of the map. It's a subtle thing, but it does make it feel different. It's kind of cool. Dude, back up the wazoo we've got. Now all we need is a way to open it. So on that road there, just in front, there is a convoy spawn. There's no convoy there. But it was worth a double check for that. A convoy would have been good. I guess we might as well go and check this convoy spawn at Balota, where there's never one, but we might as well have a look just in case there is one. Just check that shelf properly. I'm just after like a knife, even like a steak knife or something would be good. What is the mod? It's late autumn, early winter, I think it's called. And other than that, there is another change. Yeah, it's just a bit colder, so it's 0 to 5 degrees as the temperature, as someone said yesterday. So it's a little bit chillier, which means that you're going to be light blue more until you get good clothes. It's not like Namausk or Winter Chernarus, so you don't need to keep making fires. The food isn't frozen or anything like that, but it's just a bit colder. So if you're up in the northwest and your clothes get ruined or something, you're definitely going to need to loot new clothes. I spawned in yesterday and there were 6 people on the coast having a cannibal cookout. Blimey. Picks, yeah, I think it's nice to mix it up, but I've really enjoyed Chernarus this year. I played quite a lot of Chernarus earlier in the year, Livonia too, amongst a lot of modded maps too, but Chernarus is probably my most played map this year. They have been doing that gradually, Alf, but they've not got them all done yet, like making the sounds different, you know, like, so they've got the sound for opening a can. That was actually relatively recent, you know. And like when you've got a bone and you're making a bone knife and stuff like that, they are gradually doing more of those changes. It's very, very slow going. I'd imagine they've got one person on it and they're maybe not even full time, but I agree. They add up.
Last night, YNWA.
It was, wasn't it, Codrino? What a great result. This new format is going to be interesting, but winning a couple of games early will take the pressure off a lot, you know. Like really, somebody like Liverpool's going to want to be in the top 8, and the higher up you finish in the league, the better, because like it's going to be a bit like if you finish top of the league, you'll pay the team that was the worst of the qualifiers, if that makes sense. So, in theory, but that doesn't always work out that way. But 16 and 15, I think, play each other, and then you'll play. If you're the top of the group, you'll play the winner of that. And I think more importantly, that bit might be wrong, but if you're top, you'll avoid some of the other teams in the top 4. So if you're top of the group, you can't play anybody else from the top 4 until you get to the semi-final. Which is a bit like a lot of sports have, you know, like they have seeding with the... So in theory, if the seedings follow, then the seed number 1 and 2 should be meeting the final if all goes well. Doesn't work out like that way very often, but it's still not a bad... Like, you'd expect Real Madrid to be top or near top. If Liverpool are top or near top, that means they won't have to play them until much later, you know. I should probably loot some of this. I don't really know if it's worth it, but while I'm here.
This weekend is my birthday. I'm turning 43, or 38 plus 5 in TRMZ years. Thanks for all the countless hours of entertainment. Here's a pint on me. _TRMZLU.
Alexi, thank you very much. Happy birthday. Happy 38th, dude. Hope it goes well. Cheers for the support, dude. The pints are not quite that expensive. That's very generous. Thank you. Cheers for coming in, dude. Bruce, thank you very much. Cheers for coming in from Tasmania. That's where Keep us from.
Thanks for the bid. From Tasmania, Australia.
Cheers for the support, Bruce. Thank you very much. I'm not going to loot the rest. This is not normally very worth it. Just going to run through the trees and check the spawn of the convoy that won't be there. Bruce, Alexi, Codrino, thank you very much. Aereo as well. Histoflow, thank you as well. Saka or Phil Foden? In the Premier League, Phil Foden. In an England shirt, so far, I think Saka. What's my favourite James Bond movie? A View to a Kill. It's not even the best James Bond film, not by a long stretch. But I saw it at the cinema with my dad. And I had posters on the wall of Roger Moore shooting at Grace Jones on the Eiffel Tower. It's just the most memorable one for me. It was obviously much later than when it originally came out. But yeah, I just remember it. My dad used to take me quite, like, because I had a younger sister who was too young for some of these films, so Dad used to take me, just me, to the cinema to watch stuff like that. I've seen a few things. And he'd take us both, obviously, if it was like, I remember we both went and watched the original Jungle Book, I think, at the cinema. Are convoys any less likely at the coastal spawns? I don't think so, dude. No, I think they're just random.
Morning run was pretty epic.
Yeah, I saw Living Daylights at the cinema as well, Alexi. I quite liked that one. I didn't like most of the other ones, but I did like that one, and I liked the song as well.
Damn, 49 months already. Feels like it was only last month we were at 48. Thanks for being awesome, Paul.
John, time flies. John, it does fly, doesn't it? Thank you, JL. Cheers for coming in. Thank you for the membering. Thanks again, Bruce, and cheers, John. Thank you. Right, we've got to go up here and check the bit of the hunting spawning stuff at the top there. I don't need to go to the town, I don't think. We're just going to do the hunting loop. This is a little bit risky, just like running across the middle of the open field near the airfield, but it'll be alright. Maybe. Get my hopes up way too high. Living's in the way we die, right? Yeah, Moonraker was decent. When I was younger, I always found that the bit in the space, the space station or whatever it is, went a bit slow. But I remember really liking From Russia with Love, the one with the circus and the train. I think that's From Russia with Love. It might not be.
49 months.
But the one with the it's got Honor Blackman in it as Pussy Galore. Yeah, Live and Let Die is good as well, and another good song too. What GPU do I use? 4090. I can't remember which one. It's a pallet one. That's what it is. I don't think Octopussy had the circus and the train in it, Josephius. I don't think so. Octopussy was the one with the island with the I've seen that island. It's I think it's in Jaipur or I think it's in Agra actually. I forget which one, but I think that. But it's got that like square fortress in the middle of the river, and he gets in the crocodile suit to go across.
Cheers for 3 years, original England, from your fan in New England.
Runs on Scotch, thank you for the 36 months. Cheers for the support. Dude, Jacka de Tim, thank you very much too. The spy who shagged me, oh behave. Yeah. somebody actually did that running across the crocodiles, sort of. It was obviously wasn't. It was a stuntman, but they did do it. Live and Let Die, Paul McCartney or Guns N' Roses? It's hard not to like the original. Guns N' Roses were kind of nice. Were kind of cool. But the cover was really just... It was the same song, pretty much, you know, which is fine. It was like Guns N' Roses play the original. It wasn't really a spin or anything, you know. Sometimes you can do a reimagining that's way better than the original, but to me it was just the same song, but played by Guns N' Roses. Still good though. It's a great song. That. Who is my favourite artist at the moment? In what way do you mean artist? Do you mean music? If you mean music, or you might mean artist. I don't spend too much time in galleries, so I presume you mean music. But I'm not really one for music at the moment. I tend to go for boring old man radio. Yeah, that's a good example. Johnny Cash's version of Hurt is a really good song. Funny, there's not really over it on Twitch asking which cover... Johnny Cash did many covers, but that's the one that's really well known. Trent Reznor did the original, I think, didn't he? 9 Inch Nails, right? But he did a lot of covers, Johnny Cash. In fact, a lot of his famous songs are covers. And With the Golden Gun is decent.
Afternoon, keep on running.
Alexi, I don't personally think Weezer are better than Oasis, but Weezer are a good band. I wasn't quite so keen on like the Buddy Holly era, but one of my all-time favourite songs is that the one that starts with "We're on a Holiday." That one. I really like that song. I think it's a really perfect pop song. Weezer are alright. I think while Oasis did find a lot of success around the world, they are really popular in the UK. So they're a UK band, right? So Island in the Sun, yeah, that's it. Robbie Williams invented rock and roll. Oh, thank you very much. Gems and Runs on Scotch. Thanks for the resubs, guys. Thank you very much. 3 years and 2 years in amongst those. I hope it's going well in New England. Cash is king. Johnny Cash's voice was amazing. And he seemed like a really cool dude as well. He definitely had a spiky side. But he seemed like a decent enough fella, and he made a lot of mistakes. He wasn't perfect in any way, right? But he seemed like a pretty cool dude. I bet it'd have been a nice dude to have a few drinks with in a bar or something.
Sorry, Twitch, to give you some dram money. Back to Whitey.
I get the feeling though that you'd get a hell of a black look if you said something you didn't like. Like it'd give you a real. I don't think he suffered fools gladly. I enjoyed Walk the Line quite a lot, actually. I really did. I thought Whackin probably deserved an Oscar for that. Reese Witherspoon won an Oscar for playing his wife, whose name I cannot remember, and I really should remember it. One of the singing sisters, whose name I just cannot remember. June Carter Cash. June Carter. I remembered it. I'm sure you were typing it, but I remembered it. I did, honest. Yeah, she won a Best Supporting Oscar. If I'm honest, I thought he was more of a. She was great in it, by the way. It was a good performance, but I thought he deserved the Oscar more, if anyone did. Oh, thank you, Billy. Boy Named Sue's okay. It's kind of a cool little story, but I think it's one of his... That's the most popular song that he ever had in the UK in terms of a chart release. I think it got to number 2. I could be wrong. but his most popular chart song in his life in the UK was A Boy Named Sue. And if I'm honest, as much as it's kind of a cool, it's like a nice story, it's not really, he's got so many good songs, like Folsom Prison Blues, for example, and there's some really cool songs, right? I did not, Nicholas, no. He was an addict for a long time, yeah, a lot of that is in the film.
Keep up the great work. Cheers from
I
Colorado.
haven't read that many books, but
TRMZ.
I did read Johnny Cash's autobiography about 15 years ago, which was quite an interesting read because he was a really interesting man, you know. I enjoyed reading that, and I don't really go a bundle on autobiographies. I had a little spell where I read Ricky Tomlinson's, which was a bit dull. Ricky Tomlinson is not dull, but his book was a little bit dull. It was too much about the miners' strikes and stuff, and as much as that was really important, it was before my time. I just wasn't really interested, which is harsh, but it's just the truth, you know. But I read Johnny Cash's, and that was really interesting, or at least I found it. How old am I? 38. Is there any way to restore your stamina? The only way to have more stamina bar is to carry less. So it's like the more loot you carry, each loot is associated with a weight. That's under a kilo. I'm not carrying very much right now, but the only way to get stamina to back is to start dropping stuff. There's no other way. There's no other way. If you see some running away, all you can do is watch and play. I added an extra line, sorry. Anyway, no, you've just got to carry less. So some people do that. I tend to be an absolute loot whore and just carry what I want and don't give a shit about the stamina. But you can travel light. You could do you could use one gun. If you can try and get an all-round gun, an assault rifle will work if you get the right scope. But you can carry one gun to rule them all. You can use a stab vest instead of a plate carrier. You can carry just like one spare mag and a handful of bullets and a can of food and a knife or whatever. No bag, and you can really travel light if you want to. But like I was just saying, that's not really my way. I tend to carry all the things. They had a number of songs together, Cornish. June Carter wrote his song that he's most famous for, Ring of Fire. June Carter wrote it. So she wrote it and he sung it, but she was really famous. She was in a really famous singing family, like three sisters, and Mother Maybell, I think her mother was one. I'm remembering this from the book and the film, I think, but she was in a really famous like hymnal family that were famous, being played on the radio in the 50s and whatnot. Again, this is all before my time, but like I've said before, I got into one or two bits of music from before my time, and The Clash was one, and Johnny Cash was another. So I read his book or read his autobiography and got into the music a bit. She was famous before Johnny Cash, yeah. I really love that scene in the film Walk the Line. It may well not be true. I remember reading about this sort of period and Sun Records and whatnot in the book and everything, but there's a scene in the film Walk the Line. It's preceded by him being in the army, and he's stationed in Germany, and he's writing the lyrics to Folsom Prison Blues, which is a really dark song. And those kind of lyrics, well, it's a song from the perspective of a prisoner, and they're stuck in prison, and they don't feel they should be, and they're not happy about it. And like, there's a line in it where he sings, "I shot a man in Reno just to watch him die," kind of thing. So for the 1950s, they were not the kind of lyrics that you would see or hear. Sorry. People weren't writing lyrics like that in the 1950s. If only. It's too good to be true, wasn't it? But anyway, there's a scene of him writing the lyrics in Germany while he's stationed there. And then later on he goes to have a trial in this record company. And he starts singing like the regular kind of hymnal songs that are on the radio of the time, like the same old songs. And the guy that's like giving him an impromptu trial says to him, no, don't sing me that same old song. Sing me a song like if you had one song to sing before before your time was up. One song, the one song you could sing that represents you. Sing that song. And then he sings Folsom Prison Blues, which is the song he's written. I love that moment in that film. It's one of my favourite moments in films. I really like that kind of like that change, you know, because he's singing like for his future, if you like. But it's really impactful the way he looks, the way Joaquin Phoenix plays it. It's really, really good. It's a really cool thing. There's something about films like that. Like they're maybe not the best films in the world, but films like Bohemian Rhapsody and the one about Elton John, they may be a little bit popcorny, but they tend to show the journey of them being a regular person to becoming famous, and that journey can be kind of an interesting film. You know, it's quite a well-travelled road, but I quite like those. Yeah, Rocket Man. What do you prefer, DayZ from back in the day or this? I much prefer modern DayZ. At 0.62 and be before DayZ, which some people do like. There's a handful of elements of things that I like from that, but DayZ now is much better. There's very few things that I think are superior then than now. Very small, quirky things, like the way scopes worked, maybe. The way ranging worked, maybe. I haven't actually seen Ray, I don't think. That's something that's a film I should watch. They're a little bit like those kind of films. Obviously, they're based on real people, but they're a little bit like the Rocky story, but more loosely based on real life, aren't they? You know, like they're more about a regular person that makes it big. And watching that journey, like Rocky's is obviously fiction, but when they're based on real people, they're kind of interesting to watch. There's something that we have in us about like people that haven't made it, that are on a journey to make it. You're on their side. You're wanting them to do it, right? It's one of the weird things about all of us, or most of us, is that, and you experience it in all walks of life. In some small ways, I experience it even here on stream. Like when you're starting out and you're on a journey to try and do something, whether you're a singer or whether you're a comedian or whatever, everyone supports you because you're the little guy, and you're like the David versus Goliath trying to achieve whatever it might be. And same for films. But if the film's about someone that's made it, you're there to be shot at, and people don't root for you because they're like, you've done it, you know. Like, if you could follow a footballer that's on earning too much money, right, and they're on disgusting money, and they're moaning about having to play too many games, obviously nobody's on that person's side. But if you could follow them, or a film of them from when they were the age of 8, kicking a ball against a wall, and all the trials and tribulations that led them to where they are now, you'd be on their side for most of the story. You know, that's kind of the interesting thing about most like stuff like that. Tom Hanks said he basically only chooses roles now that are stories of normal people put in extreme situations. He's been in some cracking films, hasn't he? Yeah, that's true. The story of Sylvester Stallone trying to get Rocky made is probably a film that will get made one day, isn't it? It probably, because he had to like sell his dog to help try and fund it, and then he managed to buy it back later. You know, like he was trying to get the film made. He'd written this story, and people were going to make the film, but they wouldn't let him be in it. So he was not only trying to get the film made, he was trying to get the film made with him being the star. Real fucking frog in my throat. Watch nerds are not exactly enamoured with Sylvester Stallone at the moment. I'm not really judging myself personally, but Sylvester Stallone very recently sold his Patek Philippe Grandmaster chime for about $5 million. And in order to get a Grandmaster chime, you have to be really lucky, right? Now, this is irrelevant. I only know this from reading articles. It's not like I could buy one. But I think they cost about $1 million, right? And in order to get one, you have to apply to Patek Philippe, and it has to be signed off by the owner of the company, right? Thierry Stern. The Patek Philippe are not like Rolex. Well, Rolex are a bit different. They're not like Omega. That's a better example. They don't have shareholders. They're not owned by like Swatch or Richemont or someone or LVMH. They're owned by a family. They're privately owned. So if you want to buy a Patek Philippe Grandmaster Chime, pretty much the most expensive watch you can buy at retail, you have to get the okay from Thierry Stern, who's like the current head of the family company, right? And he was trying to get one, and he ended up writing a letter begging Thierry Stern to sell him this particular watch, because he was really just wanted one. He was massively into watches. He basically begged the owner of the company to sell him one, which is a really strange thing for something so expensive, right? But anyway, he did. This is Sylvester Stallone, the famous movie star. We're not talking about ages ago. We're talking about in recent times. And then he got that watch that's so sought after, and then never wore it, kept it in a safe, looked at it a few times, and then sold it a few years later for 5 times the price he paid for it, you know, which is the definition of what most of these companies absolutely fucking hate, and the very reason why they don't just sell them to anyone, so that people don't do that. I think Sly Stallone's a really good actor. I think he's underrated. He's not like all-time best or anything, but he's had some really good roles where he has been a good actor. like Sly Stallone really needs the money. Does look great, doesn't it? That's a great thumbnail. Look at it. I'll probably get killed, but look how cool that looks. Grandmaster Chime sounds like a mashup between Grandmaster Flash and Flavor Flav. It does a little bit. It's about the most complicated watch ever, so it has like 13 different complications. And the chime is that it has a Petit Sonnière, is that the right... So it can you can press a button and then it will chime the time. So you can listen to the noise that it makes, and that tells you the time. You don't have to look at it, so it could be dark, and you can press a button, and then it will ting the time to you. It will tell you exactly what the time is. I don't have any of them either. They're fucking insane. It sounds like such a silly thing when you could just look at your phone, or you could whatever. But for a device to ting the time to you, that's made of nothing but a spring and a load of cogs, is actually kind of insane to me. My G-Shock does similar, it lights up. Exactly my point. But the fact that they're doing that with like hundreds of year old tech is like absolutely insane level of development. Completely obsolete tech. Not that new, by the way. They've been doing those chiming watches since pocket watch times, but it's not that common nowadays. How far into this life am I? About an hour. I don't really have a gun. I didn't make any mention of it, but finding that Tundra is very, very good, right? But I can't shoot it is the problem. The Tundra is great, but no bullets, not so much. I might have liked to have avoided coming here, and if I'd got any 308, I might have done, but I need to get something that shoots, and I also need to get a stab vest or something like that. Camacho, very cool. Mike, I don't think many people do, you know, like, I would never pay 1 million for a watch, much less 5. Of course you wouldn't, but there's people out there that's chump change to, isn't it? You know, like, there's people out there that whoever bought Sly Stallone's watch for 5.8 million, I think Jambon said it was, something like that, they'll be fucking gazillionaires, you know, they'll be a billionaire. Them spending 5.8 million on that, they'll be buying it because of the watch, but also because of the owner, right? Like, it's a piece of history. Like, that watch, it might be worth that now, but to some bazillionaire, right, they've got Sly Stallone's watch, All they need to do, this is really morbid, but it's true, all they need to do is wait till he dies, and that 5.8 million watch will be 15 or 20 million, you know. They've just made a billionaire's investment. That's what they've done, you know. They've taken that money, and now all they need to do is wait however long it needs to be waited, and then it will sell for... and that's the kind of money comes to money, gazillionaire life, isn't it, I guess? Damaged. Badly damaged. I'm going to keep them for now. I might have to slide down a ladder in a minute. What condition was the one I got? Did I not pick it up? I did. What? Nice. Oh, I love it when a plan comes together. Surely you don't need the saw now? I don't, no. Not my favourite scope, but that's kind of cool. I think they must have turned the zombies down a touch on this server, because there should be some here. It's one of those things. It's like you.
Keep on running at TRMZ.
You said the words, "I would never spend $1 million on a watch." I'd love to be in a position where I had that choice, but irrespective, neither would I. Of course, I wouldn't. You know, no sane person would. But at the level of the person that's making that decision, it's actually frugal. You know, it's not a waste. They're not wearing it to go down the shops. That'll just make them more money. It's just madness, isn't it? But that's the way it is. Globby, thank you very much. Loads, thank you as well. Heza, Silent, Wilsey, Vegas, Camaccio, thank you very much. I actually died here when I came here yesterday. I came here yesterday and got into the tunnel, and then some fucker with a shotgun was right there. Even if I had a 100 million, a 5 million watch, even if I had 100 million, I'm not buying a 5 million watch. Well, it probably isn't somebody with that money that's buying it either. That's the point. And it's not why lottery winners go bust. They don't buy 5 million watches, dude. They waste it on all sorts of stupid shit. They like that's not where like it's people like Nicolas Cage that buy like fucking exotic tigers or God knows what, that things that have no resale value. That's how people get poor. If you buy a depreciating asset, you get poorer. Sylvester Stallone's very, very rare watch is not a depreciating asset, you know. Like, if you won 100 million, you spent 5 million on that, you'd be investing. You wouldn't be wasting. So think about it. You'd be doing all right. He probably didn't buy an exotic tiger, but he's known to have wasted a lot of money on a lot of weird things, by the way. Sing a Porsche. Very nice. I have no clue what I'd buy if I'd won like 100 million on the lottery. I think I'd go on some really long holiday before I worried about anything else. Like a really, really cliched, but I'd probably do like a round-the-world cruise where I just like unplugged from the internet for 3 months and just went and saw pieces of the world and just chilled out. On a round-the-world cruise where I was also like had some like I don't want to say drill instructor, but I could also be really like enjoying it but get a bit fitter while I did it. Personal trainer. There's a story I heard about Johnny Depp. He went to buy a guitar, couldn't decide, so walked out with the entire store. Fucking hell. Think of all the additional actors I could hire. Yeah, a paid actor jibe. There was a mag somewhere. I didn't pick it up. There was a mag back at one of the barracks for that, wasn't there? I have to go and get it. I hate to tell you, Paulie, but if I won $100 million, I don't think I would be a full-time streamer anymore. I think I would still stream, but it would be more of a like a once a month thing. It wouldn't be like a once every week thing. Why would I be mad? Like, I really enjoy what I do, but I wouldn't do it. I'd do it just for fun. Like, I wouldn't do it 5 times a week. I don't think I need the Pioneer. Hi, Scanneth, you're right, dude. How much would you have to win to retire? I don't know, Danny. I've never really given it any thought. I have no idea. I don't really want to retire, but if I had $100 million, I think naturally I think most people would. I think I still definitely would stream. I enjoy streaming, but I wouldn't be doing it all the time. I'd be having some weeks off and then streaming a couple of times, and I'd probably stream a couple of times a month or something. I think because I enjoy it, but I wouldn't. If I'm doing it as a hobby, I'm going to do it every now and then. Yeah, and it's very unlikely I'm going to win $100 million because I don't play the lottery. And even if I did, it doesn't pay $100 million in the UK. The Euro Millions would, I suppose, but yeah, I haven't done the lottery in about 15 years. Sounds like it's kind of on the way. I have a mag for that, don't I? So it's a backup in case I run out of my 4 bullets.
Did you catch the Liverpool game last night?
Legend, I was still streaming through most of it. I saw about the last 40 minutes. They looked really, really comfortable, really in control. The bit I saw, McAllister looked really good. I know Gravenberch has played well and many others too, but McAllister looked really good to me. Didn't I pick up more 308? I did get 3 more, sorry. I thought I had 4. Yeah, I got another 3. I think that still goes though, because I got... I now have 7 instead of 4. It's still the same thought process though. Oh, there's a better vest on that zombie there. I don't know if they were coming this way or not. I really don't know. To me, the shot sounded like it was somewhere roughly on that island, or maybe just a bit to the right, but it didn't sound like they were here already. I don't know. Run and jump, yeah. Takes me back. I'm gonna wait a minute. If somebody is coming, it's possible they're already here. And they're around the docks kind of area. They may already be somewhere else. They may not be here at all. But we heard the shot. I think it's probably pays to just wait for a minute. Have I got a heat pack? I have. Let's use the heat pack. Probably won't be enough, but it might be.
TRMZ balloon. What happened?
Hotfix, dude. Hope all is well. Cheers for the resub, dude. Legend, thank you very much once again.
It's good being here.
Nice. Thank you for tuning in as well. If they were here, they'd have to be killing the Zeds. Ooh. That was him stopping to kill a Zed. I want to wait a minute just in case there's somebody else. Probably isn't. didn't really mean to do that, but never mind. We're going this way then. I cured the cold. Butter, thank you very much for the resub as well. Hope all is well. Thank you for the 5-month inning. So I was asking earlier about it. At the moment, it's kind of reasonable, okay-ish military loot. But this particular server, they're getting it ready in preparation of 126. So the idea is that you're going to in 126 they're bringing boats, so they're already starting to prepare Chernarus to have stuff out to sea for you to go and visit with the boats that they're adding.
Love the streams, her FWCT background while I work. Keep it up.
Wow. Shit, this dude is really geared. Really geared.
Chuff T donated $10. My son is 2. Do I tech him how to play DayZ now or should I wait his 3rd birthday?
I might be inclined to wait a little bit longer than that myself. Personally, I'd wait a bit longer. If you're on an empty server, fair enough, to be fair, but if you're going on full pop servers, I'd wait considerably longer than that, personally. Right, that'll do us. I don't really want the beige one, I'd rather keep the one I'm wearing. What scope is that? That's, whoa! I like that. It would be cool if that went on there. Damaged and damaged. The VS89 is actually slightly worse than the Tundra, but I'm going to go with it just because I use it so much less. It just seems more fun to use as a result. Going to leave a handful of bullets behind. So I know I've cured the cold, but I'm going to take another one anyway. What makes it worse? It's just slightly less powerful than the Tundra. It does have a 10-round mag, which is a bit better, but the hunting scope is not as good. Sorry, the hunting scope is better than the basic scopes that this can have. However, this can take lots of other scopes because of the... Yeah, this thing can take other scopes, basically. When you're on a modded server, it matters less because you can do what I've just done there and you can use different scopes. But that's a bit of a worry. That doesn't look like aligned at all, does it? See, that one looks pretty much in line, but the other one doesn't. I'm going to go with that for now. I'm going to leave that one here, actually. Fuck it. We'll just use one. So it was actually a Spectre shot that they fired, I think. I wonder what they fired at. Because they never reloaded. Right, that's pretty good. What a great upgrade. So, I did throw the other Tundra this way somewhere, but given I've dropped the Tundra, I'm not really too worried. There we go, that's nice. Patience pays for once, you know. Quite often when I'm patient, I get shot in the back. But it was nice to just sit there and wait, knowing that there was somebody nearby and probably were coming. And then they actually showed up.
Some facts about the number 23. The average human being has exactly 23 chromosomes in their DNA. A 23-sided shape is called an icosahedron. When he was assassinated, Emperor
Caesar was stabbed a staggering 23 times. The fear of the number 23 is called eutrophia. I wasn't really keen on that film. That's Jamie, not Jamie. That's Jim Carrey, right? I thought it was a bit like really reaching for the 23s, from what I remember, if I'm thinking correctly. But that's very, very cool though, Vimir. Thank you. Did I hear that correct? Paul, patience from Paul. I can be patient, Bob. There's something about spending 9 years being chased around the map by people watching the stream that makes me behave a little bit more erratically though, dude. I ain't gonna lie.
Have a great run. Appreciate the entertainment.
Zedman, thank you for the 20 months. Sorry, Cakes, thank you as well. Big J, thank you for the prime. Chufty, thank you very much for the super chat, dude. That dude will have absolutely shit a brick as well, won't they? You know, like, just stopped to mind his own beeswax and shoot a zombie. You know, he's come in all crouchy, all tactical, and the second he stops, he's sniped. From their point of view, they would have been like, they're probably swearing like hell and chucking the mouse out the window like we all do, but it would have been a bit of a shocker, you know. We all have it. I have it plenty of times, but it's one of the worst types of death when you're in the game and if you get sniped at and the first shot hits you.
TRMZ love.
You get sniped at and the first shot hits you, it's a really frustrating death. And the first shot knocks you uncon as well.
Yay.
Reston, thank you very much. Closing on a 69. Like most of us, you're a long way from it just yet. Those days are long since gone. Or not. Breston, cheers for the support, dude.
Well, I am closing in on the 69.
Scone, thank you very much. Skonutski, thank you very much for the 8 months. Rogue Trooper, thank you as well. Stingers, the SV98 is so close to the Mosin that I think Wobo's video put a lot of people off. Wobo's video is accurate, but in real world terms, when you're using the SV98, 99 shots in 100 that you take with it, it's going to behave exactly the same as the Tundra or the Mosin. It's close enough that nearly every single shot you take is going to knock a player unconscious if the Tundra would do it. And there's only certain ranges, like mid-range, where just as the SV98 falls off from knocking unconscious, the Mosin and the Tundra will last a little bit further, and the Mosin lasts a little bit further than the Tundra as well. But we're talking extremes, it's not actually that big of a deal. I think they got the balance fairly right with the SV. It's more common than... it's easier to find more often than not on vanilla, or at least I find it a lot. You go somewhere like Kamensk Mines or Kamensk Milli Base, Troitsky, or you go to Mishkino Tents. It's fairly easy to find an SV98. It takes a 10 round mag and it's just marginally less powerful. And it also, on vanilla, I prefer the ACOG scope, the regular 3.5 times ACOG. I prefer that to the PU. I think it's okay. I think if it was just as powerful as a Mosin, it would probably make sense. But I don't know. I think a slight variation between them all, I think it's kind of okay. Where I think they maybe could have balanced it a little bit more, and I think the mistake, for me, the bigger issue is that the SVD can take a suppressor, and it's semi-automatic, and it's insanely OP if you get a suppressor on it. Whereas the SV98 doesn't take that same suppressor, and I don't understand why. Where they could have made it kind of cool is if they let the SV98 take the suppressor that the SVD takes, and the AKs do. Towie, there may well be. You get phases of that on either one, though, dude. To be fair, it really does happen. Besides, Mum's just banged a few heads together, don't you worry. Hi, Pinkster. Could make the same argument for the M4 suppressor with the M16. They both take the suppressor, JB. The M4 and the M16 both take the suppressor. So the argument wouldn't need winning. This suppressor goes on both. I want to dry my clothes a little bit. I probably want to make a fire, but I don't feel like I want to do it here. See, I absolutely don't think they should put a scope on the M16 because it would make it so much better. I think in terms of balance for the game, it makes sense that it doesn't have a scope. I know others disagree. It's fine. Different opinions. There's no right or wrong. But the M16 is... It doesn't require any attachments, it doesn't take any scopes, but it one-hit uncons better than the M4 does, so as a mid-range gun it suits its purpose. The M16 that it's based on shouldn't take a scope. It's not the scope variant, right? But it's more powerful than the M4, it's way more common, it's easier to find, and so it's more of a mid-tier assault rifle. Like, they have to try and give you a reason to go to the gas zone and try and find an M4. If you could put a scope on the M16, it takes the scope, it takes the suppressor, it's actually more powerful. Who the fuck's going to ever bother getting the M4, you know? The M16 would probably be better. It would, I think. Maximus, they've been making a new engine for DayZ since 2014, dude. It's not running the same Arma 2 engine anymore, no. A lot of people go down that route. It comes up daily where people say it'd be really good to see this game in Unreal, but I'm not of the belief that there's another engine out there that would be better for DayZ than this one, but one day we might find that out. Unreal is an amazing engine, but it's designed primarily for like first-person shooters, and DayZ's massive, expansive map and a whole load of loot requirements and AI requirements and persistence on servers, and Bohemia have spent years developing their engine to do that specifically. So I tend to think that the reason why there's no Unreal game like this is because it's not really that simple. So, DayZ, when it first launched, was made on the Arma 2 engine. The old, it used to be called N-Force, I think. And they've been making a new engine since 2014. So for a long time, for about 4 years, they were running the game on the old engine whilst building in the background a new engine. And DayZ now runs on an engine called Infusion, which is like a mostly new engine with a few bits of legacy code from the Arma 2 engine still in it. So it's not quite new. But that's the engine that DayZ's been running on, and that engine kind of came to fruition in 2018-ish, maybe 2019. But since then, Bohemia have been carrying on developing that engine. Call of Duty engine kappa. That sounds great, yeah. Cheers, Regan. So, DayZ came out then, I think it was 2019. But since then, Bohemia have been developing the Infusion engine on further using Arma Reforger, with a view to making Arma 4, so the engine is now 5 years newer, it's got more updates, it's much better now than it was then, it has better graphics, it can handle maybe more on servers. It's not perfect yet, they're still kind of working, right, but there will at some point likely be another DayZ using the full Infusion engine once Arma 4 is released. There's a motorbike there. Regan, thank you for that. Insight, no end. think I'm going to miss the military base. I don't think we need to go. God, that is making me dizzy as fuck. Oh my God, that is awful. Is there a spark plug or anything in that? What is that? I don't know. Right, fuck it. Let's just go this way. I'm going to quickly check the hunting stand. Sorry, not the hunting stand. I'm going to come this way. We did this yesterday in the car, didn't we? I'm going to check the spawn where the convoy could be. And then I'm going to come back. Already wet. Kind of need a piss. The Gorky, you're showing your rage there, dude. Fucking hell. Jasper Carrot. My mum and dad really liked Jasper Carrot, like as a stand-up. That show he did, the detectives. I remember my mate from school liking that. Their dad had got it on DVD. Well, it would have been VHS, but their dad liked it. So I remember watching that when I was pretty young because my mate had it on video. Official NJ Bales, thank you very much. Cheers for tuning in. Kenneth Bond, thank you for the super chat as well. Cheers, dude. Regan and Japendu, thank you very much for the resub and the bits. And Stimp and Stone, thank you for the bits as well. Almost have enough batteries to summon Sour Sweet. Sour is living it up in San Diego, isn't he? If he was in San Diego last night, he's probably unconscious somewhere, recovering from a night of drunkenness. That's a guess, though. I don't know. He might be a very clean-living lad. Who knows? I've seen Zombieland. Yeah, it's decent. It hasn't made me improve my cardio yet, though. Probably should have, but it hasn't. Gimme a DMR. You know you want to. Give DMR, please. Gib. That doesn't fill me full of confidence. Just seen a pair of boots. It feels like it's been looted. SSO Attack 2 raid bag. I like a raid bag. I'm going to take that because it's dry. I might take the pants as well just because they're dry too. It's not feeling that great loot-wise so far, is it? It's kind of shite. Well, it feels looted. You never know when you... Like, this is a community server. You never know when you're in a community server whether it is, like, looted or whether the server's just not got much gear on the convoys. I suspect it's looted. I'd be very surprised if it's not. Because that was a complete and utter disappointment. No zombies, yeah. This server will have turned the zombies down, though. The zombies at the prison island were weird, right? No zombies appeared until the other dude was there. So I was there was no zombies. And then somebody else showed up and zombies spawned in. And I think that's because, like a lot of community servers, they turn the zombie count down. So if you're in a full pop server, sometimes the zombie count is at max. So that you go somewhere like Prison Island, there aren't any, when there should be some, you know? So this is not particularly exciting. The loot, the clothes are a bit shit, but they will allow me to be dry, which should help me a bit. I don't think it's necessarily that low though, Anonymous, because it's a full pop server. Like the zombie count unofficially is normally 1,000, right? So they only need to turn the zombie count down to say 700, and then that's 300 less zombies across the entire map. That if you're in a full pop server, you know there might be 30 zombies in Starry, 30 zombies in Novi, 40 zombies in Nova, and so on. You know, like that just means that if you're right on the limit, the server's on the limit of 700. And you go somewhere where no players are, there are no zombies because they can't spawn in, you know, like it doesn't require that many to be less for it to just mean none where you are for a while. I'm not taking the bag at the convoy, no. First person, it's too big. It's going to block my view. Right? Like, I don't mind a big bag, but I don't want to be able to be obscured from looking behind me. I'm going to go for a piss, and rather stupidly while I do that I'm going to make a tea as well, so that I need another piss in a minute. I could check the cheese and bushes around for a stash, but I can't be fucked. I'm just going to carry on. Official, thank you for the 12. Thank you very much. Right, give me a couple of minutes, guys. And I'm back. Hi Kosh, how you doing? Thanks for coming in. Get my food and start watching more. Bartos, thanks for coming in. Right, it shouldn't be too long. As you can see, the server's full, hence I've got to wait to get in it. I should get a kettle and a urinal for your room. This room I'm in used to be the upstairs bathroom in this house, so the previous owners turned the small bathroom upstairs into a full fourth small bedroom. So the plumbing must be under the floorboards somewhere. Because it had been a bathroom, this room had been a bathroom for something like 60 years. When we converted it, we had the floorboards up and replaced them because they were pissy floorboards. Nobody wants pissy floorboards today. So yeah, we had the floorboards redone and then decorated the room. But yeah, I don't think I fancy a urinal, if that's all right. I like DayZ, but it sucks when you haven't seen another player in days and then get ambushed by someone. How vigilant can one be when you never see others? Bruiser, that's the game though, isn't it? It's part of it. If every life went perfectly and you saw every enemy and you never died out of the blue, it wouldn't make the cool moments cool, would it? You know, like, much like life. As much as the bad moments suck, you need some... You don't really need it, but without seeing any light dark, it's really hard to appreciate any of the light, right? You know? That shot wasn't far away. But yeah, you're absolutely right. I just said as much just a little minute ago. Some of the most annoying moments of the game, I just did it to somebody else. They were being careful. They thought they were being careful and stopped to shoot a zombie with a suppressor, and then I shot them dead, you know, like when you get that death out of the blue, it really hurts. Check for the heli crash site. I should have had a look, shouldn't I? Oh my god, that's too quick. This seems to go so much quicker than the car we used yesterday. It probably feels quicker because I'm not sitting in the car. Like we're literally right over the tracks rather than sitting in it. God. Fucking hell. Corners like it's on rails, it does. Jesus Christ. There's a tree there. This is a lot harder than it looks before you all start judging. Making me feel a bit dizzy. the shots were to the right up there somewhere. I don't think I'm going to go looking for the shooter. They might have been even in front this way, but I'm not going to go off looking for the shooter. We'll never fucking find him. Could have been in that house there. I think so. I think it was more to the right. Heli. Could have been there. I think I'm going to leave that. It's making me dizzy. I think I'm going to leave the bike. It's because I'm on the train tracks, but it's making me really fucking dizzy. I don't normally get that kind of feeling, but I'm definitely getting it there. I'm sure some of you guys are as well. I love how that clicks, it's cool. Actually had that earlier. This is not a criticism, Finn, if you hear this, by the way, but I watched a draft of a video from Finn, and he had this really cool section in it. It's a team up where I played with Doc Dreist, and one of us had died and one of us hadn't, and it sort of showed one of us running back on a speed loot route, and the other side was a bit more like normal paced gameplay. And I found myself looking at the normal place gameplay side, but the speed up version on the other half of the screen was really like I got really nauseous. It looked really cool though, the actual thing, but it was making me feel funny. I felt really weird. But that's why I'm watching it. I'm watching it to try and get things to feed back on, so I asked him to change that bit, obviously. But it's a good video actually. I think it's cool. It's going to be called something like old school Chernarus PvP or something like that. You know, it's a really good. A lot of you will have seen the stream, but we had a really good day on Chernarus that day. I like that there's a little flame on the heli. That's cool, isn't it? Do worry that the shots weren't here, but they were near enough they might see the heli. Hi, Alkaline, hope you're good. Thanks for coming in. This could go really wrong. Give me some advice on spotting players. Don't read the chat while you're going to helicopter crash sites. That's advice number one. I'll try and... I did answer that exact question yesterday, funnily enough, but I understand it. Okay? I get the question entirely. But yeah, bear with.
UFF.
She got a bit spooked by the sound of the flames. I could probably take that bag, but I don't think I want it. I'm going to go down the hill. Normally I'd go up, but I want to go away from where those shots were, which I think were over that way. Spotting running targets is easy. So in terms of spotting players, we covered it quite a lot yesterday, but if somebody's moving, you'll see them. Like, your eyes are designed to see movement. It's like a self-defense mechanism for humans, right? So if somebody's moving, you'll spot them, right? Because they're moving, they just stand out. But anything else is more map knowledge, and then also not just map knowledge, but reading the land, you know? Like, we know that there's somebody at a helicopter crash site there. They're likely to be above it in the tree line, you know? It's just kind of common sense, you know? If you're going to... reading the land, and like if somebody was overwatching here, what is there a reason why they'd do it? Yes, there's a heli. If they're going to do it, where would they do it from? Well, they'd either do it from above it or possibly right over that way, but that would probably be stupid. They'd probably be just above it. You can also shoot straight into the belly of it from behind as well, so that's where they'd be. And normally spotting static players hiding in bushes and trees is more about map knowledge and reading the map. Because then you look in the right places for... You're not looking for players, you're looking in the spots where you think players are likely to be, right? So it's more about map knowledge and reading the lay of the land as much as anything else. Just similar thing, like if somebody had just come up there and seen me, they'd probably run along these tree line. They'd run up this hill, wouldn't they, right? So likewise, you're going to scan the likely route that somebody would take. I don't think I'm going to go to that shot. No idea, it's too far, I think. Just going to carry on. And the most key thing about spotting players is a firefight. I'm still not going to it though. The key thing about spotting players is not getting spotted yourself. That's the most important thing, right? So if you put yourself somewhere really smart and play patiently, then you're going to give yourself time to spot players, right? If you position yourself really poorly, they'll see you first. Yes, and thank you for the 4 months. Cheers for the support. Stone, thank you very much too. Getting a bit closer. Have you ever intentionally made yourself visible for a fight? My whole playstyle is not really about being invisible. I tend to much prefer, like that dude we killed at the prison. It was cool, right? It was nice. We heard a shot. We knew someone was coming, so we laid in wait, like a I don't know, a snake waiting to pounce on a passing prey or whatever, you know, or like a pike waiting in some lily pads for an unsuspecting fish to pass by. You know, it's a cool thing to do. It can be quite tense, but it's much more fun to defend yourself from shots than it is to just kill people with shots. So my whole playstyle is based more around risk. I know I'm running in the forest right now, but there's reasons. But I'd rather get shot at and kill the player than be really patient and shoot at the player. You know what I mean, Venge. Strike, pounce, all, who cares? I know I harp on about it, but over the years I have changed my playstyle more from I used to be more patient than I am, but I used to not have like we had a charity stream a few years back where 11 people got banned from the server for watching the stream whilst being in the server. You know, like I was doing a charity stream and then there was 11 people got caught watching the stream and coming to find me. They're just the ones that got caught. So you can't be patient and stay. I can't go to Moschino tents and spend an hour crouched in a tree looking at the tents until someone shows up. I can't do it. I'll get killed, shot in the back from someone that's watching the stream. I can't do that. I played a mouse. I played it this week. Played it maybe last week, but we played it quite a lot the last few weeks. Yeah. Sheepdog, thank you for the 21 months. That's really kind, dude. Thank you. Yasan, thank you for the 4. Cheers for that as well. I don't think it's that bad, dude. The hit registration in DayZ isn't perfect, but a lot of the times, dude, I don't know if you record your gameplay, but I'd strongly suggest you record your gameplay, and then where you're saying a lot of shots are not registered and so on, you see it all the time. I've seen it as streamers. I've done it as a streamer. You're like, how on earth did that guy not die? I hit them like 4 times. What the fuck is going on? And then we watch it back in slow-mo, and I hit them once, and all the other shots I thought that hit went, like, one went underneath their armpit, the next one went just over their shoulder, right next to their head, like literally brushing past their ear. There's no need to relate that to any real world scenario. But the shots that you thought were kill shots went unluckily underneath their armpit and then above the shoulder and stuff. It happens a lot. So record your gameplay and watch it back isn't always a good idea because you might see some stuff. Thanks again, Sheepdog. 21 months. The whiskey is on me. Thank you. I ordered a couple of bottles of whiskey earlier today. I'm not intending to drink them anytime soon, but a lot of people know my favourite two brands are Redbreast and Bunnahabhain. Well, Master of Malt have got a deal on at the moment where you can get a bottle of 12 cask strength and a bottle of 12 for $99.99, which is not cheap. It's a lot of money. £100 is a lot of money, but the cask strength is normally about 70, at least I think 70 to 75, and the other one's about 40. So you're getting both of them for 99. So that's kind of good. I might try if I can. I'll probably fail, but I might try and keep it in a cupboard for Christmas. That'd be kind of good. Exactly, Christmas is coming. Yeah. I had a bottle of Bunnahabhain 12 once before, and I couldn't stand it. I bought it from Amazon, and it's normally from a recommended seller. It's not coming from somewhere dodgy, but for whatever, I think it was a faulty bottle. It might have been. I hope it wasn't fake because I drank half of it, but it tasted like rusty blood. It was disgusting. I cannot believe that's how Bunnahabhain 12 normally tastes. I've tried the 12 cask strength. I've tried the 18. Both of which are some of my favourite whiskies I've ever had. So I wanted to try the 12 again. Makes sense to buy it when it's on special, I suppose. Christmas is the time where it's okay to drink Baileys AF, but I don't drink much Baileys. Like last year we had 3 or 4 bottles for the whole of like December pretty much. I probably drank half a bottle maybe. Over the course of a few weeks. It didn't taste good if you kept drinking it, Seawick. That's the only time I ever remember throwing whiskey away, ever. I drank about half a bottle and just couldn't drink it. I tipped it down the sink. Like anything, you could get a bad bottle. It's got a cork in it, right? So anything like that, there's a chance that something could go wrong somewhere along the line. Chris, I could have done. I don't normally do that. Oh, data verification error. Right, we're going to have to wait until the server's full so I can get back in it, guys. Take me a minute. I don't normally do that. Like, if I'd have sent an email and said it tastes absolutely disgusting, they probably would have done something about it. I bought it from, I bought it from Amazon, so I could have likewise gone back to Amazon. But I tried to persist and drank half the bottle, and I just couldn't be bothered. It was awful though. It was really like disgusting. And bad whiskey. Bad whiskey's not necessarily bad, but it's bad for your flavour profile, right? You just don't like it. But it wasn't that I didn't like it. It was disgusting. Amazon does occasionally sell bootlegged items, Snow. You're right. You have to be really careful what you're buying. You could be buying a fake product, but you can normally see who the seller is. A lot of the people selling on Amazon are whiskey sellers. They're well-known companies, you know. They have their own websites, and you can buy from Amazon as well, you know. So usually I check. Quite often it's coming direct from Amazon's warehouse, but you can check who the seller is and just try to be sort of safe. Caroline's Irish Cream. I ain't never seen it. Normally we only buy it. They always do it cheap at Christmas, don't they? Like, I'm not saying, I'm sure that's still cheaper, but like they do the big bottles for like £10 or £12 in the supermarkets. It's like Bailey's is one of the loss leaders that supermarkets do if you buy it at Christmas. A bit, you know, like they do the tubs of Quality Street Roses and Heroes and stuff for like £4. Like, they've gradually become smaller over the years. They used to be great big tins, and now there's like 6 in them. But they do those. They don't really make money on those. But if they're the cheapest, people specifically go there at Christmas, and then they end up doing their Christmas big shot there. So same with Bailey's. They do a few kind of loss leader grabs. Empty bottle of Van Wickle that I could sell because people refill it and sell it. Yeah, I've kept
1 year subscribed and
I've kept
loving
the
the
bottle.
adventures.
The bottle in the box for the Redbreast 27 that I had, and also 21. I don't normally, but they are really fancy, and I did think about selling them, but for exactly that reason I haven't done it yet. Well, when I say selling them, it would be the missus that would sell them. She would sell them and box a few things on. Any word on the new Matt Frost line? Not yet, Edgar. Hoping we'll hear something fairly soon because they said it was coming out in Q4. Well, Q4 is only a couple of weeks away, but I'm not sure it'll be out like straight away in October. I seriously doubt it. But I'm hoping we'll hear something soon. Four cycles of tetracycline beef, it might not be enough. If you're coughing and spluttering, it's a cold or flu, and it's tetracycline that cures it, but 4 might not be enough. Sometimes it can take 6. You just have to take one, let the pill symbol go away, and then take another one and carry that on. Am I into cars much? No, Cad, I'm not. I have a Tesla Model Y long range, much to most people's display. Let's not talk about the environment, anyone. I'm not bothered. Every time I drive it, I personally kick the dog. I don't. I don't, obviously, but there are company car incentives if you get an electric car, so I got it because it was a good way to get a lease car and not pay much tax. But yeah, I used to be when I was younger, when I couldn't afford anything, and now my car is to go and pick the kids up, or to me and the missus are going to London at the weekend. It's to take me and the missus to London, and it's to enable us to go and do something. It's not. I don't really need the car for enjoyment. If I drove a lot more, but because I work from home and I literally use the car as a functional tool as such, I don't really need to have like a Porsche or a I don't know, like a whatever, like a 2-seater Roadster or something. We've got a dog. I've got 2 older kids. It needs to be big enough for fitting all of that in. And beyond that, I don't really give a shit. It's still nice though, I have to say. I know people don't like to hear this, but it's the best car I've ever had. I really like it. I'm not convinced I'd go back. I really like it. Yesterday I did 276 miles. Before I streamed yesterday, I did 276 miles. I charged it up to 100%. I got home, it was still on 10%. And then I charged it up overnight, got back in this morning, it was back at 80% where I normally charge it to. Like, there's so low effort in that. It's really good. Like, something that people don't really get. They're like, oh, I've got the range anxiety and stuff, which is completely fine if people do loads and loads of miles, but I did 276 yesterday. I didn't have to top it up at a supercharger. I came home, I plugged it in, and then overnight it got back to 80%. I got on it this morning to go and get my blood test. It just saves me a trip to the petrol station. How fast was I driving? 10 miles per hour. I did about 75 most of the way, 75 miles per hour, which is 70 to 75, slightly over the speed limit, but not enough to get in trouble. How long does a supercharger take to fill it up? Not very long, but I've only ever used it like 3 times ever. A supercharger, like if you were on a really long journey, say you were doing like a 400-mile trip or something, you could do 250 miles or whatever you fancy and then charge it up. But effectively at a supercharger, you plug it in. If you're at a service station, you walk to where they sell the coffees, you have a piss, you buy a coffee, maybe you buy a sandwich or whatever, you eat the sandwich, you come back out, get in the car, it will be done. Usually about 25 minutes, 20 minutes. It's no big deal. It's a blood test I have to have every year. It's like a regular thing. It's not a bad thing. Coping skills. Any tips for editing YouTube videos from streams? It seems to take me ages. It takes ages, dude. People really don't get that sometimes. Obviously, I'm lucky now. I don't do editing. I've got 2 editors, and I'm really grateful for that. But I did eight years worth of what you've just described, and it's laborious, right? As far as do you make notes, I never made notes, but I used to find it really advantageous to really edit something straight away. So I used to work pretty hand to mouth, right? I'd pick whatever the best footage was, and I'd edit that. If in the past I've edited stuff where I'd sat on the footage and it was like 4 months ago. If you just can't remember it, but you know it was worth making a video, it takes so much longer. If you're editing something from this week, you can remember it. Like a bit like lyrics in a song, as you're going through the footage, even if it's a team up where you're talking for the whole day, right? If it's a random team up, if it's recent, then as you're watching it back, it reminds you what you need to save, and then you just a bit like when a song's playing, you can sing along, but when the song's not playing, you can't remember the lyrics, kind of thing. So just edit it as recent as you can. And the reality is there's no way to really... If you're doing it properly, there's no way to make it quick. People will say, oh, you can do it on 2 times speed and stuff. Well, maybe you can, but there's a good chance you're doing a worse job. If you're trying to take 10 hours of footage and turn 10 hours into half an hour, it's going to take you nearly 10 hours just to do the initial edit. You might not do that. It depends on the... If you know that there's a firefight after 3 hours and then there's nothing for till 7 hours, it's going to take you nowhere near. But something like the Trumpet Brothers, each one of those Trumpet Brothers videos, it's a trilogy. They took me about 14 hours each, 15 hours to do. That's just the way it is. And then you release one, and then people go, where's part 2, where's part 2, where's part 2, whilst you're about to start doing 15 hours on the next one. That's the way she goes. Quite nice to have people eager to watch your videos, of course. Yeah, that's a blessing, not a curse. But yeah, as boring as it is, and I know some people are going to be spoiling for an argument every time that subject comes up. Someone will mention lithium mines, and I'm personally sending kids up into lithium mines to get it and whatnot. I'm sure that comes up, but it's like that was a long drive by UK standards, and it was so easy compared to how it would have been in my last car. Yeah, they'll do that whilst typing on their iPhone that's got a lithium battery in it, obviously, but that's by the by. The SKS takes 762 by 39. Poor kids suffering while you get to skip a trip to the back. Big John, well, I don't know what's true and what's not about that. I wasn't suggesting it was a good thing. But the reality is that everyone has selective morals when it comes to that stuff. You know, people wear Nike trainers or Nike, and people use Apple products, but then they moan that other things are not good. And in reality, it's because that particular thing they don't like or they don't agree with. You know, like. It's just nonsense. I'm not in any way defending any practices that may or may not happen, but the reality is it's not exclusive to just one area. It's pretty much everything.
Still running TRMZ potato shaker.
think most... Doesn't a lot of lithium come from Australia, or did I imagine that? You said Stellan Skarsgård, Uncle Food, but I read it in... I read it in that dude from the first Jack Reacher. He's so good. I can never remember his name. I live in South Carolina. There's a lithium mine in North Carolina. Pepsi, a 1050 Ti at 1080p will run DayZ. It might not run it as well as a new card will do, but I wouldn't upgrade before you play the game, dude. I'd buy it, I'd play it. When I first played the game, I didn't even have a graphics card, and I was playing on an old HP Hewlett Office PC, right? So I ended up doing cheap upgrades, like changing the graphics card, like changing the power supply, upgrading the graphics card. I did a few upgrades, right? But I wouldn't upgrade before you play it. I'd play it for a good few months and really then decide, you know. Yes, it does, and the cobalt comes from South America and the silver from the US. But the point, someone just proved my point there, suggesting that I had a nice journey, so I'm quite happy to send kids up mines. But it's just all nonsense. I don't know the full ins and outs. Like, I don't know the full ins and outs of how this mouse was made, or my headphones were made, or I don't know, whatever. Nobody concerns themselves with where their petrol came from and all the problems that have happened with oil leaks and stuff over the years and so on. And neither do I, you know. But people have that selective bias because they want to raise it, because they want to have an objection for some reason about that topic. That's just what happens. It's all good, Big John. I don't know if that heli was... It sounded a bit like it was near to where the other one was. Big John. Big Bad John. It sounded a bit like it was here, but it can't be here because that's where it was before, right? I think it's more to the left, possibly towards Zeleno. Unless it despawned and then respawned after the restart, something weird like that. I am kind of giving up the high ground here to try and find out and failing. Let's just come back this way. Over to the left here is the open field near Zeleno. It could be just the other side of the trees.
Do you have a face cam? What map is this? How exactly do I get started playing DayZ? All important questions. Thanks for all the running. TRMZ love.
More there. This is a mod that's making the game look a bit like early winter or very late autumn. So it's you know, like there's winter Chernarus. Well, this is like in between summer and winter Chernarus. You like bananas? Thank you very much for the support. I think you might know the answer to some of those. Thank you, dude. So the heli's moved from where it was. I think we're going to see it in the field over this way. So what I really want to do here is overwatch this heli. I don't think I want to loot it. Because we heard shots not far from it. I think if we overwatch it, we'll...
38-year-old streamer, keep on running.
If we overwatch it, I think we'll see some dudes. Oh god, it's going to be hard to overwatch, I think. It might be... It's probably just in the open. You're 38, you don't sound a day over 21. I agree. I know American trucks aren't common in the UK, but if you could choose one to have for free, which one would it? I don't know enough about American trucks.
Ye renning.
I saw a great big Ram the other day, a Dodge Ram or whatever it is. Like left-hand drive and everything, like somewhere. I can't. Like on that trip I was making, I think actually, but I don't even know. I don't even know what different options there are. You know, like if somebody wants a pickup over here, they get like a Hilux, or they get one of a few different ones, but they're not really as big as the American ones.
Keep on running.
I wouldn't even know to know which one I'd want. I could get up this hill and there could be 2 or 3 players there. There's no cover. Oh, fuck. I'm going to have to get a bit of height. I might still loot this, and it is a risk, but there is... on this server you need a gas mask and filters, and the best place to find a gas mask, I believe, is at convoys and helis, so they're not easy to find. I feel like you've spoken about this before, but how many years did you stream before making money? Well, I did YouTube for about 10 months before I streamed. So, in a nutshell, I started YouTube in July of 2014. I started streaming 3 times a week in April 2015. In June 2015 I got partnered on Twitch, which meant I had more than 100 viewers. Oh, no way. Well, good a shot. I hope I hit them. I should be able to get up and get away. My suppressor did fuck all, did it? They really acquired me quick. That was good play from them. That's so frustrating. They weren't easy shots, but I was hoping I'd get a couple of goes before they realised what was going on. And to get seen instantly was really good play from them. Fuck it, I'm going to take a huge risk. While I've got the EpiPen working.
My girlfriend and I were arguing last night when she threw a bottle of omega-3 at me. Luckily for me, the injury was only super fish oil.
God. Angry Chair, thank you very much for the support, dude. I could well be running towards my death here, but But they actually came this way. They shot at me from over there somewhere, nearer to the heli. And I feel like they probably would have pressed the advantage. They knocked me uncon. I feel like they probably would have carried on up the hill. Towards where they got me from. That is crazy. That's where I was. I think they were more over to the right, but what I really don't want to do is end up back in the same place and they're still down here somewhere, but I don't think they are. I don't know if my last shot hit. It was close. Obviously I couldn't tell because I went on-con, but I felt like my last shot may have hit. So I might have knocked them on-con while they knocked me on-con. I don't know. I probably missed it, but if it knocked that one on-con, it might have slowed them down a bit. They might not have followed. They could still be around here.
70 months of streaming TRMZ on the second monitor. Jeez.
That scope didn't go as well as I thought it was going to be honest. It's always hard to shoot at a moving target though, like knowing how much to lead, it can literally vary from one day to the next, never mind anything else. It certainly varies from one gun to the next. There's just no cover here. Like when I poke over this, I've got to go over the grass. So I've got to show more of my head to see them than they'll be able to see like my head and shoulders. Because I've got to see over the grass to see them, but the grass from their point of view doesn't render in. Don't actually have any food. We know there's two, so I can't really stay in one place. I'm going to get flanked. Could have been bait or it could be real. I don't know if they're in the tree line in the foreground or in the tree line in the background up there. I think they're in the background, but I don't know for sure. God, this is so stupid. I've just never seen them. Got to expect them to come into these trees and try and come around for me. need food. There's a cow behind, but I don't think the cow is the way to go. Seen him. He's not far away. Oh, bollocks. There was another one. That was a different one closer. Fuck. Fair play. That's what happens engaging too, I guess. They played that well. I got shot at first by the one further back, and the one nearer just did for me there. That sucks. So I looked over my shoulder at the one that's shot, and I had time to get away. If I'd known there was one nearer, I would have... Ah, that sucks. Fair play, though. It was fun. But they were good. There was two of them, and they were very good. And there was one of me, and I never really got a look in. I can go back and get my hidden tundra at least, though, can't I? So there is that. I don't know if those shots were bait or not, but my gut feeling is they probably were, yeah. And they did do what I said they would do. They came back to horseshoe around to come and find me. And I tried to go further down the hill, but the problem with that is that further down the hill means they're more likely to see me. You know, I gave them the high ground, which, as anyone that's watched Star Wars knows. I still think I played it vaguely right. I couldn't get an opportunity. They played their tactics well. I don't think my tactics were too bad either, my positioning and whatnot, but I could never get a clean shot. I put that scope on because I was expecting to be shooting a bit further away. And I wish I hadn't got the scope on. I still would have died, I'm sure, because they had me dialed in. But if I hadn't have had the scope in, I'd have had a much better chance. Which is just typical luck.
Four years of watching and Hoorah for Dave and DayZ.
So I guess we're going to have to do a similar run as last time and make our way up towards the prison island again. But I did stash... It wasn't great, but it's a tundra with about...
Bet I missed a kill, Gringo 72 smoke GG.
A tundra and about 8 bullets and a scope, so it'll be worth looting. So this is not a military train, but it's not been looted, so we could do okay here. It may not be a military train, but you can still get half decent stuff in it. Occasionally, you sometimes get like Mosins and stuff as well. Oh, someone has been here. So it has been looted. The doors don't spawn closed. Sorry, the doors always spawn closed. So now we're seeing open doors. We know someone's been here. I was carrying the broom in case I could maybe light a fire and use it to get the plus symbol. It would have been a good idea, but not so easy now. That was a fun fight, though. If you're up against multiples and they're good, sometimes you're going to die. A lot of the times you're going to die, but at least I died in with the chance, like, able to try and use some tactics to win the fight. They just played it well, you know. Fair play. There's a dude there. Oh, he's getting a gun out. No thanks. You want to say hello with bullets? I want to say no. Ah, fuck off. Too late for waving. You got your gun out. Too late. It might have been a mistake, but I ain't taking any risks. Thank you very much. It was third party, right? No, I think it was the same 2 players. It's hard to know for sure, but I think it was the same 2. So Jimmy, Gringo, thank you very much. Cheers for the support, both of you. Thanks for using your Prime, Gringo dude. Lager, thanks a lot. Darncloth, thank you as well. Like we were talking earlier about what's a hard death and whatnot. Like in that scenario, like I don't feel hard done by. I feel they played well. I don't feel I played particularly badly. And some you win and some you lose, you know. But at least I had a chance. If I'd have been sat there looking at those 2 players and then a third party had just randomly sniped me, I'd have been really pissed off. But in that scenario, I'm quite happy to take the L, you know. Like that's what happens. Die and let live. Just better positioning from them. I think we positioned fairly well, the pair of us, to be fair, dude. We both yo-yoed around predicting what the other would do. I think it really comes down to experienced players and it being a 2v1. I think they played it well. But there was 2 of them. Do you think you could have picked the correct crop in the last crusade? No. I wouldn't have done what the German fella does in it though, and just gone, oh, that's a fancy cup. I'll bet my life on that one. There's about 150 cups in here, but that one looks amazing. I'll just drink from that one. I'm sure it's right. I wouldn't have done that. I'd have just left. Maybe I would have got the old dude in a headlock and said, tell me which cup it is, and then make him drink from it. Get the thumb screws out. Go through all the traps and then walk away from the challenge. Well, to be fair, the German dude that drinks the drink in the Last Crusade... No, sorry, not in the Last Crusade. In Raiders of the Lost Ark, right? No, it is the Last Crusade. I'll shut up. The German dude, he doesn't go through all the traps. He sends Indy in, right? He sends Indy in. Indy does all the hard work, and then he goes in and like waltzes in.
Server, TRMZ hard.
Waltzes in and starts drinking from the cup that he thinks is right. That's the like the challenges in the way in were a lot easier than drinking from the cup. Why didn't he get? He had other workers there. Why? I mean, in fact, it was just him and the lady, wasn't it? I think, but he should have gone and got somebody else and be like, drink that. Gone and got a whole fleet of minions and like, everyone take a cup. You all drink one. Whoever's standing, that's my cup. Yeah, he makes Elsa pick. You're right. Who's another expert, but not. What server would you recommend for someone who has 1,000 hours and a friend who has 0? Vanilla Chernarus, personally, I think. That's a good view, isn't it? Yeah, Indy had to make the choice because he had to go and save his dad, but the German fella didn't. Can't remember the name of him. I think he was German, wasn't he? Or was he working for the Germans? I don't think he was German, was he? He was working for the Germans. Yeah, he's an American collector, that sounds right. Yeah, Caleb, thank you for the 51. Wilfred, Unflattering, Rat, Dave Rejects, Sir Jimmy, thank you for the resubs. Lager, thank you again. So I'm just coming this way. I don't normally go this way, but I'm just trying to get straight to the summer camp rather than run down the hill. I don't think they've said they're working on Ragdoll, Maxim. No, I would be great if they did. I suspect they're not working on Ragdoll. Armour Reforger has Ragdoll, right? I'm pretty sure it does. I haven't played Armour. I played it on the first day only. Best indie film since Last Crusade, Captain America: First Avenger. How is that indie? Don't understand. Presume you mean Harrison Ford, right? Yeah, I don't think they'll do Ragdoll for this. Unless they can transfer it from Armour Reforger to DayZ. I suspect they will not. Where the fuck am I going? I suspect they will just wait and then do it on a new DayZ one day. Considering they have not even considering DayZ 2, they haven't said that, dude. They haven't said they're not considering DayZ 2. They said they're... The words that came out of Talus's mouth in Prague, and, well, in that presentation that we went to in May, were, we're thinking of DayZ for the next 10 years.
We will win CL this
but
season.
At this moment, we're only focusing on... Frostline. Which is a cop-out way of basically saying Frostline's the next thing. We're not prepared to talk about anything else. They never said they had no plans either, Colour Music. That's not true. I think we are highly likely to see DayZ 2 at some point, and I also think it's already in the works. I've gone really the wrong way here. We might as well just run to Mogilevka. Might as well just run to Mogilevka, which is this way. Hey Dara McShane, how you doing? Thanks for coming in. This looks really good as well, doesn't it? That view there of Mogilevka looks great. I think DayZ 2 is already in the works. They just think about it from a Bohemia point of view, right? They've got people looking forward to... they've got Armour Reforger, and they're working on Armour Reforger leading into Armour 4, and everybody knows that. They're still updating DayZ, and they've got DLC to sell for DayZ, right? So they're not going to give away anything that's about DayZ 2. If there is one, there might not be. This is all just guesswork, right? But they're not going to say, we're working on DayZ 2 and it's going to come in 2026 or something, because it will affect sales of Frostline. No one's going to be paying money for it, or less people will, you know. I think it's less likely, so they're not going to do that. Like, they're going to sell Frostline. Maybe next year they might announce another DLC, or maybe they might announce that they're working on it and it's coming whenever, you know. How do you sub through your Prime? Dylan, you need to link your Amazon Prime to your Twitch account so you have a little logo like Mikey's got, name below you. If you've got that little blue square with the white crown, then you should just be able to hit subscribe and then use it if you want. Mabbies and Welsh Kevin, thank you very much for the support, guys. Thank you very much. What would you want in DayZ 2 or put in it? I think it's going to be a more modern version of DayZ. You can't reinvent the wheel. We've talked about it a lot. But it's still going to be looting food, killing zombies, exploring a map, finding loot, shooting dudes and teaming up. The basis of the game is going to be the same, right? But it can be a much more modern version. Obviously, there's a few things you'd really want. You'd want the AI to be much better. You'd want Ragdoll for players when they're shot and whatnot. You'd want the zombies to be way better. You'd want a completely new map from the ground up. Ideally, with more enterable buildings, with much more modern interiors and a completely different setting, so it doesn't just feel like another Eastern European or Western Russia kind of area. Somewhere different. A new area, new terrain, new graphics. And then improvements across the board, you know, like that's you'd be looking for DayZ 1.5 effectively. It's really hard to reinvent the wheel. It's going to be basically DayZ, isn't it? Otherwise, what they're going to do? But they can do a new Call of Duty every year. They can do a new FIFA every year where they just change the control of control a little bit, change the way the players control the ball, and update all the player rankings, and then sell it again. You know. But there's a whole host of things that they could improve. Obviously, we haven't even talked about things like vehicles and aerial vehicles and all sorts of other shit as well. Gogorian, thank you very much for the prime. Nabbies and Welsh, thank you again. Cheers for getting it working, Welsh dude. Head torch is on, yeah, good point. It will be because the I kept got it off the zombie. I need to go back, don't I? I've gone this way. I've got a stashed fucking Winchester. I wasn't really thinking where I was going, was I? But we'll head up this way, and I'm going to loot Mogilevka a little bit to get some food. I'll have to go to the well, and then I'll angle my way back. See, and they can part of changing the map. They can absolutely change the setting. You know, they could set it 15 years after DayZ. They could make everything more apocalyptic, or they could change the setting in a number of ways. But yeah, absolutely not making it feel just like this game would be a good thing. Yeah. Problem with DayZ 2 is you lose all the community servers, and they would all. I don't see how you lose them, Pico. Like the communities that are around DayZ would mostly gravitate to DayZ 2. How would they be lost? You know, like if a new map comes out, a new modded map comes out, then if it's popular, community servers take that map on and drop a different map or whatever. You know, like if just talking about like take an example of say Zero. Happy Bombs is the owner of the Zero servers. If DayZ 2 comes out and DayZ 2 is good, he'd likely gravitate most of the servers to DayZ 2 because that's probably the game he'd played. Like that's where the community would go. You know, I don't see how it would. The only people it would really affect, and this is some people, are people that are like not really got lots of money and can't afford to just go out and buy DayZ 2. They'll have to still play DayZ 1. But if you're playing DayZ on PC and you're using some fancy PC, that will be very few people. Most people will get the game, won't they? You know? Most people that have been able to afford a gaming PC and DayZ is their favourite game, they're gonna switch to DayZ 2, aren't they? You know, they're not gonna not do. Where should they set DayZ 2? My favourite setting of anywhere I've been would be it won't be there, but Anglesey Island in Wales and around Snowdonia would be an absolutely perfect map for DayZ. It would be so good. I don't think I want that. It's dog shit. Karma Crew servers are good, yeah. I'm not a huge fan of the damage changes that the server has, but they're still very good servers. I do play them from time to time. I personally prefer the vanilla damage system, but I understand why they like the way they like it. I haven't even started looking for food yet, but I suppose we start now. I'm going to need to go to the well fairly soon, because in a second I'm going to be dying of thirst as well as hunger. Probably in a couple of minutes tops, I'd have thought. But the well isn't very far away, so we should be right. Often there's a little bit of food in here. Not today. Fucking hell, what a prediction. It's almost like I played the game before. So you can eat rotten fruit, you just have to be a bit careful. Doesn't give you a great deal of energy, but it'll give me a little bit. Ball bag there. Going to say like a New York type map. A lot of people like the idea of a city map. I don't think it would be good personally. There is a New York map now, obviously it's modded and it's still a work in progress and it's a lot of fun for a short while. But this is just my personal view. It's a really fun map for PvP, but it's not good for DayZ. One of Bohemia's main strengths is sprawling landscapes and forests and hills and streams and sniping and long range stuff, you know. Like, the idea that you're playing a New York style map and you turn a corner and get shot by a suppressed gun and there's 150 windows in front of you that the dude could be in. It sounds awful. You know, like you kill someone in an apartment or you kill someone in a skyscraper and you're not sure if they're on the 25th floor or the 26th floor, and then you have to go and try and get there, and by the time you get there they've already despawned. And looting one building takes an hour. It just sounds awful. Well, you could do it in somewhere that's a bit more suburban.
Prime.
Yeah, definitely.
Love the stream, gets me through post-diagnosis of MS. Keep up the good work, Matex.
Girl, doggy, dude, I hope everything goes as well as it can. That's no small thing. All the best, dude. Thank you so much for the resub. And you can absolutely do, but you need for a DayZ map to work, like for an official map to work, it needs a combination of towns and maybe small cities, and countryside and journeys between those. You know, a massive urbanized area that's really spread out is not really it, I don't think. That's an SSG. I'm just coming to this log house and then I'm going to go back to the town, but yesterday there was cows here. I'm just hoping there might be some aminals again. Finding the best food, but it's food, it will help. I'd be surprised if this does much more than get me to yellow, to be honest, but it will stop me losing health for a while. How's the stomach full but no hour up? It's because I'm moving quickly. I was only eating rotten fruit, which really only bumps your energy up by 1 arrow only. So rotten fruit doesn't give you a great deal of energy, but because I'm moving quite quickly and I'm cold, it still wasn't going up. If I'd gone in a house or I'd even just stood still in the outside, it would have been okay. Oh, fuck me, that's my bandage. Drew Down, thank you very much for the member dude. Thank you. Hello? Hello?
Hello?
You don't have any food that you can spare, do you? I'm starving to death.
I'm looking for food as well. I'm flashing red.
Oh, that sucks. Yeah. Okay, I'll carry on then. Have you looted the town?
An animal here. I don't know if there's any here.
I've not seen any, no. Have you looted the town?
Yeah, I've just done that the other day. There's nothing in there.
Alright, no
I'm
worries.
heading this way to see if there's something on this house here.
Alright, I'm going to go this way. Good luck, dude. Love you, boy. Should have shot him in the back before he looked back. Probably would have missed, though. I was trying to get a bit nearer. Like, slugs are pretty good, but they're not 100% accurate. And I didn't really want to ruin his vest either, but never mind. The new... that accent is so cool. I can't do that accent, by the way. You may have already realised. Right, so there's not much point looting the rest of the town. I feel like he's already looted some of it that I haven't done. Can I do a Kuru run? I would never rule out it. I just... Like, if I get myself in a position where it's eat meat, eat human being or death, and I really think that's the only choice, there's a good chance I'll do it, but otherwise, no. I don't really see the point. I have done it in the past. I may do it again. If I bump into someone that's already a cannibal, I might become one or whatever. I don't know, but I'm not going to set out to be one. It's not really... It was fun when it came out, but it's kind of a road that's been trod before, you know. So I've no idea if he looted this side or not. Probably did. We should maybe take some stuff to make gloves, perhaps. So I think they had an SSG, which is probably the gun that we heard shooting, I'd have thought. Funky, yeah, I'm alright. Not really is the answer, but I'm doing alright, dude. Not really is about as much as I can really go into it. Drew Down, thank you again for the membership. Cheers for becoming a member on the YouTubes. I'm still not entirely sure this is going to get me to yellow, but I've got to eat it. It's letting me regen a little bit of health right now because the arrows are going in the right direction.
Did you watch the developer frontline playthrough on YouTube yesterday? It was 15 minutes long and looked good.
No, I don't think that was new footage, if I'm honest. I think that was an edited version of Sumrak's run in the presentation. I could be wrong, but I'm pretty sure that was an edited playthrough of the playthrough that Sumrak did when he did that presentation. If you look at it, it's the same spawn, the same kind of movement. He goes and finds the fish, and he does the same things, and he cooks in the same house. I think that's the playthrough I've already seen. I think that was from May. But no, I did click on it when I saw it in my sub box, and I watched about 30 seconds and thought, I'm pretty sure I've seen this, and then moved on. So later on he will have been chasing... I haven't seen that, but I bet after he caught the fish and shown you the new fish, I bet as he was leaving he saw a rabbit. I bet later on he got attacked by wolves and shot them really good with a shotgun. Like, you probably couldn't tell me, but if I bet that's what happens, because I'm pretty sure it was a playthrough I'd already seen. Why don't you eat the whole thing? Because it's unknown food. If you eat it all of it, it makes you sick. It's kind of interesting that they released that, right? That's not new footage. It's an edited version of something else. Obviously, Sumrak's probably very busy, but I'm surprised they didn't get new footage. But also, I'm surprised they... Like, the timing of bringing it out, I don't know. Could be interesting, I guess, you know? Like, maybe they wanted to get a bit more cross-line footage out on YouTube. Who knows?
Great to see Everton out of a comp we haven't even started half.
Cannibal, I'm not going to join in the laughing at local rivals. I guess because I'm not a Scouser, I actually don't want Everton to go down. I want them to stay up. I don't want them to win the league or anything, but I'd rather they stayed up. You know what the difference is between jam and jelly? Yes. Using the English language, yes. I think I'd rather... If it was a choice between Ipswich and Everton for staying up, I'd choose Ipswich. But... that's likely not to... Well, it could be the choice. I think Ipswich have half a chance of staying up, but... I don't know. Threw down. Thanks again, Cannibal. Mint Sauce, thank you too. What's a Scouser? Someone that's actually from Liverpool. There's the hunting loot that I was speaking of. It could have been a scope or it could have been a gun, but it was some Mosin rounds. Like when we were there before, I was saying that you could find hunting loot in the medical. It's kind of handy. All being well, we'll have a tundra reasonably soon. No one's been here in a little while, have they? Loot's actually really solid. What summer camp is this one? It's the one that's kind of up the hill from Chernarus Industrial. if you go, you know where Puster is, and you've got the well and whatnot. If you go a little bit further along towards the towards the small towns behind Cherno, you get to a piano house and a gun house. It's just up the hill from there. Dr. Fat, you've been to Boonahaven, have you? That's cool. I'd like to do that, actually. I'd like to. I was just saying earlier that I just bought a Master of Malt. I've got a little deal on where you can buy the 12-year-old Boonahaven and the 12-year-old cast strength for 99, which is, for what it is reasonable. And I just ordered that earlier today. I think Boonahaven has become my favourite whiskey. Like, even including Redbreast, which is surprising. Redbreast is absolutely gorgeous, but Banjo, who the hell knows, dude? Most weeks, often most days. Definitely Sunday. Redbreast 12 is lovely. If you like more like, if talking about Scotch, if you're more of like a Speyside type liker, you know, like if you like more citrus and honey type whiskies rather than smoky, then Redbreast 12 is very much in that category, but with a bit of a punch in the face too, like a bit really good. Very nice, Dr. Fat. I'll try and have a look when I can. Renners, thank you very much for the super chat. That's really, really kind, dude. Thank you. Ads during live streams don't make sense. Probably don't for you as the viewer, but for like for YouTube, like say this stream lasts 8 hours, how much do you think it costs to allow a chat room? I'm not pleading ignorance on Google's part here, by the way, but these aren't free, you know. It costs more than you'd think to save and allow a live stream to take place. Never mind the fact that I'm quite happy that there's some ads, because I do this for a living, you know. Like, if there was no ads, I wouldn't be here, I don't think. I'd still stream, but I wouldn't be able to do it as a job, so I'd be doing it a couple of evenings a week, right, rather than 5 times a week like a job. At least on YouTube they're skippable, you know, but I understand why you say that, because it's live and you can't pause the show. But you can always go back and watch it if you want, for a start. So if you miss something, it's easy to skip back 30 seconds. But it's impossible not to have ads on something that's 8 hours long on YouTube. Redline, dude. Well, I hope it goes well, man. Smack, thank you for the bits. Cheers for the support, dude. Thank you. Excuse me. Guys, I'm not going to name names, but if you're saying in YouTube or Twitch or anywhere else that you've got ad blocker, I'm really grateful that you're watching, but you don't need to ram it down creators' faces, right? Just as a heads up, right? Ad blockers exist. Everybody knows it. You're not like Tank from The Matrix if you use one. But what you're effectively saying is, I'm happy enough to watch this content, but I want you to do it for free. In other words, I'm still grateful you're watching, just don't tell me. It's probably better, right? It's literally like going into the shop the day later and say, "Oh, you're right, mate. I stole a load of shit out of here yesterday. Have a good day." There's no need to do that. I'm still very grateful that everybody watches, and I'm well aware that, for example, on YouTube, about 1 in 4 people use an ad blocker. That's fine. I'm glad that all of those 1 in 4 are here. Don't get me wrong, but you don't need to tell me. Berm, thank you very much for the 2 months. Rapids, don't worry about it, dude. Just chill out. Maybe it'll work another day. It's all good, dude. Don't worry. Thanks for coming in. Just skip them, lazy. Don't watch them all the way through or anything. Just skip them. It's all good. Thank you for being it. Take it easy, Rapids. Have a good one, dude. Right, so I'm going to have a quick look to see if the convoy's there. It never is, but if we didn't check, it would be, wouldn't it? It is there. Maybe nobody will have looted it. Well, the start hasn't been very positive, has it? I'd say someone's definitely looted it. 2 trucks and no loot. 3 trucks by the look of it and no loot. It's all been looted. Right. I'm not going to go and check the other one at Bolotta. I'm just going to run on. Jaded, I'm not looking for a debate. I'm not sure that's true or not. I don't really care. Jackie. I for one welcome the ads. The god awful voice on it keeps yapping.
5 years ago I was watching a Star Citizen video and clicked on a video called The Shoal. 9k hours later DayZ is still my fave game and TRMZ is still my fave zombie
dude,
platter.
Stingers, dude, that was a while ago now, The Shoal. I really enjoyed that week. Cheers for coming in, really appreciate it, dude. Thank you for the super chat. Linux, Links, YouTube Premium or Twitch Turbo is basically like watching as if the ads played, so it's just the same. For the streamer is certainly not missing out, put it that way. Z, almost as often as I get asked about it, to be honest. That's twice in the last 10 minutes. Ryan, cheers for tuning in. Appreciate it, dude. There's usually a YouTube video edited every Saturday and then 5 streams a week, Sunday to Thursday. That's the ideal schedule. So if you're bored and you want something to watch, every Saturday for the last God knows how long, there's been a video, and some of them are decent. Most of them are really decent, because I didn't edit them right. Yeah, I don't run with my gun out. I've only got 2 slugs in a shotgun, so unless somebody's really close, I'm not going to do much with it. But I'd rather not appear threatening and hope to not get shot. It seems a better plan. It does work sometimes. The other day we happened across someone that chose not to shoot me, and I kind of talked a little bit then about how if I'd had my gun out, they may well have shot me. You know, it can. Sometimes it doesn't work, but often it can save you. That was the one. The show was the one with the big group. It wasn't a PvP video. It's like a team up. There was a decent snipe in it, but it was like an hour long and it had 1 kill in it. Oh, fuck that up. Pizza, thanks for tuning in. Appreciate it, dude. Thanks for checking out the video. They've reduced the spawning of bags on official McSpay. Yeah, by design. Somebody asked did convoys spawn on official as well. Yes, they do is the answer. Where that convoy spawn was there, that's an official spawn. It's where it could be. Right, this might be a little risky, but I need to go for a piss. But rather than go AFK, I thought I'd light this and see if I could get the plus symbol while I was gone. So, might die, but we'll see. I'll be as quick as...
Vanage begone.
Intentionally left you need to near the water so you would all need to pee. Yeah, good idea. Right, we did get the plus symbol, which is good. Can you play with me? I play on PS5. I couldn't, I'm afraid. I don't do team ups like that, Jesse. But I don't have the PS5, so I couldn't anyway, dude. Sorry. Building looks cool. What's that? I'll be part of the convoy that's in the town. Looks good though. How long does a broom burn? If it was pristine, I think it lasts about 20 minutes. This one must have been pristine because it's only worn now. So it depends on the condition. If it's badly damaged, a couple of minutes. If it's pristine, it can last fucking ages. If I was gifting a console, I would probably sell it, I'm afraid to say. I can't use a controller anymore. Hi, Rum 2. It happens occasionally that it's really kind of annoying. There are still desynchronization bugs whereby it doesn't happen often, but it can happen. Whereby there's a gap in your bag and you try to put something there and it won't go, or there's something in your hands so you can't put anything in your hands and you can't eat and you can't drink and you can't raise your gun and so on. When that happens, the only thing you can do is log out and log in and it will fix it. They've been working on it forever, and there's loads of different things that can cause it. It's usually something weird, like you've just switched to your knife and killed a zombie, but at some point in that process the server decided the knife is in your hands when on your screen you'd already put it away, and so it just causes issues between your inventory and your hands, and then the only thing you can do is log out. There's a few other things you can try to do. If there's a massive queue, you could do something like try to get your mate to tie you up with handcuffs or a rope, and then that might work. Sometimes punching a wall can help, and there's a few weird quirks that you can try, but in all honesty the safest thing to do is to log out and log back in. McSpay, it's got a few tweaks to the map, and a few like there's a high-end sniper rifle, but you have to go through a lot of hoops to find it. That bug happens to me when I stumble on something in game like a rock or but yeah, it happens like that sometimes, Count. Like if you're like, say you're killing zombies on the edge of a like one of those like Hesco barriers, right? So they're kind of waist high square barriers. Like if you just drop off that as you're putting your gun away, or if just drop off that as you're putting your melee weapon away, things like that, like falling just as you're changing, all little things like that can cause it. Stoker, well, thank you for that. It's always nice to get an offer of a piece of warm meat. Cheers for the super chat, dude. Can you burn a tree with a broom? Nope. You can start a fire at like a fireplace or whatever in an oven and stuff, but you can use it effectively like you'd use it. If you can light it with matches, you can light it with a broom, but beyond that you can't light shit.
You're my favourite DayZ player. When will you play with Taupe Rec?
I haven't played with Taupe in a while, actually. That's true, but I don't know. I've only got one team up booked at the moment, so there's one team up booked, which is with...
There once was a lad from Suffolk, whose gut didn't give him much luck. One bite of a bun, and off he would run, clenching tight with his trousers unstuck.
Which is with Slexify on Monday. So there's that one. I haven't got anything booked that I remember at the moment. But to be honest, I've got so much going on IRL, I'm just not messaging anyone. I'm like, when I'm off the PC, I am busy at the moment with non-stream related stuff. Why does it look like it's snowing? Well, this is a version of Chernarus that's been made to look like late autumn, early winter. Like that episode of Alone where it's just started snowing, but they're not all freezing their nadgers off and starving to death just yet. See, I'm not inundated. I do get messages. To be honest, I if I'm following someone on Twitter, then they DM me via Twitter. Like that's quite common. But I get emails and I get regular questions. I get emails quite often about promoting servers, for example. There's something up here that's lit. I don't know if that's... Slightly worried about that. What's with the light up there? It's the moon. That's okay. But yeah, normally, if I'm being honest, normally my reply is pretty much, I tend to play with the sort of like-minded people that I already play with. I have a little group of people I've been playing with forever, like Happy Bombs and Doc Dreist and Armistead and so on. Everyone knows who they are, right? Like, oh shit! 2 very, very geared players. That was 2 really, really geared dudes that way. They've carried on. I probably could have kept that.
I really hope whatever you are going through works out for the best. Ha.
Thank you, Tom. Cheers for the super chat. I really appreciate it. Thank you very much. But anyway, back to what I was saying. When I get messages, whether it's about server promo or teaming up, I'm normally just I try to give a polite no. Occasionally I say yes, and it's usually with somebody like Lexi, who I bumped into a couple of times in game. Like, we've met a few times. I've done her dirty and killed her once when we were on the Malsk, you know, like I've met her once or twice in game. She's always seemed cool, but we've never like had a really team up in game. Like, we haven't had like a VoIP team up where we knew or didn't know it was each other and then went off on an adventure or something, right? So despite meeting her in game a few times, we've never actually teamed up, if that makes sense. So if it's someone that's new, I'll normally say yes if I know them and we've not teamed up before. Any tips on how to stop being scared to play the game? Just die. Don't worry about it. If you die, sometimes the next thing that happens is the best thing that happens, right? Don't worry about it. The more you play, the less you'll care if you die. She's definitely killed me a few times, for sure. I hope they are having fun, Yakety. Or is it all, I hope nothing's gone wrong. Oh, Cash, I'm not playing any music. I did hear about Armished's wrist, yeah. Charity donation like a raffle for a random team up. BQ, as I found out to my dismay not long ago, it's actually illegal to do that. That would be considered an illegal lottery. Whilst nobody's going to care, it wouldn't be legal. If you just Google search illegal lotteries and read up about it, you'll see why, rather than as turn into like iknowthelaw.com.
Holy dang. Second live stream I've caught 2 weeks in a row.
I know,
Have
dude.
A good stream.
You're right, man.
Got to get back to work.
Gringo, that is. Stephen, thanks for coming in. I hope you have a good rest of the day. So, without getting too boring about the whole illegal lottery thing, if you did something like said, everyone can play $5, any money raised goes to charity, and then I'll draw some people out and they'll get the chance to play with me, it's considered an illegal lottery, in the same way as you can't just say, I've got £1,000 to give away, I'm going to sell, I don't know, tickets at £10 each. I'm going to sell 200 tickets at £10 each for you to win £1,000, right? You're not allowed to do the same thing. It's this. If you're giving a prize and the barrier to entry is money, it's considered an illegal lottery. Not the same as doing like a raffle at a school fete or something. That's not the same thing. Like, you're allowed to do a raffle, but that would be at a school fete where you're going to some kind of day out, and there's a whole load of shit going on, and there's one little fete where you could win a bottle of wine or something. You're allowed to do that. You see people doing that for cars all the time. Yes, you do, Simon. But there is usually ways to get out of it. So, for example, what they normally do with that, there's a load of them that do it for watches. They have like you can buy a ticket to win a Rolex or win a whatever, a watch. And they're £10 or £20 each or something. They get round it by 2 ways. Before you can buy a ticket, they ask you a question you have to get right. And because they've asked you a question they have to get right, they're saying it's a game of skill and not a game of chance, right? So you're allowed to say, they ask a question. If you get it wrong, you don't get to buy a ticket. So they're trying to get out of it on a technicality that there's a game of skill. And then usually somewhere on the website, in the small print, somewhere you'll never find it, there's a way that you can enter for free by sending in a stamped addressed envelope or whatever. Just all of the competitions they have on the radio or they have on the TV, they have like if you'd like a free entry, send your name and address to this address. That's how they avoid those being illegal lotteries. That's why when you have those, like, text in the answer to this, like, if you add 5 and 5 together, what do you get? It's not an illegal lottery if they've asked you a question. Right? That's why they have such easy answers. It's not because it's because that allows them to make it not an illegal lottery. Stephen and Tom, thank you again. Michael, Daly and Henrik, cheers for the follows on YouTube. Lots of people are doing it though. Lots of people are still doing it and like doing illegal shit and having illegal lotteries. Most people don't even know, you know. Most people doing that don't know. Anyone's allowed to have a competition, you know. You would be allowed to say, I don't know, like £20 an entry. Like, we're going to meet at this racetrack and everyone's going to run the 100 metres and whoever the quickest gets half the money and everyone else loses. That's not illegal. You're allowed to have a competition, but it has to be based on skill. The barrier of entry can't be that you just pay money. Oh, fuck you then. Jeek, all the time, every day. All the time, every day. It's in the rock, yeah. They make lotteries illegal so it can be not be rigged. It's partly so it can avoid rigging, but it's also to avoid people getting ripped off. You know, like those watch things, for example. They don't mind. Most countries have a legal lottery, but otherwise it would incentivize people to do stupid shit. Like, you see, a lot of people that are like eBay sellers have like they have streams where they sell the stuff that they can't shift. You know, they'll have a stream on. I forget the name of the website, but there's a website where people do like live auctions to an audience, right? And they'll have like maybe 50 things to sell, and at the end of that day, they'll have 50 things to sell, and all 50 will go into a draw to win something cool. You know, if they're a YouTuber that sells, I don't know, fancy clothing, they'll give away a designer bag that's worth $400 or something, right? But so the people that have bought the 50 items, they don't really want the items. They're just buying something to get entered into the draw to win the bag. You know, that's not allowed. But what could happen is people would just buy all of them. You know, like illegal lotteries are such that because they're only relatively small, it's not like a national lottery. It would be possible for someone to think, I'm just going to buy all of these things so I get that free bag. It's possible to try and rig it, because if you've got a countrywide lottery where millions of people are entering, you can't rig it. Whereas if you've got one person having 50 tickets, one person can buy them all. Whatnot is the name of the website, Peyton, yeah. There's loads of people breaking the rules on that website, doing exactly what I just said. We are back to the coast. Terry, well, I went off to Mogilevka to try and get some food, but I've had to come this way because I've got a stashed Tundra over here, unless somebody's been and took it. It's why that, you know the company Omaze? In the UK there's a company called Omaze that you can buy a ticket and win a house. And the house is like a fuck-off great mansion. And they sell so many tickets that they make their money back, and then they give some of that money to charity. They used to be based in America, but they were being investigated for running illegal lotteries, and they closed down in America and then opened up in the UK. Now, they may not be doing anything legal now. They may not have ever been doing anything illegal, but they used to be in America. They started being investigated, so they moved Omaze to the UK and started in the UK instead. It may not be illegal in any way. And it's also a way to money launder as well, like you say, Hi, yeah. I actually had a little bit of snooping around about those watch giveaways, not because I wanted to enter, but I thought I wanted to know how they were trying to get away with it not being illegal, you know, because like selling £20,000 worth of tickets to give away something worth £10,000 seems like an absolutely no-brainer way to make money. And I wanted to know how, not that I want to do it, but I wanted to know how they were making it so it wasn't illegal. Lucas, like I said already, I stashed a gun here, so unless somebody's been and stolen it... Oh, that fucking sucks. Someone must have been watching the fucking stream. There's no way somebody comes here by mistake. There is no way somebody comes here by mistake. They came here on purpose. And so somebody watching the stream came and took my stash. There's no way you'd find that otherwise. Not in the short time it's been since I was there. That's dodgy. It happens all the time, though. Now, I killed a player. And I threw their Tundra, so we may be able to find their Tundra. I threw it this way. I was behind this wall. And I threw it that way. And it kind of clipped the wall and went that way a little bit, so it should be around here. Well, at least we got second prize. Doesn't have a scope that fits it, but... I think there was a scope on it. There might still be a scope on it.
Thumbs up, thumbs up.
Coming back to the question about Prison Island, though, Prison Island is really worth it. Just by the way, you can find baby AKs. It might have changed. It might change again on the next patch, but in recent times on official, I found M16s here, I found baby AKs here, I often find SKSs here. Even if you're really unlucky you don't get those, you're very much likely to get a Pioneer or an SSG. You're very likely to get either a press vest or a stab vest. The loot here is good. It's really worth coming to, and hardly anybody does. The loot economy has changed a touch, so you probably don't get M16s here anymore. But you can get other shit, and it's definitely worth a visit. Did my mask change? It did, and then I tried to change it back and fucked it up. Which one was the mask in? Thought I changed it in here, but maybe I didn't. It must have been one of the earlier buildings in that. Oh, no, I did. Not good. And I'm not looking for a promotion right now. Yeah, it's very often blocked. If you're on servers with base building, it can be blocked, which is annoying. Now I am burning through food because I'm cold, so I think we should make a fire. It's kind of risky, but I think we should just make a fire and we get the plus symbol and cook the chicken. Seems like a smart idea. Terry, yes, that's pretty much what happened. Like somebody watching the stream came and looted that area. See, there is a chance if that was there for 8 hours, that gun, there's a chance somebody could stumble on it. But there's no reason to go behind there. There's no loot. There's, I guess maybe somebody might decide they wanted to swim to that oil rig. There's a few small chances that could mean that 1 or 2 in 100. Somebody just stumbled on it, but it's much, much, much more likely that they just saw me stash it and went and grabbed it, you know. But that's common. It's not. A long, long time ago, we're going back 6-7 years. I found a tent on DayZ Underground in the middle of fucking nowhere, probably having about 300 or 400 people watching the stream. I found this tent in the middle of nowhere. And then I went back about an hour later and it was gutted. Somebody had just gone and, maybe 2 hours later, but somebody had just gone and stolen the whole lot because I'd found it on stream, and then it's really common. It wasn't the tent, it was one of those improvised shelters, and it was so well hidden. It was really, really well hidden. The scope might be missing on the Tundra, or it might be bugged. I might relog just to be sure. There could be a bugged scope on it. But you're right, when I threw it, there was a scope on it. I'm one on Omaze and they flew us to LA to meet an actor. Very cool. Just for the bits, by the way, BQ. Pato, Bullet of Beliefs, thank you. What actor was it? That's the question, BQ. Don't pay to answer that, by the way. Just at me in the chat. Dude, don't. Yeah, there was a lot of duping going on then. Arnold Schwarzenegger, was it? Very cool. You went to Venice Gold's gym. Badass. Worked out, flew in a chopper to Palms Beach for lunch. Did he say we got to get to the chopper? Surely he said it. You met Mike Tyson in Vegas, had a 10-minute chat with him. Very cool. Any DayZ events coming up soon? I'm not aware of any, no. I'm sure there will be some, but I think... I feel like most events now are likely to be after whenever Sarkale comes out. I could be wrong, but... There is a lightsaber event coming up the last Sunday of the month, which I haven't entered. And there was another event that somebody was talking about on Twitter, but again, I couldn't go in that one. I probably should have entered the lightsaber event. Me and melee weapons aren't really a good mix, though. Melee is not my strength. Posh Scotsman, thanks for coming in, dude. Just one lonely zombie spawned in over there. Seems to take ages every time. I'm only coming up here because occasionally you can get a lucky SKS or similar. A long way to go for a gas mask and 6 bullets. I reckon the person who took your gun mostly found the other gun and swapped it, took the scope. Maybe. Usually the pillad goes straight on here, but this server seems to have some rail mount stuff going on. Usually a pillad just drops straight on. And it doesn't, so it might need that rail mount that the server has. Or, equally likely, there's a scope already on it, and I don't know which is which.
Keep on running.
The Tundra needs a mount. Well, there's no point logging out then. I had 2 of those mounts earlier. We still managed to get a Mosin, which was quite lucky considering someone had pilfered the loot spot. I didn't check the windowsills last time, we ought to check them. That's awkward, isn't it? Shut you in! Fuck off. Good job I shut that in so proficiently, right? Fuck, dead. Yeah, I definitely did leave a scope on this one, Yakety, but so maybe somebody came and found it. It did have a hunting scope on it, which was better. Which probably means that they came and took the hunting scope off it. Which makes me think it's all the more likely that they were watching the stream. Because they then took the bullets, took everything they wanted, left the Tundra, and took the hunting scope because they preferred it to the one that I had. I could maybe use that. When do you know when to sneak around a town and when looting versus running? I very rarely sneak. That kill that we got here earlier is why I very rarely sneak, because the biggest danger in DayZ is not zombies, it's players. And if you're sneaking around being uber careful about Zeds, you're dying to the geared dude that's watching you. Yeah, loot can spawn on the windowsills. It's normally a gun or a vest. It's usually something decent. Not always, but quite often. Police captains do not scream like other Zeds. No, it's only the military captains that do that. The police cops don't call other police cops. The entrance. So I did already loot this, but there's been plenty of time for other loot to respawn. I'll need to check it, I guess. I dropped that vest there. And the scope I just picked up. This is probably risky, but I'm so bored of shotguns. I'm just going to leave the shotty and I'm going to take the Scorpion. Probably not leave the shells in it.
Shout out to Robot Lady.
Post-op. Fair enough. Ooh, look. Red shells. Now I'm starting to think I should take the shotgun. Yeah, I am. Not taking the rubber slugs. Rubber slugs can do one. There's a lot of Dallas masks in here, isn't there? Fucking hell. They're everywhere. So it's 6 red shells means I kind of really need to use it. It's a decent secondary. As much as I do find shotguns dull, I kind of can't not have that. Matty, cheers for the support, dude. Thank you very much. Appreciate it, dude. Thank you. Frank and Beans, thank you very much. Probably ought to take that. Just going to say I'm hoping we find another one. Cheers, Frank and Beans. Irishman, thank you very much too. Right, let's go. Drop that as well. I loaded the wrong mag in. Yeah, well spotted. I probably won't be using it, but definitely not in that way. Did actually find a deagle. I still didn't take it. Let's just get rid. Little cocks. Cheers for the super chat. And for me to say the word little cocks again. Do I like dragons? Never really given it a great deal of thought, if I'm honest. I don't mind Game of Thrones. I've never really considered whether I like dragons or not, really. I don't like the dragon from The Hobbit. Smorg, or whatever his name is. Oh, no. Easy enough to put you off dragons for life, the boring fucker. Dragon D's nuts. Oh, God. That's poor. That was quite a long way. I have kind of damaged my shoes as well, but it'll be alright. Come on, go quicker. For fuck's sake. Mind you, I'm going to swim in a sec, don't matter. You can make bone knives, yeah. It'd be nice to find a fishing hook. Sorry, a fishing rod, I was going to say. That's actually good. I might even do a little bit of fishing. Because I've got a couple of bones. Fucking hell, someone else has already done it. How do you find a good server to play in this game? I tend to, personally, I look at the servers that have got lots of players in, read the descriptions and pick one that suits the sort of DayZ that I like, you know. It's not always the case, like some servers that are lower pop are amazing servers, but I tend to want servers with players in. And if the servers are holding lots of players and they're not rigging it, they're normally good servers. So I look at the servers with players in and I pick one of those. Not a full description, Chippy, but it tells you a little bit about the mods and whatnot. Like, if you use the DZSA launcher, if you're on the regular official launcher, you can click Show More. You can read a bit more about each server. I play official from time to time, dude, but there's quite a lot of reasons not to play official, unfortunately. Really enjoy the official game. The vanilla game is really, really good, but there's other challenges with it. Especially around cheaters. Will I be watching AJ versus Dubois? I'm going. I'm going to watch it in the stadium. I'm going to Wembley. Me and the missus have got tickets. We're going. We're sitting level. We're not on the ground. We're in the stadium, but quite low down, on the side of the stadium that makes it the shortest. So we're in a low down seat, level with the stadium. Sorry, level with the ring, which is pretty decent. You know, when I went to see Tyson Fury at Wembley against Dillian White, and I paid more money for a better seat, as it were, but it was a worse seat because I was in like row 28 sitting on the pitch. What's going on there? That's weird. The rod went down, but it let me carry on fishing. Yeah, so I was slightly nearer, but on ground level, and then people are standing up in front of you and standing on their seats. You can't see shit. So I've gone for one that's just slightly raised and still relatively close.
I work for the company broadcasting it.
Very cool, Rachel. Hopefully it goes okay. You probably get free tickets then. You didn't have to pay crazy money for the tickets. That's cool. Are there different fishing rods? There's only two. There's this one and the one that you make yourself out of stick rope. I'm not convinced Dubois will quit. I think Joshua will win. I know Dubois has this record for being a quitter, but he's been beaten by Joyce when he was in when he was a much better fighter than he is now, and he was beaten by Usyk, who's the best fighter ever. Well, not ever. Sorry, not true. He's arguably the best fighter of this generation. He's beaten Fury, so right now he definitely is the best fighter of this generation. So I don't think he has any shame on his record. His record is pretty decent. I know he's got a reputation for being a bit of a quitter. I'm not sure I agree with that or not. I do think AJ wins, though. I think his head's too static. He's very, very powerful, Dubois. If Dubois hits AJ with his best shot, he'll win. He'll knock him out. He'll knock AJ out. But I think his head's static. He's way more likely to get knocked out himself. I'm not reading that out loud. No. Cheers for the support. Well, the last bit was nice, Whacker. Thank you for the very, very long resub. I hope you're good, dude. I want to see AJ win. I know AJ is like a Marmite character. Some of the stuff he said at the end of fights has been a little bit stupid, but I think like the fight at the end of the last Usyk fight, his head had gone massively. You know, he just wasn't there. But I think he's an alright dude by and large. He's. I think AJ's story arc could be amazing if he beats Dubois. I genuinely think if he fights the winner of Usyk versus Fury, even if it's Usyk, I genuinely think he's got a better chance next time. He'll still lose if he fights Usyk, probably. Fuck me. I just got absolutely petrified by my own shadow. Whoa. What is going on there? He was miles ahead. There was a dude in front and he was like going like 90 to the dozen. I think it was because it wasn't my shadow, it was theirs. I think they were in front going away, or more likely they saw me and turned around. That was fucking weird. Can you fix a cooking pot? Yeah, with a blowtorch. Blackgatter, thank you. Rachel, little Matt Blythe, thank you for the support, guys. I'm really excited to see it. It's a really good night. The boxing, all of the fights are good. What the fuck? It's an SKS.
TRMZ heart.
What the hell kind of loot is this? What was that? Somebody fired from further up. So there's somebody over that way. The guy that was on this bit, that's not the guy from here. That's somebody else. Kind of ditched that shotgun without really checking how many bullets anyone had. This dude's got some really strange loot. Like, that's kind of a lot of gear considering they've got nothing. They might have ran back for the SKS and the AK, or they might have been given that by a buddy or something. Right, they're going to have a scope. I haven't got a scope. I think I've got to call it.
Some folks are racist, some are ableist, I'm ageist. That's why I watch Paul. Wait, ageist means you think grandpas are sexy, right? Viagra all around.
Is this dude cheating or what? How's he seeing me from there? Probably not. We had someone that felt like they were cheating yesterday. I'm still not sure if they were or not, but this dude feels dodgy. How can he possibly see me from there? There's loads of ground in the way. The dude shouldn't be able to see me. Come on, don't run. I kind of need to reposition. I can't stay there. There's somebody on this island to the left. Somewhere. Although I am a bit weirded out. I could see them breathing in the water and then they were on the other side really quickly. Now, that's not me saying they're definitely a speed hacker or anything, but I was getting a bit confused about the shadow, so I might be all wrong, but it looked like they were in the water and then 1 second they were on the beach. But maybe it was just because of the confusion of the shadow, but it looked really quick and really strange. So it was probably just the shadow, but nonetheless. I can't stay there on that island with a player potentially behind me and a player in front. And my long-range SKS has got 3 shots. That's not a goer, is it? Yeah, the sun's not helping me any either. Yeah, you're right. I wonder where the swimmer went. They might all be part of the same group. They might have been 3 approaching from different ways, or they might be... I don't know, but it's just weird. I could see breath coming out of the water for a split second, and it was very strange. Maybe it was an admin. No. I try to play on servers where I trust the admins too. It won't be an admin. Right, I'm going to get away. I've got a kill. I've got an upgrade on the loot. A really good upgrade on the loot. I'm also starving to death. And there's 2 players and fuck knows where they are. So I'm just going to try and get moving for now. In regards to Thursday football. Ewan, what Thursday football? Are you meaning American football? You probably are. Assuming you mean American football, I'm going to be streaming when it's on, or not able to watch it. But I only really have any desire to watch the Super Bowl every year. I'm vaguely interested in the sport, but I don't have the time available to invest in watching everything other than just one game a year. Will do for me. So I'm trying to go somewhere where they won't expect me to be for now. I just need to move further away. Maybe they were on top of a rock or they were higher up than I thought, but I can't quite understand how, when I was behind the rock and down the bottom of a dip, that they were still shooting at me there, unless there was another player. But the shots were going right near me. It was weird. Just replayed the last encounter and it looked like he ran straight under the water at Mach 90. If I get far enough away, I might log out and have a little look back at it, but right now I feel like I'm still close to where I got shot. If I get a little bit further away, I wouldn't mind going and have a look at that just to see. I'm not saying there's anything definitely wrong with it, but it felt really weird to me. I'd like to watch it in slow-mo. So this is Pavlovo military base. Is it not gassed? That's kind of cool. I didn't know this area wasn't gassed. What with the... it won't have the same loot. It won't have like SVDs and whatnot, but... I feel like we might as well just check out a little tiny bit of it. Zombie up there with the tortilla bag. I've got the hunting bag already, so I don't need that. Right, loot's not very high. I'm gonna just move this way. This might be really overly, like, paranoid, but I'm expecting to get shot any second from behind, like the way I came. I'm expecting to get shot any second. Hopefully I don't, but that's what I'm expecting. If they're hacking, it's not really worth it. They'll just get banned. I think most cheaters know that, dude. Over the years, there's been... I've known of at least one cheater that had bought the game like something like 40 times. But they have ways of making it a little bit cheaper. But they'll just get caught and then buy the game again. Get caught and buy the game again, over and over again. That's a really lucky find, isn't it? That makes it much more viable. It's National Cheeseburger Day. That sounds good. I had cheeseburgers the other day after I streamed on Sunday, and I was meant to be having them in pitters, and I didn't. I had them a bit later, so I went to the shop and actually bought proper bread rolls and had a glucolytic tablet and had a cheat and actually had two proper cheeseburgers. They were fucking amazing, like proper cheeseburgers. I made them, bought burgers, but constructed them myself, so not particularly hard. But I had I bought like plastic cheese, you know, like sort of like cheese you get from McDonald's, right? I bought like burger cheese. So I bought burger cheese. I bought pickled chilies, like a little jar of green chilies. So I had slice of cheese, some green chilies, or some green chilies, slice of cheese, burger, cheese, ketchup. Done. It was amazing. Thoughts on vegetarian or vegan? I have lots of respect for people that want to do it. Let's not get all silly and start... Some people always like to make stupid jokes now, but let's not try to do that. Probably better not to, but fair play to those that want to do it. I'm not one. Tales from the Tales from the Bird guy called our cheese plastic. Well, that kind of like cheese slice is plastic. It seems like there's almost as much plastic in the cheese as there is in the plastic that you have to unfold to unwrap it, right? But it doesn't mean that they don't taste good on a burger, though. Yeah, craft singles. God, this takes ages, doesn't it? I can understand that there are some serious health benefits to it. I like the idea of eating slightly less meat. And I say that as the guy that has lamb pitters one day and steak pitters the next. I think having more vegetables is by and large good for you. I don't think meat is particularly bad for you. It depends how you eat it, you know, like I think there's a balance there somewhere, but eating a little bit less wouldn't necessarily perturb me too much. It would probably be healthier for me in some ways. But it's not. It's easy to, like, a lot of the meals I have to be kind of quick, and meat works better than like having a pitta stuffed with lettuce, and lettuce doesn't seem particularly good. But
it's time to start running.
Void, thank you very much for the new sub. Cheers for that. Thank you. Earl, thank you very much. I can has cheeseburgers. Earl, dude, I'm not selling them right now. There's an idea, though. Cheers for the support, dude. Thank you. Fox, I don't know exactly how many hours I have, but more than 18,000. I have lots. I've been playing it as a job for 8.25 years or so. So, yeah, I've been playing this game a long time. The guy in the water was on a bike. Is that so? That'd be interesting to have a look. Right, I'm dry. I'm going to have a look in a minute. At least that means they're probably not bugged, but they were moving so quickly it just didn't make any sense. At least that means they were probably not a cheat. But they could have been the one that shot at me. Then if they had a bike, they could have got on it and then moved to another island, couldn't they? How many years streaming? Well, I've been full-time streaming since May 2016, which is that's the 5th month of the year. We're now in the 9th, so 8 years and 4 months. But that's not like when I started playing DayZ, of course. I started a YouTube channel. I played DayZ for 6 months before I started YouTube. I started YouTube, did that for nearly a year, then started streaming, and a year later became a full-time streamer. So I've been doing content on DayZ for more than 10 years. My first YouTube video was July the 29th, 2014. Have I seen Whiskey Week offers? I haven't, Dada. Please don't tell me they're good though, because I just ordered a couple of bottles of Bunnahabhain from Master of Malt. What's the deal? Do I love my job? Yeah, I do. Yeah, I love what I do. I'm proud to do what I do. I think I'm very grateful to do what I do, and it's transformed my life in many ways. There are downsides and upsides to doing whatever you do, and that includes being a streamer and YouTuber, but I love it, yeah. I spent a long time working shit jobs that I hated in retail. Meant to be happening at some point, Luke. It is meant to be happening at some point, for sure, yeah. I team up with the Fresh Ones, that is. Brutladdick is pretty decent, yeah. Brutladdick has just got a little bit of smoke. I quite like... I really like Bunnahabhain because it's not peated. It's from Isla, but I'm not as keen. I don't mind smoke. I quite like some of the smoky ones. But I really like Bunnahabhain for the lack of smoke, but all of everything else it has. I didn't see what the offers were, by the way. I did just see someone else saying Talisker Sky for 25. On the same subject of smoke, I don't go a bundle on Talisker, so that's one I'm not too worried about. Peated means smoke as well, yeah. Normally peated ones are smoky. I don't mind the smoky ones, though. I quite like Lagavulin, I quite like Ardbeg and several others, but I kind of have to be in the mood for a smoky one. And I think also smoky ones are much more like middle of the winter, you know, middle of winter, late at night, a smoky whiskey. It seems good, but rest of the year, not so much. What's my favourite gun? Godly, my favourite gun in the history of the game is the Blaze. I don't use it all the time, but it's still the Blaze. Gamma is still on, that's a good shout. Brutladdick do a few different ones, Zibolus, yeah. I've tried the two normal, like the one, I forget the names of them, but I Wee Laddie or something like that, and Brutladdick, my missus got me two for my birthday. Two of different Brutladdick ones, and they were both good, but they were both a little bit smoky, and there was nothing wrong with them. I'd quite happily have them again. They were both really good, but I wouldn't choose them over Bunnahabhain, for example. Wee Beastie, I think that was it. Classic, no, it was Classic Laddie. Wee Beastie is Ardbeg, isn't it? It was the Classic Laddie and some other one. I forget the other one was a more smoky one. I've not got any plans to play Deadfall. I'm sure I'll play it again, but it's not really something that's on my mind right now. So I'm actually trying to find where we died before. I want to alt tab and have a look at the. I want to have a look at the replay, but before we do that, we might as well go and see where I died and just see if there's any loot left. Eric, thank you for the gifted membership, dude. That's really kind, man. Thank you. Well, that's a change of direction then, isn't it? What made you want to go from working those retail jobs to saying, screw it, I'm going to start a YouTube and go full time? Well, most people that start YouTube don't think it's going to be a job. So when I started YouTube, I was playing DayZ as a hobby, and I met some people in the game that talked me into starting YouTube, but it was just a hobby. You know, it wasn't meant to be a replacement for my job. You know, I kind of fell into it. Like most people do, you know. A lot of younger streamers start streaming while they're at college or university or whatever, and then instead of when they graduate, they're already a streamer if they're really lucky and they've done well. They're then a streamer, and that's what they do, you know. But I did it as a side thing, as a hobby. It was more of a distraction from real world stuff, to be honest. But at no point did I think it would be my job. But then I did okay. I got to 4,000 subs on YouTube. And so I started streaming on Twitch, and at first I said I started streaming in April 2015, but I streamed in January to do a Survivor Games qualifier, I think it was. And then I did a stream roughly once every 4 weeks. Like I had no motivation. I wasn't trying to be a streamer, but I did a stream once every few weeks, basically, as a means to talk to people that were watching the YouTube videos, and I just thought I'd do a Twitch stream once in a while. And somebody in one of those streams sort of said, why are you only streaming a little bit? You seem quite good at it, and you seem to enjoy it. Why don't you do it a bit more? And I kind of thought, well, to be fair, that's a pretty good question. I do enjoy it, and I'm playing the game anyway to try and make videos for YouTube. I might as well stream. So I started streaming 3 times a week in the April. And then in June I was
for Liverpool last night.
I was Twitch partnered, so I kind of started streaming by accident based on a question in the chat, and then a few months later I was a Twitch partner, which meant at that time there was no affiliate. You had to be a partner to have a sub button. It was quite hard to be a Twitch partner then, a little bit harder than it is now.
The long walk is in post-production. It's time to start walking.
Is it? Post or pre? I'm surprised it's in post-production. I hope that's good. I hope it's not like some made-for-TV movie. That'll be good. Reefer, thank you. Yates, thank you as well. Even if it's bad, I'll have to watch that. I really hope no. This is going to have been looted. It's going to have been looted because it's so close to Zeleno. There's no way it's not been heard, but we could get lucky. For fuck's sake, Paul. No gas mask. Right, let's go this way. Mark Hamill is the general. I can hardly remember a thing about the long walk. And this is maybe not a nice thing to say, but if Mark Hamill's in it, I have a funny feeling it might be a bit shit. And I really like Mark Hamill, but normally if he's in a film, it's normally at the lower end of a budget, let's say. And I know that's really harsh, but it's probably true nowadays. But I hope it's good. Obviously, that's not including Star Wars, obviously. But anything non-Star Wars related that Mark Hamill's in is usually not the best. Not going towards those shots for now, I don't think. I'd like some more bullets. So this is the field where that helicopter crash site was, where I was getting shot at and couldn't ever see him. What about voice acting? I know he played Joker. I've never seen that, but I know he's pretty well known for that. And a lot of people, like someone has just said above you there on the YouTube chat, he's the best Joker. I think voice acting is a very big different thing than people acting. So I think he's the best voice actor for Joker if you want, but I don't think he's anywhere near the same level as Heath Ledger as actually being an actor, I'm sorry to say. Or whack him. Either, or Jack Nicholson. Let's not get into the politics. Total Respawns, you're entitled to your view. I'm not really bothered what way people's politics fall, but we can talk about the films without making it about politics, because that's dull as shit. So I died just on the edge of this ridge somewhere down here. I just thought there's half a chance that maybe they might have dropped a little bit of loot.
To talk politics and Doctor disrespect.
Coach said you definitely came to the wrong place. No loot dropped off. I think I died kind of about here. Coach, cheers for the support, dude. Thank you. Chicken Willy, thank you for the Prime. Reefer, Yates, cheers for the support. Eric, thank you as well. Right. I think we're definitely far enough now. I want to have a quick look back at that replay. Let's have a go. It's not a bad idea to restart the game every now and then too, so we'll do that. Right, let's see if we can work out what went on. Not a full description, Chippy, but it tells you a little bit about the official stadium. Blew down. He has amputations. Cheers for the support. Well, so this is the gamma was still on. That's kind of annoying. Very long resub.
7 months. I'll send you an email all about it.
But I think like the fight at the end of the Don't shoot, thank you. Last Usyk fight, his head had gone massively. You know, he just wasn't there. But I think let's turn this twat off. He won't stop talking. So I don't see anything there. There's nothing to be seen. He's on a bike and he comes from behind. So that's what was throwing me. I thought for a second it was my own shadow, but then I could see my breath. And then I only saw him for a second, and I didn't look properly. He was probably just coming out. He might have got off the bike when it got shallower. No, this server's got modded bikes on it, and they probably go under the water. That doesn't mean he was a cheater. But it looked like the dude had just turned right. Now, when you're going up a slope on those bikes, they can be really finicky. So chances are he never went onto the land over there. He probably went that way somewhere. So it looks like somebody with a helmet. I don't see a bag. I can't really... No, it might be like a light green Ushanka or something. It's kind of a light palish green top thing on his head. And if you look at that, he's going that way. He's still sitting on the bike, but the bike is really shitty, right? Like he probably struggled and then he ended up back down in the valley. So I don't think he went up that way. He may have gone that way. So the one we shot at could have been the one with the bike. It might not have been, but let's have a look, see what was on their head. What's he got on his head? It looked a little like them. What's on the head there? It could be that. Black dry bag, though. I don't remember the dude having a black dry bag. That's crazy, though. So they were on the bike and they went past me like they were trying to run me over or something. They must have been like right behind that rock there. Why would they be out? That doesn't make any sense, does it? They came like flying at full pelt from behind. Right, let's see if we can see him now. So I'm in the water and I'm swimming. Can't see if that's a bag or not. I can see the bike disappearing off into the background. That is so weird. Holy shit. At least we know what it was now. It just confused the fuck out of me. It was so strange. Right, that looks like a tortilla bag, I think. I don't think it's a black dry bag anyway. They might be the other one that fired. I don't think that's the one I killed. I think that they might have been together though. That's cool. At least we know what happened anyway. It was a bike. Very strange goings on. Bikes are submarines now. Well, the bikes aren't in the game. They're modded in, and they do behave a bit weird. I think if you're on a bike underwater, you can drown in them, as far as I know. Geordie, we don't do really serious world events as a topic, dude. There's places for that. Here we try to keep it a little bit lighter than serious world events or politics and espionage and the like. Dung, thank you very much. Red and Olik, thank you very much for the follows. Thank you. Ooh. Well, I like to do a lot of different subtopics, T-Money. We don't just talk about DayZ. Someone was moaning at me earlier about the football talk that we have sporadically, amongst many other things, but I prefer to keep it lighter. I think a lot of people go to Twitch streams to try and get away from all of the stuff that's in the news, so we try to avoid certainly politics, religion, gun laws, really serious world events. Like people come to places like this to try and forget shit. What the fuck is going on? Was that there when I came in? I never checked the inventory, but that... What the fuck is going on? That could have been there. I don't think I checked the inventory, did I? I think I just came up and logged out. I don't think this was planted. I don't think this was planted for me. I don't. Bear in mind that I died, like I was saying before. I died just around up the hill there. I think this is from the fight that was happening when I was here earlier. Like, I died just on that ridge there. And I got killed by SKSs, and there's 2 SKSs sitting here, right? So, people that killed me may well have...
Are Scotch eggs as good as I'm led to believe?
May well have left the loot here after the fight was over. This might be the spoils of war kind of thing. I think that's what it is. So the first life I had, I died literally over that stream. I think all that is leftover loot from that. What we ought to do is check a couple more trees. Usually people bring it to the same tree. It probably is, but like I was in a fight against 2 players. We know that there was other players because unless it was bait, but clearly there was more than just me and those 2 there. It was all around the heli, so that's where some of the stash loot is. The Defender vest is a little bit better than the press vest, which is why I'm taking it. It's damaged though, so I'm a little bit unsure. I'm not convinced that's sus. I think there's plenty of reasons why that could be legit. Just ramp past loot on the right in a different tree near the other one. Alright, I'll go back. Well, that's the tree I was at.
Hey Paul and chat him back.
I don't know if there is any loot. You might be right, you might be not, but we can have a little look. I ain't seeing any loot.
Still 38, almost 3 years later.
I don't think I missed any other loot. Maybe I did, but I give up. Let's carry on. General Tragedy, thank you very much for the support. Dude, hope all is well. Hellblow, thank you for the resub as well. Cynic. Yes, Scotch eggs are as good as you're led to believe, if they're good. The Scotch eggs from a packet in the supermarket are terrible. But if you can go somewhere that makes like a homemade Scotch egg to order so it's warm, they are absolutely fucking orgasmic. The egg still needs to be a little bit runny, and the yolk needs to be runny, and the egg needs to be warm. So a Scotch egg, for those that probably are going to ask, it's a boiled egg that you still have. Sorry, it's a boiled egg with the egg yolk still runny. Wrap around it some sausage meat, like you sort of mash it around into like a tennis ball size of sausage meat around a egg, and then you roll that sausage meat in breadcrumbs, and then you fry it so it cooks the sausage meat and the breadcrumbs. So you then got crispy fried breadcrumbs around lovely unctuous juicy sausage meat around a around a boiled egg with a little bit of yolk inside, and it is so good. It's so good. Can't say that I have, doggone. Jeff, no. Kylie, thank you very much for the new sub. Atch Coco, thank you for the resub. Cheers, guys. I'm eating. I was going to say minted lamb pitters, but we haven't got any lamb. We haven't got any lamb. That makes no sense. We haven't got any mint, so I've got. They're not the same. I'm not moaning though. I'm very grateful for them, but they're like lamb and salad pitters, which are fine, but it's in the lamb. But once you've got a little bit of food, it's not normally a good idea to loot towns very much. Right, get some food, try and survive. If you're in a town, ideally you're looking for a vest at the police station and quickly scanning a few places where guns are likely, checking the hunting shop and stuff. But looting entire towns is not a smart way, really, to play the game. You absolutely can do it. It's worth looting a lot of the town where you spawn, the spawn town, to get a little bit of stuff, but the question was, should I loot the outskirts, should I loot the whole town, whatever. The main thing to think about there is what the loot is like. If the loot is good, so if you check 5 houses and you're finding okay loot, check another 5. If you check 5 houses and the loot is dog shit, don't. You know, don't keep looting where you're not finding anything worth having. Like, if you're checking a big town and you're not finding any loot, move to another area of the town and check there. You know, don't keep checking and checking and checking where you're not finding shit. Really aggressive, that, isn't it? Minted yogurt sounds pretty good, yeah. Right, I'm just up here for a second while I'm eating the last one of these pitters, and then we'll go down and loot down there. Tower's in America at the moment, Flynn. He's gone to TwitchCon, which is on at this weekend, so he's flown out to America. He's staying in a Airbnb with Sour, Ceramore, Benfruit and Hollyrex, I think. Havoc, it's a hard-boiled egg, yeah, but you want the yolk to be runny. You don't want it hard-boiled so it's hard. That's how they cook it in Scotland. Then fair enough, but you don't want you want the yolk to still be a little bit runny, just a tiny bit on the turn. That's the best Scotch eggs are still a little bit like that because the egg's fresh. A hard-boiled egg can have like some horrible like yellowy green disgusting yolk. It's not meant to be like that.
Happy sub day, Dad. TRMZ
Yeah, it's a soft-boiled egg, yeah.
LUV.
I'm not a chef. Right, so I'm no longer looting the summer camp. I'm going to go and investigate those shots. The shots are at the tents. They're shooting zombies at the tent. Never had a Scotch egg that's soft-boiled. The difference between a hard-boiled egg and a soft-boiled egg is just that the yolk's a bit runny. It's the same egg, right? And the only way you're going to get a Scotch egg that's soft-boiled is if you order it fresh in a restaurant, or you go somewhere that's the point. It has to be made fresh for you to order. You're not going to make a runny egg and then eat it 7 hours later. It's going to be hard-boiled anyway. So you sometimes get a Scotch egg on the menu of a restaurant as a starter or something. I think they, like you just said, Sniff. I think one or two now get sold in a packet where they're still soft inside, and then you can reheat them. But I think that's becoming more of a thing now. I saw one actually. You're right. And the other day I was reading I didn't get one because there's gluten in them. I just didn't bother. But in like one town over from where I am, there's a little sandwich shop, like an independent sandwich shop. Before I discovered I was gluten intolerant, I used to buy a sandwich from there 2 or 3 times a week. And every now and then they'd have Scotch eggs that were just fresh. They'd just made them. So if they had the fresh Scotch eggs, I used to buy one, and they had little runny yolk inside, and they were warm, and they were fucking amazing. No, I beg to get the best are hard-boiled Scotch eggs from Scotland. I rest my case. Yeah, Scotland are known in all the lands for the culinary expertise that they have, such as deep-fried haggis and fried Mars bars. My missus went to Dundee a few weeks back to see her grandma, and they were selling deep-fried battered pizza slices, entire burgers deep-fried in batter. I definitely think that's the best place to judge. Flavs, yeah, I'll have to try. I think it was a Jolly Hog one I was reading the description of. It was like a runny one. It did sound decent. We literally just heard shots. But that zombie just spawned in. Now, it could be that somebody else is here. But I caused that zombie to spawn in just now. Yeah, alright, Havoc. You can keep trying. Owning glass houses, let's leave Scottish Bappin to people with a leg to stand on. Croak, I think you're being a bit oversensitive. He's the one making out that the Scotch egg way is the absolute only way because he's Scottish, so it must be true. I just gave a little reply. Chill out, dude. Where the fucking hell is this dude? Those shots had to be here. The drivable truck there, look. Right, I'm going to nip up and have a look at where the convoy would be. I really thought those shots sounded close. I thought they had to be there, and they weren't. That's weird. They're so good. They are good. I'd love a Scotch egg. I'd love one. That sounded almost past the industrial.
I have another food question. Blood sausage. Is it really blood? And
Yes.
is it good?
Yes, it is, and it can be very good, yeah. And obviously when you know what's in it, it's the sort of thing you might not want to eat, but if you got given it before you knew what was in it, you'll like it. I had me and the missus had a weekend away in Norfolk a couple of years back, and I had a English fry-up breakfast in this kind of gastro pub in Norfolk, and it was all like locally sourced stuff, and it had black pudding, as it's called, blood sausage, on the breakfast. It was part of it, came with it, and it was fucking amazing. It was so good. It was one of the best things I've ever eaten. I was going to say I can hear a bear. This is a convoy spawn. Doesn't look like there's any more convoy loot. Dinnick, cheers for the super chat. Thank you very much. Right, I'm gonna try and focus on the shots. Whoa. This is feeling like an actual firefight, or it's very, very clever bait. I think it's a firefight. That's the same kind of shooting as we heard before when I was being baited, though, isn't it? I hope it's not. Fuck. God, that shot felt so close. It was so hard to judge that range, I had no clue. At least we know it's a legit firefight. There's a dead dude on the rock. There wasn't much of that player on view there. Like, I maybe could have gone for their body, but the way the angle they were at, it just wasn't easy to hit them. Obviously, the range, it was more like 250, not 300. The shot that I took, the very last shot, as they were running right to left there, that felt like it might have hit. It was really close. It felt like it was on, but I don't know. When investigating shots, it's best to run straight them or flank a bit. There is no right or wrong answer to that. It depends on the scenario. If you're running through a forest, you might as well run straight to them, but you don't want to run to where they are. Like I did there, ideally you want to stop with a view to overwatch. And I stopped in a good spot. I saw the player, but it was a tricky one. Without a rangefinder, it was a tricky one to gauge. Fuck, that's a different player. That sucks so bad. That's so unlucky. I think that's not the same player. I surrender. I'm not with it. Oh, fuck me. That's not the same player as the one that killed on the rocks. There's not just there's more than just KOS in the game, 10, and you can talk for sure. It's not just KOS. I don't agree, but we're right near Moschino tents. We're in a military area. There's a firefight. They're not going to talk, dude. I don't blame them. They were already shooting. There was like 2v1 or 2v2 or whatever. It's so unlucky that the position I took was a decent position. But if I'd have had my sniper in my hand, right? If I'd had my fucking blade, my AK or my SKS in my hands, we could have really done something. But that sucks. It really hurts as well. Chernarus is such a harsh map to start from scratch on. And this is the third start of the stream, you know, we're just not having a good run. Young Twizzler, first time chatter, love you, bye. Hello. ATO, if the shots are loud in game, I kind of want them to be loud in the stream. I don't want to compress them or anything. Fuck, that sucks. Is this a vanilla server? It's got snow on the ground, dude. Definitely not. It's lightly modded, but it's running early winter, late autumn mod, cosmetic mod. No, I don't think it was the same player. I think that was a second one. I don't think it was the same dude, but I haven't been back and reviewed it. It could have been. I think I ran into a different player there. I think the other one will have carried on going left. Cold is a bit more of a problem. Yeah, it's colder than regular Chernarus, but on the upside, it doesn't rain on this one at least anyway. Oi oi, Mr. Chi, thank you for the support, dude. No, we don't try to out what server I'm on. It doesn't help me in any way. Lots of people will know what server it is, but it doesn't mean I want it planted in the chat. Yeah. Danny, very cool. I'll try and remember, but I'll definitely forget. Franconian, eh? So Carrot, how you doing? Yeah, well, I just held someone up, dude, and I had a gun in my hands, and then you got your gun out. So whilst it might not have been very nice, it seemed like a smart thing to do. Like I just held someone up, and I had a gun in my hands, right? I personally view this way, right? If you meet someone that has their gun in their hands, they have the power. If you get your gun out, you might get shot. That's the way I sees it. I know you were talking and you might have been joking, but I don't know. You know, like plenty of people say stuff like that and then shoot you. That was a really fun little moment, actually. It was like there was 4 people in Puster. It was crazy. Why not just lie when people ask the server?
TRMZ love TRMZ LOVS.
SL, we do sometimes. I've been saying Russia 11 for about 9 years. But you can't really lie, because if you actually lie and sound believable, someone goes and checks and then it becomes a long-running thing. It doesn't work. Oh, well, that sucks. At least we haven't got the same spawn over down Bow Electro or Cherno. Mike, I was able to get my first truck back to my base. Now I don't know what to do with it. Park it up and leave it there. That's what most people seem to do. I guess what you really need to do is go and use it for doing loot routes. Go and park it up behind somewhere powerful and go and fill it full of loot, drive it back to your base, you know. Start using it as a tool or whatever, you know. Hey Cortana, hope you're good. Thanks for coming in. I don't know what fat washed means, Quantum, so not knowingly, no. What is fat washed whiskey? Sounds pretty gruesome to me. I have a shower every day, if that helps. It's a fancy way of implying the fatty flavour of, say, bacon fat into whiskey. That sounds horrible. It's the sort of thing that Havoc would like in Scotland, I would guess. Sorry, Havoc. It sounds like an American thing to me, that. And again, all good in taste. Yeah, people like what they like, but I don't want my whiskey to taste of bacon. That sounds horrible. I've never had jelly deal either, no, that doesn't appeal to me. I used to go fishing quite a lot, freshwater fishing. I've caught a few eels. There's absolutely no way I'd want to eat one. They're disgusting. Horrible, horrible things. Why does it sound like an American thing? Are you kidding? Anything that adds the flavour of bacon to it sounds like an American thing. Of course it does. It's the land of the free and the home of the bacon. Anything that can impart the flavour of meat on it obviously is going to sound a bit American, right? And this is not meant to be like a really horrible thing, you know, it's not a problem, but you're known for your meats and your smoked meats and your bacon and whatnot. Of course you are. Yeah, you're right, Turning Point. I was talking specifically about you. Toll, if you want to leave, if you want to quit, you can just find yourself a tree that's safe, nowhere near zombies, slightly away from the town, and just log out. As long as you join back in the same server, you'll be in the same place when you log back in. Your character stays in the server on official or on a vanilla server for 15 seconds, so go somewhere away from players and zombies, in a bush, log out. How does it not sound American? I know. Well, people like to be pedants for some reason. I guess I'm guilty of it too, but... The same people that would describe Brits as having bad teeth and terrible taste in food and whatnot get annoyed if you start making similar generalizations the other way round. Like, even ones that are completely fucking harmless. What's the best meat? I really like roast pork. Roast pork, like slow roast pork with crackling is my favourite, I think. Oh, nearly. I'm really enjoying this server, but my fuck have we had a bit of a torrid time of it with the two main lives. Sometimes I wish the light jab had a bit more reach. I wish we could reach as far as the zombies can. Because the zombies can definitely hit you at a point where you can't hit them. It's really fucking annoying. I don't really want to go down there. Not really sure what I'm looking for. Like, you can't get gas masks and filters at these, I don't think. You might get filters, but I don't think you get gas masks. So this server doesn't have NBC. You don't need a full NBC kit at all. You need a gas mask and a filter to go to the gas zones. But the gas masks are much rarer, so you have to go to like heli sites and convoys and stuff like that. You don't just find them anywhere. Which is why, partly why I've been checking convoys even where they feel like they've been looted. Wow, dude, you're incredibly kind. Thank you very much for the continued support. Very consistent with the massive super chats you are, dude. Thank you very, very, very much. Cheers for the support now, dude. Thank you very, very much, dude. Now, thank you again. Jonas, thank you very much for the follow on YouTube. Frazzo and Kale. Kale BR, thank you very much for the resubs. And Mr. Chi as well. Reski, thank you as well. Didn't spam caps, says Creepy Tickler. The emote has a limit, dude. It's the way the emotes work on Twitch. Sorry, the way the emotes work on YouTube. If you spam too many emotes, it sees them as caps. It's the bot's fault, but there's a limit to the emotes. I tried to fix it, actually, but it still does it sometimes. Yeah, I think you get a few more emotes on Twitch, Simon, than 4, though. 6 in a row on Twitch, is it? Thanks a lot now, dude. Used to be more than that. That seems weird, but anyway, it's good. It's all good. Read a question I was going to get, and then I got sidetracked. Not many players at the spawn town. There's been quite a few in other places. It just depends on luck of the draw, you know. The server's full with a queue, but it depends whether people are spawning or not when you're spawning, you know. Like, it's just good luck or bad luck, depending on what you're looking for. I don't think on YouTube you actually get to choose the emote prefix. Uncle Food, you don't type it anyway. I think it takes the TRMZ or whatever, however it's written. I've never like written a prefix like I have done on Twitch. You just upload the pictures. I think I'm just going to move on. That'll do. I'm going to head towards somewhere where we can start finding loot. I got jam. We can make some progress in there. Christopher,
been
dude.
watching you since I was 12 years old. Just turned 20 in April.
That's crazy.
Love you, bye.
Cheers for the support, dude. Hope all is well.
Love watching your streams. TRMZ love. TRMZ love.
So annoying that I just ran into the fucker in a bush. That sucks. I kind of wish I'd fired with my Tundra now, but my instinct was to change, which is understandable, but I wish I just took a shot with the Tundra and had to dig. Boosted loot server. It's got slightly different loot on it. That was the question that somebody just asked me that I was going to answer. What's the end game on this? This server's got a way to find a punch card that's quite hard to do. You find a punch card, and then at Tissy there's a room you can get to that has got a high-end rifle. I'm guessing it's some kind of like R700 or similar. It'll be a 338 sniper rifle. But beyond that, this server's mostly vanilla guns, vanilla loot. It certainly plays no easier than vanilla in terms of finding loot. It's got some modded scopes, it's got some modded attachments, but it's mostly vanilla guns with a few reskin like colours and whatnot, and then 1 or 2 more endgame rifles. There's also a taser that I used yesterday that's good. Rin, I don't know where it is, I've not done it. I'm guessing it's just north of the shooting range, but I don't know that for sure. Dan, thank you. Cheers for tuning in. I appreciate it, man. It's all good. Thank you. Any idea where the punch card spawns? So you get the punch card on a zombie at the airfield that moves around. So it's a dynamic zombie at the airfield that kind of spawns in and then moves after half an hour or so. And if you have a radio and a GPS and a map, if you turn your radio on at the airfield, you can wait and a automated message will play over the radio and it will tell you the location of the zombie, and then you can look at it on a GPS or a map.
I shall be taking my leave of you to endure a commiseration tour to Gold Coast in response to 28 years of financially burdened. I am hoping the now adult child respawned can amuse Mrs. HTB, whilst I rock in a darkened corner, asking the universe what awful thing I did.
Have a good weekend yourself, dude. Thanks for the support. Sounds lovely. I'm sure you'll have a lovely time. At the weekend, I'm going to watch Anthony Joshua fight Daniel Dubois. That's what I'm up to. I might be doing a little bit of rocking backwards and forwards. Hopefully not, though. Hey Detector, how you doing? I'm doing alright. I've had 2 deaths today that have both been really frustrating, but shit happens. Nothing really that went wrong, but just circumstance and running into a bush full of dude. I think Joshua will win. On. But it's a good night. There's some really good boxing there. Because it's one of the UAE cards, effectively, but being held in London. It's like every fight is like a really good primetime fight. All of them, all the way through the card. Everyone is good. Liam Gallagher is singing as part of the show before the main event fight, which is the closest I'm going to get to an Oasis ticket anytime soon. And it's at Wembley with 96,000 people. I think that's going to be a record for an event like that. 96,000 people. So I'm kind of looking forward to it all in. The whole thing should be great. The event itself, the boxing. Like, there's something about that as well when you've got a primetime fight on. You know, when they do the ring walks and stuff, the music that's playing, there's usually fireworks going off, and you're sitting in the stadium, you can look up and you're seeing fireworks above your head and stuff. It's a really cool kind of experience. The only bit that's not cool is walking from the stadium to the train station or to the hotel, where it's like running the gauntlet of 96,000 drunk, mostly men that want to fight. Or at least are a bit adrenaline charged and might want to fight. There was no dynamic pricing for the boxing, thankfully. Davos, thank you for the new sub. Really appreciate it. Thank you. I could probably rebigulate that bag. Sounds like every NFL game I've been to. Well, yeah, I know what you mean. The 96,000 thing's quite rare in the modern era, though, right? Like Wembley holds normally 80,000-ish. They're obviously cramming them in because the boxing, it's a small ring, and then everyone can like sit on the pitch as well. But there aren't many things you go to now with not far off 100,000 people attending a live event. No, not nowadays. You know, years ago when they used to have like football matches with standing room and stuff, you could fit way more in than was properly safe. But someone's looted this recently. The loot is dog shit. What loot have I got so far? Nothing worth having. Do I play golf? Nah. Pissed around with it when I was a kid. I played once on a course when I was about 18. I preferred fishing when I was younger, so we used to play a little bit of golf on like the school field, which was like it was a school that, like the primary school, the middle school, and the upper school were all separated by this massive field. So it was big, really big. So we made our own little golf course and we used to play on it. It was kind of fun, but never really took into it. It never really was for me. I think I'd be quite good at it because I think I could enjoy it now, probably, to be fair. Oh, nice. Finally got something. My hand-eye coordination, you might not believe this given my DayZ prowess at times. Alright, that's good. But I'm pretty good at hand-eye coordination, so golf actually quite suits me. I used to play pool and snooker, but mostly pool, English pool. And I was very, very good at it. No. Snooker is hard, yeah, very hard. I kind of like the idea of taking up pool again more so than anything else. If I ever moved house, I'd like to move house into one that was big enough to have a pool table somewhere, like in a games room or whatever. But I'd like to have just an English pool table. It's not quite so big, you know. I think like 7 by 3.5 foot. The competition tables, they're like just bigger than 6 by 3. I wouldn't mind a crack at that at some point. I actually intended to go fishing there. I've got the bones, and I just I can't be bothered to sort the rope out, so we're just going to carry on. What is your high running straight pool? I don't know what a high running straight pool means. English pool is not the same as American pool, dude. We don't use spots and stripes. It's not quite such a big table, so I don't even know what the term high run means. I'm only good at pool. I'm not anymore. I used to. So English pool is on a small table, a little bit, well, smaller than an American pool table. The pockets are very, very much tighter. The balls are smaller. So the shots are not as long a range, but the pockets are a lot tighter than an American pool table. So taking a shot down the rail is a lot harder. You don't make them all and stuff. But both games have their quirks and both games have their challenges. Neither is easier or harder necessarily, but I used to play English pool, so I was decent at that, but I haven't played it really for well more than 10 years. So I in my 20s I used to play for my local like pubs and whatnot in the town I lived in, and I also played for my town, and I played for the county of Suffolk, and I used to play Suffolk. That would be the same as like county darts or county cricket really, but obviously not in such a popular sport. So I played for Suffolk County in the A team, so they have like an A team and a B team, and I qualified, and you play in the B team, but if you win enough matches they put you in the A team, so I was in the A team and stayed in that, and then I gave up. Just halfway through a season I just stopped going, and then I never went anymore. English pool is good, but feels like kids pool after playing US pool. I think a lot of English pool players would say the same the other way around, because the pockets are like fucking buckets and you just can't miss. But they both have their challenges. They're both tough games. Not sure I'd like ultimate pool rules. Yeah, Mr. Rooney, I don't really know what they are. I have a friend. I want to be careful what I say here. I have a friend that is a professional ultimate pool player. I've not seen him for a long time, but his number's still on my phone. We were best mates when we were in my 20s, like really properly good mates. So I have a friend who's a pro on the Ultimate Pool Tour. I've not spoken to him for a while, but I've watched him play online a couple of times. The rules are simple enough. They're trying to make it more aggressive, really. Which probably would have suited me. Like the old world rules, it was when I was playing. They could get a bit negative at times. They were trying to make it quicker even then. And he has another job as well. Like that, I don't know what the world pool champion wins in 8-ball pool, but it's not very much money. Now I'm talking about the English 8-ball. I'm not talking about the world 8-ball championships on an American table. That'll be way more. But the one that gets held in the UK, I think they hold it sometimes in Blackpool. I'd have thought the winner of that doesn't win it. In fact, the one that won it this year was I forget his name, Ronan McCarthy won it. He must be about 50, late 40s, 50ish. So there's still hope for me yet. I'm not 52. But that's the thing, you say it's now a Potter's game much quicker, but Ronan McCarthy he seems more like an all-rounder. He's not like I don't know, Chris Mellin or something, you know. Chris Mellin is like the out-and-out Potter, you know, like he didn't win the World Championship. I didn't know there was difference in pool between countries. Well, there isn't that many, Brandon, but they like English pubs and English houses in general are much smaller than American ones. So our pubs, they created a version of pool that was more useful for having a table in a pub. An American pool table was quite large to try and get in a local pub, you know, like a lot of pubs in the UK, a lot of bars are like not much bigger than a house, you know, and just on the ground floor only is where the bar is, right? So they have English pool is a smaller table that would fit into a load of pubs. So I'm sure there aren't that many versions of pool, but yeah, I think originally the table was 6x3 and they made it ever so slightly bigger for the TV at some point, by like half a foot. Ever played snooker? Yeah, I used to play snooker, but I played a lot more pool. I used to play snooker a little bit, but snooker wasn't my game. I much preferred pool, but I played snooker a bit. I never got like a century or anything. My highest break in snooker on a full-size table was only 67. I only had a few 50 breaks, but I didn't play it very much, and I didn't have the eyesight for it. I needed glasses even then, and I didn't wear glasses. I was fine. I was just about okay living a life without glasses, and I could pass a test to like drive and stuff, if you like, to read it. But my absolute eyesight at the long range for snooker just wasn't quite good enough, even in my late 20s or something. 67's alright, but I was certainly capable a lot more than that, but I just didn't play snooker. Not all the time, but I think if I'd played snooker really regularly, I would have made a century or two. Like pub players, in local local leagues and stuff, local snooker players, you'll have players that will have a highest break of a century or something here and there. If I'd played enough, I'm sure I could have got there, but I didn't have the time or the energy. Also, I was skint as well. Playing snooker's expensive, you know, like when I used to play pool, like some of the times I used to play pool, I remember when I was really young, when I was like 20, 21, I used to go down the pub with £1. Like I'd go down the pub with £1 and I'd be playing for the pool team. I used to order a half of a Coke for like 90p. I wouldn't be able to play pool, and then they would open the pool table up and it would be free while the game was going on. So I'd play my one game and then maybe the doubles game if there was one, and then that would be it. I'd have half a Coke and I'd play my game in the league game, and that would be it. I had no more money. and yeah, sometimes after the game they used to leave the pool table open, so I'd have my half a Coke and then I'd play on the table while it was open. you have any favourite spots, locations on Livonia? I like the town right down in the southeast corner, below Giralto. That's name has escaped me for now. I really like that town. I can't remember what the fuck it's called. I don't think Livonia's got any really cool areas much, to be honest. There's way more to me in Chernarus. Dolnik, yeah, I like Dolnik. And I like Pavlovo, you've got me at it now. I like Palana in the southwest corner as well. So the two towns in the southwest and the southeast. Dolnik on one side, Palana on the other. Palana is my favourite area of Livonia by a mile. I like playing pool because it's easier to meet people at bars for someone who's socially awkward. Yeah. I never used to meet many people. Well, I did. That's not true, but I wasn't really bothered because I was in probably going with a group of mates or whatever, you know, like. Yeah, that's something somebody can research, right? I'm not trying to talk it down, but Ronan McCarthy won the World Championship. What was the purse for that? Like winning the World Championship at pool, at English 8-ball pool. I think he won it a few months back or whenever. But how much do you win for winning that? I'm not sure. I'm sure it's probably more than I realised, but it's probably Googleable. Still a hell of a thing to achieve. Dragonfly, I'm afraid I don't perform the performing monkey role very well. Is this your last life? Probably. If someone keeps asking me to do a particular voice, it means I definitely can't do it. Sorry. Jack, I'm not going there. That's a wormhole I'm not opening today. Going to the body? No, it's too far. I won't be able to get back to my body, dude. It's way too far. It's definitely not 250k. That's the sort of level that snooker players get. Nobody watches it, right? I sound like I'm turning it down. I would love to win the World Championships at English Pool. I'd love to be good enough to enter it. I'd love to win it with me. I'd love to do it. It'd be an amazing thing to do. But I think it's like, it's not even on Sky Sports. It's not televised. There's no money in it. It used to be like 5 or 10 grand about 20 years ago. I suspect it's probably 20 to 40 now. Maybe it's more. I don't know, but. Like the ones that are played in America, like the proper 9-ball tournaments, and then the 8-ball tournaments on bigger tables, they'll pay a lot more. 26k in 2013, yeah, it must be more than that. I don't know. I thought Ronan McCarthy had only won it twice, and that was just now, and then a couple of years ago. When I ran my own pubs, first thing I did was buy my own pool table. I made a fortune from them. Yeah. Well, it used to be 50p a go. I'd imagine it's more like probably more than £1 now, isn't it? But back in the day, when if I went in a pub and it was £1 a game, I just wouldn't play. I would refuse to play. UK Open Pool 2024 winner 24k, runner-up 12. Well, you'd think the UK Open would be a little bit less prize money than the World Championships, but it'll be a bit more, maybe 30 or something, I don't know. £2 at your local pub? Fuck that. £2 and then you pop the black off the break. Fuck. Sorry, guys. You sound like a grown-ass man, Edward Barber, arguing with a moderator in a private chat room. You sound like a grown-ass man. I say what I want. I'm a grown-ass man. I pay my phone bill, not you. You sound like a baby. Lots and lots of forums have rules on what you can and can't say, dude. It's okay, though. It doesn't mean you have to be a dick. $50k, you reckon, Jack? That sounds about right. 50 grand is a lot of money, right? Hell of a lot of money. But to be the world champion at your sport, so that's the best prize of the year. If you're the out-and-out world champion at your sport, that's what you win. And that could, for many people, that might be the tournament you win. You might not win any others because they're all quite hard to win. You might win a tournament, and if you're lucky enough to win the world championship, so you get the that. Obviously, they might make money from exhibitions and stuff. They might make reasonable money from exhibitions. They do that quite a lot in pubs. They're quite common. And if you're world champion, you're going to be able to do exhibitions a lot more. But it's still hard. I don't think many pool players, most of them have jobs and they do it on the side. So they're professional pool players, but they normally do it as a side hustle from their job. Shane Van Boning is not an English 8-ball player. Shane Van Boning is a much more famous player playing a much more big game, or much bigger game, dude. We're talking about English 8-ball pool. I'll probably have to explain that again in a minute. More than some Olympians got for their gold medals. Very different thing though. Like, strictly speaking, Olympians in theory aren't meant to be professional, though of course they are. It was originally an amateur thing, right? But I'd imagine if you win a gold medal, it sets you up in so many ways, depending on what you do, you know, like depending on what... if you win a gold medal for the right kind of sport, you're a multi-millionaire, but if you win a gold medal for the wrong one, you're probably not making much. Played billiards a little bit. Not much, though. All 308. Like, if you win a gold medal for the UK, for Team GB, I don't think they give any money to them, do they? I saw something that was talking about how I don't think Team GB athletes get any money for winning a gold medal, but they get funded to take part. Like, they get training, they get paid money to train for the Olympics, right? So they get effectively a wage. Obviously, it might be more or less depending on what they do, but they get national lottery funding to help them to be the athlete that they are. Yeah, Jack, 9 ball's going to be way more money.
Playing DayZ is like a game of pool. Aim carefully, or you'll scratch and end up in the zombie pocket. I'll see myself out.
Yeah, I would do. Cheers for the support, dude. Thank you, Marcus. Magic Mike, Chilean Sniper, Haito, and Shropner for the support, guys. The thing is, with the American one that you just mentioned, Jack, there'll be a lot of TV audience for that. It will be broadcast on in America. And whilst I'm sure that pool in America is still a relatively niche sport, it's not like basketball or hockey or American football or whatever, there's still going to be lots of eyes on it. A little bit like snooker is in the UK, right? It's going to be on the telly. Like, snooker gets put on the BBC. The World Championships is on the BBC. There's lots of money available for sponsorships for the tournament. and there's big crowds that go to the World Championships, and there's good money in it for the players, right? And it's the same with pool, and it's the same analogy that keeps getting thrown out about football and the difference between men's and women's football at the moment. There's a meme going round, or not a meme, about an American female footballer, soccer player, that is going out with a male soccer player that earns like crazy times her salary, and then there's a lot of conversation around that, you know, like if there's not enough eyes on the sport and there's not enough sponsorship going into it, you're going to get paid less money, you know, like Alicia Lehman, I think that's it, yeah. Now you can talk about topics like that without being a dick, right? So if someone starts saying really stupid stuff here, that's where you might get timed out and called a baby by me. So keep it sensible. Don't start saying outlandish, ridiculous hot takes. No need. But the reality is, if there's eyes on your sport, you're going to win. You're going to make money. If there's not, you're probably not. Yeah, sorry, Switzerland. Alicia Lehman and Douglas Lutz. Yeah, I thought it was Louise, but you're right. That's it. But it's just different, isn't it, between the two sports right now? It might change, but until there's enough people watching it that are paying to, like, people subscribe to pay for TV specifically to watch
49
football.
months already. It has been all my pleasure.
Specifically
Keep
to
on
watch
running.
the Premier League. People pay loads of money to go and watch loads of money for season tickets and whatnot. When the women's sport does the same, the money will be the same. Yeah, billiards. I never played billiards like that. Well, I've played it on a snooker table briefly, just for a dick about. We also have a game in the UK called bar billiards, which is played on a very, very small table, and it has like these little wooden mushrooms on it. Because I spent so long in pubs when I'm younger, when I hear billiards, I always think of bar billiards. It's got like 4 little mushrooms and 4 little holes, and you play it with a few like red and white balls. And you have to try and get a break, but without locking the little mushrooms over. I played that a few times drunk. Never really fully understood what I was doing, but it was quite fun. But bar billiards is like a much older game. It's a lot more to do with angles and... I think people like to be intelligent and say that, Doc. I don't really understand what that's got to do with anything, you know? Like, I don't think it matters who watches what sport. If it's popular, you make money. If it's not popular, you don't. I don't think it needs any more complex of an argument than that. Well, this isn't good loot, is it? In the UK, do they play a lot of table football in pubs? Not really. No, you might get it in a few, like, sports-themed pubs, maybe. Like, if you get, like, more like maybe an American sports bar type place, maybe. You might get a foosball table, but most of the time, most pubs have, like, old, proper pubs back in the day, they would have, like, a pool table, a dartboard, and sometimes a billiard table, and then beyond that a couple of fruit machines, like slot machines. It may well be very different now, though. That food went nowhere, did it? I ate that can of food. Done nothing for me. There aren't as many pubs now as once there were, you know, like a few years back, 20 or so. Maybe not quite 20, but 15-ish. Most pubs were pubs, whereas now most pubs have had to become like restaurants that sell drink, and there are a lot less just old school boozers. Still get quite a few in London. I think even they're on the demise. Still quite a few in most towns, but just nowhere near as many as the ones there were. The only food I've got, other than the can of drink I just drank, is a shitty potato, which I don't think I can be bothered with. Otis, it's not completely vanilla, but mostly, yeah. Code Muncher and Masovsky, thank you very much for the support, guys. Pack Lane, yeah, pretty much since then. Red Hand Butter, very cool. Paul, I just played DayZ for the first time ever. 2 hours, killed 15 plus zombies, finally died to sickness after meeting my first friend in game. Amazing, thanks for the hundreds of hours of tutorials via streaming. Dude, thank you for tuning in, that's cool. Here's the thing that will really twist your mind. At some point later today, you might start thinking that the friend poisoned you. And then you'll be trying to work out if you died because they did it or not. You don't know. Probably they didn't. Headed to Spain. Dude, I've never been to Spain. Not really been to Spain. So I'm not the one. You remember winning the jackpot at the beginning of the night on a night out, won £250 in coins, and then Weatherspoons refused to change it. So you had to stay out with £250 in coins. My God. As people will know, I used to be an addicted gambler. I did used to enjoy playing the fruit machines back in the day. They weren't allowed to have jackpots of like £250 in the pubs back then. If you had a jackpot of 250, it had to be in a club like a snooker club or somewhere like that. The pub ones were all like £10 and sometimes 25 later. Like at one point, the jackpot was £10, and that was the maximum. I remember a pub I used to go and had a Only Fools and Horses one, and I fucking loved it. £10 jackpot, but I loved that fruit machine. I'd quite like that fruit machine in my stream room. That would be cool. Code Muncher, thank you. I think it's again. Very nice, Jack. I hope you keep enjoying the game, dude. You're on red flashing when you met. Oh, fair enough, Bread. That's good then. Joshua versus Dubois. You think Dubois is going to get the win? I would be very surprised. The bookies have it the other way, and I do too. I watched Dubois fight every fight he's had since Usyk, including Usyk. I think he was robbed against Usyk personally. I think it wasn't a low blow. I think Usyk should have been counted out. Other people would disagree, and that's fine, but I don't think it was a low blow. I think it was on the belt line, and his belt line was practically around his nipples. But other people can disagree, fair enough. But I think he was unlucky in that. I think he had him on the ropes. But in recent fights, whilst he's looked pretty solid, his head is so slow. His footwork isn't bad, but his head is so static. It's there to be punched, and I think Joshua will hit him with multiples, and that'll be that. I think Dubois is just too static. He doesn't move his head enough. He relies on his own power and kind of comes in like a tank, and I don't think that'll work very well. What time is the fight? The undercard is amazing, Harry. The whole undercard is great. Don't ask me to remember all the names, but Hamza Shiraz is on it, who's thought to be one of the best up-and-comers ever. Josh Whittaker's on it as well. Every fight is like what could be an end of the day fight.
Driver, Hot Fuzz, etc. Directing the remake of the Running Man movie.
I'm looking forward to seeing it, dude. I think it's ripe for a remake, and they're making it more like the book, not the film. So it won't be a remake of the film. It'll be a remake of the book, which could be good. I'm excited to see it. Should be good. Thank you for the resub, dude. Code Muncher, thank you as well. When does the stream start? I don't know, Anakin. 6 hours and 16 minutes ago? What are some tips on how to learn the map? You can't really learn the map, Izzo. You need to learn loot routes. So pick an area of Livonia you think's a good idea to get to. I'd suggest maybe Swarog military base. And then spawn in and learn your loot routes to Swarog military base from the different places on the map. You know, you can't learn the map, but you can use iSurvive if you want, which is an external map, and just learn your way around the map, learn your way to somewhere that you want to go as an end-game place. Livonia is a really tricky map in as far as the loot routes aren't like Chernarus, they're not as natural. Most of Livonia happens in the middle third. The top of the map's bare, the bottom of the map is bare, the middle third is where everything happens. But you can't really learn a map, you need to more learn the loot routes, I think. I was actually hoping for a hunting rifle. Looks like we're eating cow meat. Crossbow's still good though. I can go and kill a cow in a minute, cut it up. Then we'll be ripe for the foods. There's also a deer. Maybe the deer would be easier. It's more en route. The deer definitely won't be easier, but it would be better because it's on the way I want to go. Are they bringing back the craftable bow and arrow in 126? No. When's the next charity stream? Almost certainly it'll be December. It's normally December every year. Rabsy, arguing with the moderator is never a good idea, and that crowd control is not a new moderator. I don't know what you said. I'm not even going to look. But arguing about a timeout with a moderator is one of the chat rules that you are breaking. So don't do it. Oh, fuck me. Well, for a start, arguing with the mod is against the rules, so that's a break. Beyond that, I ain't really interested. I ain't got time for looking through. If you're happy here, great. If you're not, stop arguing with mods and move along. Now I've fucked up this. We'll get rid of that. Help. There we go. I fixed it. Sorry, I broke my chat, guys. Does a damaged crossbow behave differently? No. Drive, it shouldn't be on Twitch. It's 1080p. Hey, Big Bird. Nick, thank you. Yeah, the video from Saturday was a banger. You can definitely F11 with a crossbow. I'm trying to get the deer because it's on the way, but I can't fucking hear it now. I can always go back and get a cow. They're not going anywhere, are they? Strive. Well, everyone else is getting 1080, so it's either an issue temporarily with the Twitch server that you connect to, or an issue with your download speed that's very temporary too, but probably not. But yeah, everyone else is watching at 1080p. There's no way it's been on for 6 hours and everyone else is only getting 480, trust me. It's not going to be a thing. I would get spammed that in a heartbeat the second I started. There's actually 2 different deer. So there's one over there and there's one over this way. Rabsy, just drop it, dude. Whether you agree with your timeout or not, you're still arguing with the mods, which is going to lead you to a ban. You know, just drop it. Arguing with mods in open chat is against the rules of the stream. So you're breaking those, aren't you? So just drop it and move on with your day. Oh, where's the other one?
Can we get the SKS build we all want to see?
Oh my god. How many fucking deer are here? I'm just going to loot this. There's some up that way. It sounded like there was also some that way. Just ban him. Just ban that Rabsy. I'm not here to stroke some fat mod's ego. Fuck that, dude. I've asked you to stop disagreeing with the mods. Now you're belittling the mods. Just go away and don't come back. It's just like, how tiring can you be, dude? Like, whether you agree with the timeout or not, it's a you're belittling and name calling volunteers in a Twitch chat. You're the one with the issue. Nobody else. Even if your original timeout, which I don't even know what it was for, even if you have a point. You lost it now, haven't you? Absolute child. Florida, thank you for the 26 months. Chud, thank you very much as well. It'd be nice to get an SKS. I'd quite happily like take an SKS right now. There's, yeah, he has Florida. Yeah, he's broke his wrist. Stopped him being able to go to TwitchCon as well, which is this weekend. He was meant to be going. He had tickets. Tickets that are non-refundable and non-transferable, I understand from his Twitter as well, which really fucking sucks. Pulling a sickie off work and now I'm actually sick. Oh dear. Ricky Bobby, that sucks. Why can't he go? He's broke his wrist, Beej. He had an operation on his wrist today, I think. Was it today? No, it was Tuesday, sorry. But he's just had an operation on his wrist. I don't think flying out to TwitchCon and going for a party is probably a wise move. I do 2 frames. A little news ticker at the bottom of the stream that says, "Where is Sour, you might ask?" Sour's gone to San Diego. He's been sick. He must be feeling better. He's in America land. That's where Sour is. In other news, Armistead broke his wrist. That's not a bad idea. I like that. You don't get free tickets. Yeah, partners don't get free tickets. I don't think any partner does. Like, I'd have to... Not that I'm saying I should get a free ticket or anyone else should or shouldn't, but if I wanted to go, I'd have to buy a ticket for sure, yeah. Another news, HB is old. You said that, Wizard, not me. But very good looking. I don't think I can be fucked with these. Deer is to the right. I wish I'd just gone and got one of the cows. They were right in that fucking field. But now the deer have annoyed me so much, it's like I have to get one. I'll probably just spook them. Well, Sid the Kid, as from his Twitter, he pretty much has been wearing wrist guards since he broke his wrist, and this was one of the first times he's been out without the wrist guards since he broke his wrist. And he might, I don't know if he might renege on this or not, but he said on Twitter that he's... Oh, fuck. There's 2 fucking load of deer! I heard the deer and it sounded miles away, but there's more that way.
Did you know Amish broke his wrist? Sauer's senile, Muller got engaged, and Redline has been shitting his brains out for 16 hours at TheRunningManZ.
That sounds right. So I could hear the deer, I'm running towards the deer, then I spook other deer. But yeah, he's apparently he said that he's not skating anymore. So he's hanging up the skateboarding because he's had to take unpaid holiday as effectively for the, like, in the last 18 months, that's twice. So it's a bit risky, it's a bit, probably not a good idea to carry on, I guess. What's PTO policy, NTR Austin? I feel like I should know, but I don't know what it is. Please turn over? Or is it something to do with sickness? Paid time off. I see, yeah, paid time off. What? We're self-employed. I don't think it's... That looks beautiful, doesn't it? I didn't think she was gonna go for a minute. They look so happy together. Yeah, nobody self-employed gets sick leave. I don't think it's Twitch's responsibility. I'm not... maybe... Well, I think that's fair enough, no matter what you do. Like, if you're running your own business... Right, I give up on that. Let's just do... If you're running your own business, say you run your own, I don't know, mobile phone repair shop and it's just you. If you're sick and you can't open your shop, you don't make any money, you know? It's the same with Twitch. You're running your own stream. If you can't stream, then you ain't going to do it. You ain't... you're fucked. I don't think that's on Twitch. I don't think most people would think so either. Do they have any type of insurance? Well, you're self-employed as a streamer or a YouTuber, so if you wanted to get insurance, you'd have to pay for it yourself. But the cost of insurance is probably not worth it if you... in theory, I should have insurance for things like... and I don't. It's something I've been meaning to get. Because if I'm a company, I could pay for it on the company. would still cost me money, but it would be a business expense, right? So I could get insurance for all sorts of things, but particularly if I broke a leg and had to rest for 6 weeks, or if I broke an arm, or like Wasted years ago broke both of his arms, right? You can't stream if you break your arms, can you? You know, like you can insure yourself against stuff like that, or if you got an illness, God forbid, that meant you lost your voice or something, you know, like you could get insurance for that sort of thing, you know, like, which would make sense, but I would imagine that 99.9% of streamers don't have it, just the same as most people don't have. A lot of people have insurance if they need public liability insurance, like if you're a tradesperson, you're going out working in people's homes, you need to be insured for damage you cause to other people, but a lot of people aren't insured for, I don't know, having a car crash in their own time or something. And it is quite expensive, Sean. If you want to cover yourself against stuff that will prevent you from working, it's expensive, yeah. Coach here, thank you very much. Kyling, thank you so much for the gifted subs. There's 10 of them. Sorry it's took me a while to see them, dude. That's incredibly kind. Kyling, thank you very much for the gifted subs, you crazy mofo, dude. Thank you very, very much. Squad Juice, I don't really know what you're referring to, but the mods are always trying and they're volunteers, so I think they probably deserve some slack. Like, if you're talking about timeouts and things, the mods are following my rules for the chat, so if there's a timeout, it's based on what I've given guidance for. We don't do gun law chat on the subject of rules. It's a bit tricky for YouTube because there's nowhere for me to print them, but no gun laws, no politics, no religion.
Florida Grant donated $3. Amish said once ruled the streets on a board with daring feet. But a twist of fate, a broken wrist, made him quit the ramps he missed. Now in DayZ, he roams the land, no more tricks, but gun in hand.
Florida, thank you very much. Very good. Cheers for the support, dude. Zetherix, thank you for the bits. Coach said beforehand, thank you as well. Someone said, where am I heading? I'm just heading over towards the houses next to that church so I can cook this meat. Monsieur, I don't do politics. I just don't. It's not worth it. So I don't talk about politics. I don't talk about what I think. I'm interested in it in some ways, but I'm not interested in talking about it on the internet, because most people that try to talk about it on the internet on both sides, by and large, end up having ridiculous arguments and looking like morons. It's just so tedious. So I'd rather not. Like, nobody's capable of having a conversation on both sides, and it's just so boring. I'm going to go for one of the houses on the road down here. I would like to stand up for tedious morons. I can see why. I can see why you're the voice of tedious morons, to be honest. It should be a stream tomorrow. Tomorrow's Thursday, I think. So I will be on tomorrow. No stream Friday or Saturday. Yeah, fair enough, Squad Juice. I see what you're saying. So this is Crescino. Crescino with a crossbow doesn't sound very good. Crescino with a crossbow and no vest. It's not a match made in heaven, if I'm being honest. But we're 6.5 hours in. I'll be fucked if I'm going to go on some long road. We're going to cook the meat here, and then we're going to see about. Do we go with this? Well, let's go for that stilted. That stilted is probably better. Yeah, we're going to cook the meat here. Then we're going to check a few bits like the police station for a stab vest, maybe a shotgun, and then we're going to the airfield, I think, and that's that. Right, I'm not going to go for that one because it's more snipeable. I'm going to go for that one there. It's a little bit better. Before I do, I'm just going to swing up the hill and just see if the convoy's there. What do I do with my Fridays and Saturdays? Well, every other weekend I have my kids here, so on the Friday I drive and pick them up, and then they're here and they go back on Sunday. And the other weekend is me and the missus. I still do some work. Like the video that comes out on a Saturday for YouTube involves me doing some stuff to make sure that happens. So there's little bits of admin and stuff, but I'm just not streaming. But normally we go out, we go and do shit like normal people do. Maybe try and do the odd thing around the house, but more likely we go out and do stuff. Am I going to make another setup tour? I don't know. I don't really think it's that. Some people really want it, so I should do. But they get such low views, and they're not really in my remit. I'm not really good at that kind of video. I don't do IRL stuff, right? The quality of camera, the quality of mobile phone video recordings is so good now. Like, so you can make a 4K video really easily. So I could do it, but it would have to be at the expense of a DayZ video, which would get way more views. I'd rather just put out another DayZ video, you know. I'm pretty sure I've tweeted pictures in the past, Colour. Oh, fuck me again. So annoying. Did that earlier. The last video is from, it's not from 2020, it's from when I moved in here, which was 6 years ago, pretty much. So it's 2018 was the last one I put out. And there is that as well, Nuna. I'd have to tidy up massively and make everything look clean and spick and span. I can't be fucked. I think I did tweet a pic of the new rig when I first received it, yeah. I think I tweeted a couple, yeah. Well, have I changed anything in my setup? Yeah, I've got a new PC, so the setup 6 years ago was a different PC to what I have now. A different microphone. Beyond that, it's the same monitor and the two same monitors. That's partly why. It's the same desk in the same room. The only thing that really looked different is the desktop looks different and the microphone looks different. It doesn't really seem worth it. Do I ever dream DayZ? Not really, no. Maybe once a year, but it's not like DayZ. Obviously, it's like I'm the character. Maybe I'm saying once a year, but even that's not true. A couple of times ever. Cheers, MS Dude. My day ago. Tactical, I was streaming when most of the Liverpool game was on. I saw a little bit near the end. I managed to catch a little bit of the Liverpool game. So I watched from about 10 minutes after the second half had started. They looked great. They looked really comfortable. I only saw the Szoboszlai goal, but they looked really commanding. They looked really well organised. McAllister, from the bit I saw, McAllister looked like an absolute Rolls Royce. I understand Gravenberch played really well, and he is... I've said this before. I said it after the first game, and I've said it since many times. He looks like an absolute monster of a number 6 in the making, and I know it's early days yet, but I'm kind of glad that we didn't get the dude from Italy. Sorry, not from Italy, from Spain. The dude we were trying to buy that turned us down, from Real Sociedad, I think. I'm kind of glad he didn't come, because Gravenberch looks really good. Liverpool, yeah, that's the one. With that Ushanka, your character looks like my old biology teacher. It's certainly a look. Strangest thing is, even in the Netherlands, nobody gave Gravenberch much thought. Well, he's clearly been thought of, because he played for, wasn't it, Ajax, then he played for Bayern Munich, and then he was signed by Liverpool. Bayern Munich thought he had something and then sold him, right? So maybe they thought he wasn't going to make it. But even still, he was playing. He wasn't starting, but he was getting game time at Bayern Munich. He wasn't like nowhere. He was playing lots of games, just mostly coming on as sub, as a squad player, right? A squad player for Bayern Munich is still a decent standard, and he's only really young, you know, he's not old. He's not a teenager, but he's not old. And when Klopp signed him, he said that he said words to the effect of, he's a midfielder and he's mostly going to play number 8, but in the long term I think he can play 6. So I think he was kind of signed with that in mind, but he wanted to give him time to get used to things, right? Like I said, he's young, Kayuga, but he's not a teenager. That's what I said, right? So, at the age of 22, you can still be finding your feet. Not everybody's going to be like a Michael Owen or Yamal or something. Like, just what age was Thierry Henry when he was converted from a winger to a striker? I don't think he was 19. Like, I feel like him now. He's got some experience in the Premier League. And he's got some experience at the club, and he's playing in that position. It really looks like he's made for it. Liverpool coming. I'm really excited about Gravenberch's number 6. I said it from the very first game of the season. I watched the Ipswich game, and I watched the next game after. I watched the first 3 games live. On the telly, obviously, and all 3 of them, he looked really made for it. Only was 24. Kane, yeah, that he was a good player as a winger, but when he got put up front, it changed him massively. It was a bit different then, though, because wingers back then meant you were playing on the wing of a 4-4-2. Sorry, boring football talk, but in his day, a winger meant you were a left midfielder or a right midfielder, whereas nowadays, if you're a winger, you're still a left attacker or a right attacker mostly, because everyone plays 4-3-3. Like wingers used to play on the edge of a four-man midfield, didn't they, rather than... Getting a bit bored of this. I'm not going to bother cooking the fat. I haven't got the patience. Not sure I've got the patience for the chicken either. T-Money, I'm not reading that one out, but whatever floats your boat, dude. Asian, thank you very much for the Prime. Sorry, it took me a little while to see it, but cheers for the Prime, dude. Will it ever be possible to have a 500-player DayZ server? I certainly don't think so on this game, no. Maybe one day in the future when they get the tech right, but I don't think the tech is really there for an open world game like DayZ with 100 players to work properly at the moment. Was Gareth Bale a striker? I thought he was more of a winger as well. Attacking winger, obviously, but... How do you do Prime sub? You have to combine your... You have to link your Amazon Prime account to your Twitch account, otherwise it won't work. Shit. This is not a problem in the next patch, which is much better. You can cook the meat and then carry it without dying of death just because you've cooked some food. That's good. It's one of the things I came here for. Does anyone know where the keycard room is in the airfield? I didn't even know there was a keycard room at the airfield, so I definitely don't. Hey TRMZ, what if we kiss as a joke but we keep joking? I can't remember what show this is from, but anyway. I don't kiss and tell, I shag and shout. I can't remember what that show is. I feel like it might be Gimme 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 or something like that. Where did that zombie go? Someone just asked the map. It's always in the title of the stream. What, did I miss that? I put it down to tiredness, I think. It's my excuse and I'm sticking to it. I should loot the rest of this town because it's just the sort of place where you're going to find a Mosin or similar. But I'm just going to go to the airfield with a crossbow. It'll be fine. Your daughter's go to it, Juice. Is it tired? Well, she's learnt young, right? Blame it on being tired for anything, and that'll set her for life. I'm trying not to go anywhere else than that. That's a lot safer. think the convoy is around here. It's on this road. I think it might... Oh, is that convoy loot there? No, the white line kind of looked a bit like convoy loot. It's not. Let's just run on the road. It'll be safe. It's not. Let's go this way. I did go to Mishkino with a taser, yeah, and got a kill with it. Well, I had a chambered foul as well. I had a chambered foul and a taser, didn't I? I knocked the monk on with the taser, and they got me. God, that was a fun life. Finn's working on finishing a video that's going to come out on Saturday. But on top of that, the next video after, I think, from Finn will be yesterday's 1 hour and 50 minutes. And a message from Uncuba that's kind of cool about... I'll check it. If you check Uncuba's Twitter, I haven't really watched it yet, but I want to go and see that. That looks kind of cool. Am I going to play Azalea again? It's not up at the moment, is it? But when it's up, I'll give it a run. Yeah, Azalea's pretty cool. That area, I remember that area about the around the castle being really, really frenetic. Mass, I don't know what you mean. I don't know, this Philosopher's Stone, you know, that's sounds like something from some Barry Potter that the old uns like, you know, like me. I'm too young for that shit. Playtest starts on the 3rd of October. I would have thought so, Shiny. It just depends what else is up, you know. You never know. You never know. Like I would have, yeah, definitely. I don't see why I won't be playing it, to be honest. But sometimes when these things happen, you know, like it's been in the past where there's been like a Bitterroot test, but there's also a new Deer Isle patch, and then I don't know, DayZ themselves dropped some new experimental patch that's got something epic in it that you weren't expecting, or I don't want to say yeah definite, and then you just never know. That's all I'm saying. But I like Azalea, it's a cool map. So all things being equal, yes. Chambered AK is now my best long-range weapon. I could fix it, but it probably isn't really worth it. I might as well just carry on with the crossbow for now. Try swiping keycard. That's crazy. Somebody was just like, where's the keycard area of the airfield? I've only been at the airfield for about 10 seconds and I found the keycard area. He didn't fucking look very hard. He didn't fucking look very hard at all. It's right there. How does the damage stat of a buttstock affect things? It's purely cosmetic. The difference between different buttstocks is not. But whether it's damaged or pristine or whatever, it makes no difference. Sword of Colossus. For I will the Sword of Colossus. Sorry, I had to do it. Ain't got time. Or space for them pouches. No. Sawa was sick for an extended period, Brandon. He came back for one stream. In typical Sawa style, he didn't stream for ages because he was sick. He came back and did the True Colours on July the 20th. It's a team event, but his team and him won it. And then he hasn't streamed since. So his last stream was July the 20th. And he came back for one day only and won an event. Well, I think he's getting better. I think he's had some challenges with sickness, but he's in I nearly said New Orleans. Then he's in San Diego for TwitchCon, so he must be on the mend. I'm sure he'll be back soon enough. Do I want a blue helmet? Not really. This is a really risky place to be with the shit loot that I've got. Airfield loot is not proving that great at the moment. Holy fuck. I actually quite admire Sour for having the courage to take time off when he needs, by the way. I think it's cool. Like, when he's sick, I don't mean that, but like last year he had about 4 weeks off in the summer for a holiday. He went to France with his parents. I'm pretty sure, although he's been sick, I think he has been on holiday as well. And again, I think that's cool. I think he's not been streaming that long, and he's got the self-assurance to take the time off when he wants to take the time off, which is like uber mature, really. I still struggle with it even now, so I kind of respect him a lot for that. To be fair, that might sound like a backhanded compliment. It's genuinely not. Doing this is quite hard to let go, and it may be that now he's stressing about coming back, you know, like that does happen as well, because the time away you can start worrying that it won't be the same, or you might not, the audience might have gone somewhere else or whatever. Yeah, there are some streamers that can... let's not go and mention any names, but some streamers get cancelled and then take 2 months off. And I'm not necessarily talking about recent events before people start mentioning names, but let's not. But you can get in all sorts of trouble, take 2 months off, and then come back and do better than you ever did before, it seems, most of the time, you know? Why don't I check the hangars? They're a ball ache. There's loads of zombies. The loot's normally not that great. Our audience is really that fleeting. They can be, yeah. I think Sour will be fine. He's been doing it so long, I think he'll be okay, but... even if they're not that fleeting, you still know, like if I go on holiday, like when the kids were here, I had about 10 days off. When I first came back, the first week, the audience was lower than normal. Like people take it, and it's not because everyone's so fickle, it's a very small amount of that, but it's a lot more to do with stuff like they don't know you're back, or they've started watching somebody else and they're on some adventure and they want to see that, or they went and watched another game or whatever, you know. It's just common. It's kind of common sense. It happens, you know. Like, I knew somebody that was a car valeter. I've used this example a few times, but it works. You know, if you're self-employed, they were a car valeter, and they got sick and they had 3 months off. But what happens if you have your car regularly valeted by someone? If you have your car cleaned by someone regularly? And then you can't have it cleaned for 3 months, what do? You get someone else to clean it. And then after that, you might use them. You might not use the dude you normally use. I should probably focus on the game a touch, but... it was an SKS. I'm going to try and move and loot somewhere else because I can't take that on. I could, but I don't really want to die, despite the fact that if I died I could call it the end of the stream. I think I'd rather live to fight with a better gun. What we could do is go and get in there and wait. They might come and like go up that ladder, and like, if we waited at the top of that ladder prone, we could potentially get them. But I think we're better off doing this. Bad news. Thank you very much for the support. Cheers for the 7 months. As you look over the shoulder like that, you press Alt and then move the mouse around. I actually need to take this stupid jacket off. It's really not helping me look over the shoulder. That's better. That was pretty harem-scarum, right? I'm lucky they missed the first shot. They weren't easy shots that the dude was taking, but I quite like that. It's little things like that that are always quite... when there's a new building, or when there's a new thing, or there's a new area or whatever, I always fuck around and piss about and try to pick up the odd thing like that, you know. It's something and nothing, but knowing without having to check that the ledge is straight, you go up the ladder, sorry, you go up the stairs and straight across the other side. Knowing that you can just drop off. Like little quirks like that, they really help. It is possible to jump out the back window as well, but that would have been much more telegraphed for that dude. He would have seen it coming. I think I might just loot the tents. I doubt they'll come and check for the tents. The tents are a bit of a nightmare. They're a shit area to loot, but with a crossbow, the nice thing with the crossbow, it's not like an MK2. You haven't got to hit them 3 times in the head or something. Like a military zombie with a helmet on, you've got to hit them. You've got to hit them 4 times with an MK2. The crossbow is king shit at killing Zeds for somewhere like that. So I think we'll just go and loot the tents and take a risk. I need a gun. Anything like that dude had an SKS. I'll take an SKS. Or a mag for this 74. I'll take it. What I think I might do before we start going to the tents. Normally I don't use a weapon cleaning kit on a gun I can't realistically use, but if I find a mag I want to be able to use it quickly. So I'm going to just quit this. Because I've got 2 cleaning kits, I'm going to fix it. The glasses remove the sun glare, which is quite a big deal now. It might get me killed, but I'll try to show you in a second. Now, it might not look like much there. You see just the God rays. In some scenarios, removing those God rays can be massive. Because the sun's low right now, it's not as bright as it normally would be. Taking a shotgun. We can do better than a shotgun. I think that's an SB98 maybe? Possibly a shotgun, I'm not sure. Oh, plate carrier on this one.
TRMZ love. I'm fucking bugged. Oh, for fuck's sake. Let's just log out in the tents. That what could possibly go wrong? Hey Strafelife dude, holy shit, 112 months, holy fuck. That's 9 years and 4 months. Fuck me dead, dude. Thank you for the support, that's incredibly kind. Thank you. Thank you very much, Trayflip. So Big Back, thank you for the 8 months as well. Thank you. As a Crawler, I think that is. As a Crawler, thank you very much for the Prime. Math show off. Well, 120 months is 10 years, Jordan, so it made it a bit easy. That's insane. Pinkster, this is mad, right? I'm looking at both chats. I read a message and I read a message and both of them are from you.
one on Twitch about hedges and one about having one monitor on YouTube, and I'm like, I feel like I'm in some kind of like fucking Twilight Zone reading chats from the same person, and there's no. It's like fucking. Don't be sorry, it's fine, but you got like an eye on both chat and a keyboard for both of them, I reckon. Matty, well, thanks for coming in. How do I stop hoarding crap? Gobber, take a leaf out of my book. Don't. Just keep it. You don't. It's not crap. It's stuff that you need. Bone Idol and Perfect Peach Tea. Thank you both of you guys for the prime innings. One resub, one new one, but thank you.
It's time to start running.
He was shot at. I know the server and the rule you need at least 10 minutes without combat
Winner,
logging
winner,
before.
chicken dinner, baby,
One
chicken.
tactical. I don't think they're going to be annoyed if you can prove that you had a hand state bug. It's not combat logging, is it, dude? If you get shot at, it might have been more than 10 minutes ago. I wasn't timing, but irrespective, I'm not logging out to combat log, am I? I've clearly moved away from the scenario, and I don't think it's fair that you should be forced to stay in with a hand state bug. What are you arguing for? I see the way you put it across in the first place was stupid thing, but isn't that combat logging? You're not arguing if you're asking a question, which is kind of cool, but no, it's not combat logging. I don't think any server is going to do you for combat logging if you've got proof that you were hand state bugged, you know? No, logging out because you're shot at and you're trying to save your character is different to being stuck with something in your hands and having to log out to fix it when you're intending to come straight back in. So when I logged out, I had the AK-74 in my hands. Now I've come back in. I've got that in my hands, so it was just completely bugged from somewhere. That's fucking great. That's just fucking great. What? There's two of them as well, by the way. Oh, fucking hell. Oh, fuck me. That's just fucking ridiculous. So they broke my leg. I was trying to kill the zombies so I could take an EpiPen and run away. But I couldn't take an EpiPen because of the zombies. But where they shot at me, they then aggroed more zombies. What a fucking joke. Like the dude's up there firing at me and I get all the Zeds.
It's time to start running.
The fuck is my crossbow? You can't roll without busting your leg. The zombies have moved me once my leg was broken. So now I've got no crossbow and a broken leg and a chambered AK.
Hello, hello.
Hello.
Hi, man.
I had a crossbow.
Do you have?
I had a crossbow.
But I think you shot at me, man.
Well, no, I think you raised at me. I had a crossbow, dude. I never fired until I got fired out.
My bad, man. But I'm looking for gun cleaning kit, man. Yeah.
I have got one. Yep. There's one on the ground there.
Can I please have? Hi, man.
Yeah, there you go.
Hi, man. Oh, that's good.
You have friends around?
No, I'm on my own. I've got a crossbow that I've now lost because one of you's broke my leg. I've got a crossbow and some meat, and
I
that's
shot
it.
you with you see this gun? The DMR, man.
Yeah, very good. Where did you get it from?
Thanks, man. Thanks. I found it from a guy, like, robbed him, and he gave me the stuffs.
Oh, nice.
Stuff like that.
Right. Do you mind if I get a stick? Is that right? I've got an AK with no mag, so
Yeah.
I'm no threat to you guys.
Yeah. Just drop your guns. Just drop your guns.
Right. Well, it's like I say, it's on the ground now, but it's not. It's an AK with no mag. I can't kill you guys, even if I tried.
Yeah. But I think I saw a
Did you see
grenade.
the people shooting earlier, man?
I got shot at over by the house on the east side, the other side of the ATC.
Was it scary weapon or no?
It was
We
only an
haven't seen it, but-
SKS. It was just an SK, nothing else.
Are you sure you're alone, man?
Yeah, I'm sure.
I saw a guy here just not long ago. I thought it was you, but it's not you.
Well,
Are you sure
it's
you're
not with
alone?
me. I'm on my own.
Why are you here with only crossbow, man? You're
Because
running
I...
for a body?
Fuck me. That's someone on the east. Oh, dude. Fucking hell. Fuck's sake. You're at the fucking airfield. You're gonna get shot at. Fucking knobs. Of course there's gonna be someone else. Oh well. It was quite tense, if nothing else. I'm not gonna lie, guys. All of that was fun. But it all got caused because I got a hand state bug, right? And that's where it becomes DayZ in a nutshell. Like, I may have had it happen anyway, but if I hadn't have had to relog and been stuck in that tent for fucking 60 extra seconds, everything could have been very different, or I could have died. But it really fucking sucks, right? I've got no gun. I'm in the middle of the airfield. They've just fired a load of shots. Of course they're going to get shot by someone else. They just said there was another player. They knew there was other players. What did they think was going to happen? You know, like... That sucks. It's such a shit way to die. Like, the 3 deaths today, that was the worst, but they've all been really annoying. Really annoying.
Thanks for today's stream.
I don't blame them for killing me. If you're in a firefight, if you're trying to hold somebody up, right? If you're trying to hold somebody up, and even if you believe them or you don't believe them, if you start getting shot at, you'll usually kill the guy, because how are you going to trust them while you're having to deal with the other one that's shooting at you? You know, I don't blame them for killing me, but I do blame them tiny little way. But what were they expecting? They knew other players were around. I was telling them there was other players around. They just fired a load of shots. Of course there's going to be shots, right? They should have let me put my leg on and go and get out of the way, or just killed me, you know. But either way, I can see why they did it, but they could have gone another way, you know. Shit happens. Postman, thank you very much. Matthew, thank you very much for the 17. Bill Decker, thank you for the gifted. Bone Idol, perfect. And Postman, thank you very much too. Guys, I'm afraid that's it for me. I enjoyed today. I enjoyed it a lot. It's been kind of fun playing on this map, but Lone Wolf, and it's mostly squads. It's been like, in fact, I've died to squads all the time, haven't I? I died to 2 at the heli. I died to at least 2 up on the hill in the forest, and then those 2 right now. So, like a chambered AK and a crossbow against a dude with a DMR and a dude with an AUG AX. It doesn't feel very easy there. Cheers, guys. Thank you for coming in. There's many streamers you can watch. Thank you for choosing to watch me. Of course, you could say don't go to the airfield with a crossbow, but it was the end of the stream, you go to the airfield in hoping to getting a good gun or getting some action, which we did. We didn't get the gun, though. That's enough from me, guys. Really appreciate it. There's many streamers you can watch. Thank you for choosing to watch me. I'm done. I'll be back tomorrow for the last stream of the week. Have a good one. Love you. Bye.